I'm Ben Thomas.
Yet another brutal heat dome set to roast part of the United States starting this weekend as part of a major weather pattern change. Some of the most intense heat will center on the Rockies, where some daily records are likely to be tied or broken. And wildfire activity will be a major concern in some areas. More on these stories from townhall.com.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. The Butler County Sheriff's Office is tallying up the damage after a shed caught fire at their shooting and bomb disposal range on Woodsdale Road in Madison Township. A couple of buildings were damaged by the blaze. Several fire departments were on the scene last night. Ronald Reagan Highway in Hamilton County was shut down late this morning after a crash involving a police officer between Blue Rock Road and Coleraine Avenue. A global electrical insulation company is bringing new investment and jobs to Middletown. Weidman Electrical Technology plans to build a new $155 million facility at a brownfield site on Charles Street. The company plans 65 new jobs at the Middletown site and 40 more at a sister location in Urbana. Hamilton Police offering a $5,000 reward for the information leading to an arrest in the Singletary murder case. I'm Steve Vaughn.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Big Box is back at Popeyes. 2 pieces of bone-in chicken or 3 tenders, 2 regular sides, and a biscuit for just $6. Add a cane sweet lemonade or tea and a blueberry lemon cheesecake to make your meal complete. Need dinner for the family? Get an 11-piece tender meal with 1 large side, 4 biscuits, and 4 dip cups for only $20. Stop by your new locally owned Popeyes locations at 2981 Princeton Road near Bridgewater Falls or 5102 Dixie Highway in Fairfield.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
He's off to the races. No one's going to catch him. Touchdown.
Local business owners, get in on the football excitement and let your message be heard. Join the growing number of businesses supporting high school sports on 1450 The Ticket at very affordable rates. Simply contact the WMOH 1450 The Ticket sales office at 513-863-1111. You are listening, and so are many of your future customers. Let area football fans know that you support high school sports on 1450 The Ticket, and they'll support you. WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Lifts into right field, down the line. That's a base hit. Here comes Ragland around third. He's going to score.
This Saturday, Baden versus Coldwater for the 1991 Division III State Baseball Championship.
Ground ball right at Mouse at second. He steps on the bag and gets him. His relay to first. That's a double play. Yes, sir. Just what the doctor ordered.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window. Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies today with a high 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low near 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high around 85. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 68. Mostly cloudy on Saturday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 85. Partly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms Saturday night with a low 65. Mostly sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
This is Dana Lash. Join me today at noon on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
The Chad Benson Show.
The on-again, off-again relationship between Trump and Iran is apparently maybe on again, but off again, not quite sure. We're still in a kerfuffle. That, I have a feeling, is still going on because of the whole thing with the missiles.
New round of U.S. attacks on Iran, larger in scope than those the night before, according to a U.S. official, striking at least 90 military targets. This comes after a series of contradictory statements from the president about the war. The president in Turkey at the NATO summit saying he was done talking to Iran.
I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore.
But last night on Air Force One, returning from the summit, the president claiming that the Iranians called him, wanting to make a deal.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure that's true. I mean, I'm going to say it. We've lost this. We have. We took a gamble. It was a crappy gamble. And it's not about military might, right? Even though we haven't destroyed all of theirs, no matter what Trump says. Trump's like, we totally got this. There's nothing left of them. We destroyed them. They don't have anything. They've been throwing rocks at us with drones and missiles and things of that nature. We won the military, probably not the way that Trump thinks, battle, but we lost the political war. That's it. I mean, yesterday, all over the place with, we're going to destroy them. They're destroyed. I'm over this. We're coming for them. They've got nowhere to hide. It just goes on and on and on. And then by the end of the day, it's like, it's going to be short. It's not going to be a big deal. And then it's like, they called me. They want to be pals with me again. Nobody's buying it anymore. It's scatterbrained. It's all over the place. Nobody is buying it. The fact that the Republicans have no balls to stand up and say, dude, pick a lane. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Because they, too, have no cojones.
The president now back in Washington, where it is unclear exactly where negotiations stand. But what is clear is that this war that the president said would last 4 weeks is now in its 5th month, with strikes resuming, the ceasefire declared dead, no deal on eliminating Iran's nuclear program, and Iran continuing its threats, saying America still hasn't learned that bullying and breaking promises are no longer cost-free.
So, I mean, where do we go from here? Pick a lane, don't pick a lane. I'm going to tell you guys, we're going to be here by the end of the year still doing the same thing. My fear is it is the forever war that Trump will claim is not a war because we haven't put boots on the ground, but we'll be firing. They'll be firing back. We'll be spending billions of dollars and going nowhere. That's the fear we should have. It's not a forever war because, if you go back, in the history of time, if you go back, World War II, it's just, it's enough. What are we doing? We're not even talking about nukes anymore. It's like, that's the thing he throws in at the end. They're going to have nukes. And it works. For a certain segment of society, it works. Boomers, it works. Boomer conservatives, it works because they've been told forever that they have nuclear weapons. They're going to blow us up. They hate us. They're going to kill us. They're doing all of the things, and it works for them. But for everybody else, it doesn't work because we know that's not happening. It's not. It's not happening. And nobody buys it anymore, and nobody should. All these other shows will tell you, this is the greatest, this is the best, we need to go finish it. I said to somebody yesterday who came after me, and of course, put their age in there, so I started laughing, and not trying to be mean, but, 81. I said, okay. And their thing is, let's nuke them. I'm okay. Okay, so tell me what happens. We nuke them, we kill millions. Then what? Do you think China's going to go? That's totally fine. Do you think Russia's going to go? Okay, you're right to do that. Or do you think hell's going to break loose? And all of a sudden, because the whole thought is it'll just be between us and them and nobody else would get involved. Short-sighted. Short-sighted. So alas, here we are again, in the midst of a kerfuffle. And where's this going? I don't know. By the end of the show, it could have changed 5 times. Where do I think it's going? We're going to still be here in several months in some way, shape, or form. Or we'll have stopped and be getting ready to go back in because we'll hear the whispers that they're trying to do it again. And then let's talk about what it does for us here at home. Okay? So that's the military / ridiculousness of whatever the hell it is we're doing, because I still have no idea. Oil. Well, that's how this started, right? Because there were tankers that Iran fired at, but we explained it yesterday. According to us, they fired at them unprovoked. Iran said, hey, we weren't charging them a toll, but we told them if they're going to try to go through, they have to alert us and let us know. They didn't do that. He said, she said, so here we go. What is it going to do for prices? Ooh, that's all we care about. Is anything even moving through there?
In the last 24 hours, Kepler tells ABC News it has seen 25 ships cross. Now, that is lower than what we've seen in previous days, which were more like about 40. Even a limited disruption here in the Strait can have an outsized impact on the pricing, on freight costs, and on the market price for oil.
Yes. And that means what? Prices go up. And this time, as we explained to you guys before, because that's what we like to do, we like to give it to you straight. China didn't purchase the amount of oil they normally purchase during the beginning of this kerfuffle. They went into their reserves, and when they did that, they cut in half the amount they normally buy on a daily basis. What does that do? Well, that allowed oil not to see the reality of where it could go. Also, they helped out several other nations, and we know, when they're helping out, we know what that means, with some of their oil in their reserves. So that kind of eased the pressure that would have been on when it comes to the cost of oil. And we didn't see the 150 that we could have seen. But already, gas is making a move because China is not going to do that forever.
The national average jumping 6 cents overnight to $3.81 a gallon this morning, according to Gas Buddy.
And that's the thing that matters to us, the cost. Trump went from the scumbags were blowing them up to oil making a big move, and people already starting to get nervous to like, well, now they're calling and they want to be pals. See where we're going with this? This is beyond frustrating, and it's self-inflicted. What are we doing? The average person, as we pointed out yesterday, 57% of people are struggling to pay for groceries and gas. And we're back at it again. But don't worry, because he's opened up freedom stations, which we're going to talk about in a little bit, which is just bizarre. But it's gas prices. Gas, it's going to be up. And the reality, we have, 90 million barrels left in our reserve. That is, as you hear our buddy Zach talk about here all the time, we're looking at the bottom of the barrel now. We're looking at the bottom of the barrel. And it's tight. It's tight. No doubt. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show. That is your X, your Insta, your YouTube, and all the other stuff. It was really interesting. So yesterday, again, talking about this, there's, you've got the Trump MAGA, and it's again, it's an older generation. Yeah, you have some younger generation that is like, yeah, let's go and attack and destroy them. And you've also got some older generations like, this is stupid. But I think, when you go and look at the numbers, it's pretty, it's pretty much what the polls say. Over 65, the boomers, this is a war that they want. And the rest of us are like, no, this is stupid. But that also bears out, too, to the economy. And that K-shaped. You've got a lot of people, boomer-esque, retired, have the money they need, stoked about the stock market, living a good life, and then demonizing everybody else because they're not jumping on board with all of this excitement of war and rising prices. They just say, buckle up, buttercup, and just deal with it in our day. And I'm fascinated by that. I am very fascinated by that attitude. It's, again, generationally, the boomers lived the best of times when you go back and look. Expansion, we were the only power left after World War II. Expansion was huge. I mean, there was a point where 50% of the global GDP was America. Can you, I mean, think about that. All of those things were amazing. And then over time, obviously, things have changed. But it is, it's not just the wealthy. There is an age thing, too, because even people that aren't living their best life who are boomers still, buy into we had to do this, which, again, is fascinating. Let me know what you think. 323-538-2423 at Chet Benson Show is your X, your Insta. There was no World Cup games yesterday. We have one today. We'll talk about that, among other things. But first, Bulwark Capital. Speaking of money, I want you to talk to my buddy Zach Abraham, Chief Investment Officer, Bulwark Capital, because he's awesome. You guys know that. You hear him here every week. And they've got something for you. It is a market blind spot webinar happening the 23rd of this month. It is taking place at 3:30 Pacific, 6:30 on the East Coast. It's absolutely free for you. You can sign up at knowyourriskpodcast.com. They're going to expose blind spots investors should be looking for, but often overlook. They're going to talk about what may be coming in the months ahead that could threaten your retirement and your investments, and what they're all about at Bulwark, which is lower risk, lower cost, lower volatility, because it's about risk management, and what can they do to give you the most upside potential when it comes to your retirement and investments. So if you got any questions that you need answered, Zach's going to do it for you. It's called Market Blind Spot. It is their webinar, July 23rd, 3:30 Pacific, 6:30 on the East Coast. Absolutely free. Register now at knowyourriskpodcast.com. KNOW podcast.com for our friends at Bulwark Capital Management.
Investment advisory services offered through Trek Financial LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investments involve risk and are not guaranteed. Past performance doesn't guarantee future results. Trek 26111.
Coming up, some World Cup talk, among other things. Chet Benson Show. Let me tell you about George from Oregon and his Relief Factor story. Hard-working guy who spent 10 hours a day in a garbage truck. It's a tough job, but it got a whole lot worse when his right knee started acting up. I'm talking he couldn't even bend it. That's a problem. But here's where it turns. George started taking Relief Factor. He said, and I quote, "I can bend my knee again with very little pain. That's the difference I feel with Relief Factor. I am back to feeling active, back to training, back to keeping up with the kids, especially during a busy summer. Relief Factor is a daily drug-free supplement that targets inflammation that can cause the pain so you can move better, feel better, and live better. To commemorate America's 250th, Relief Factor is offering their 3-week quick start for just $17.76. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. That's 800-4RELIEF to get the 3-week quick start for just $17.76. That's relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com.
This is your ticket to high school football.
Going into the end zone. Touchdown. Jordan Kreider finds himself wide open.
Basketball.
Johnson Perdomo with a runner. Shot no good. Gets his own rebound. Puts it back in. And a great job by number 4.
And baseball.
He is going to try for the inside the park home run. Here comes the throw. The slide, and he is safe. Inside the Parker. Chase rush.
WMOH.
It's game time, boys.
Let's get it on.
1450 The Ticket.
Hi, I'm Bill Weber.
And I'm Adam Weber of A.E. Dorn Window.
We've grown a lot over the years, but we've always remained a hometown company.
We work hard every day to be the Tri-State's first choice in garage doors, entry doors, openers, windows, and awnings.
From Clopay garage doors to LiftMaster openers and more, we've got the best products at the best prices and the best team of technicians.
Learn more at aedorsales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
What defines Ohio? A place that dares to go first and never looks back. There's no slowing us down. In Ohio, we're powering America, discovering breakthroughs, driving the future, propelling tomorrow. At Jobs Ohio, our mission is clear. Strengthen job opportunities and empower Ohio's workforce. Ohio, Our time is now. See Ohio's momentum at jobsohio.com/Ohio's time.
Hi, I'm Josie. My daughter turns 5 today. Blow out the candles. I'm also an Ohio State Highway Patrol trooper. When you move over and slow down, you're not only giving me room to work, you're making sure I can get home to celebrate with my daughter.
Roadside workers have lives and families, but when they're on the job, they put it all on the line to protect and serve us. Let's all give them room to work. When you see flashing lights, remember, they're not just roadside workers. Thank you for moving over and slowing down.
This is Dana Lash. Join me today at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Wounded Warrior Project has been there for me since that first day in the hospital. They got me out of the house. They got me connected with other veterans, and they helped me face my PTSD. They support me and my family at every turn. And now I'm helping other warriors realize that they're not alone.
Through our hands-on programs, supportive community, and ongoing advocacy, we help post-9/11 veterans realize what's possible. Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/possible.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA. It is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families. And one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
It's the Dana Show.
That's part of our American DNA. Oh, we can't do this? Now we're going to do it a lot. That's just kind of the immediate reaction. You're told not to say something and you immediately want to say it. You're told not to read something, you immediately want to read it. We have that American DNA. We literally came from a people who fought with people and actually went and killed a bunch of folks on Christmas Eve just to win the freedom for this republic. So, makes sense.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies today with a high 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low near 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms likely Friday night with a low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday with a high 85. Partly cloudy Saturday night, chance of thunderstorms, low 65, and mostly sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
You're listening to the Chad Benson Show.
Half a day of sadness yesterday because no World Cup games. It is back. It's time to talk World Cup.
Laura Pereira hit by Havertz! Oh, what a goal! One of the greats!
Sherrill right across to Marco Tardelli! We haven't been able to control the play in midfield the way that Maradona has been able to do. And he's hurting England again here. It's a brilliant run. It's one of the World Cup great goals.
Solomon Montiel can win the World Cup for Argentina with this kick. Yes!
So yesterday, World Cup, first day of the tournament with no games. So sad, depressing. It was empty. I'm going to be honest, I felt empty. It's back today. So the quarterfinals are on. Today, France v. Morocco. Now, this is going to be a good game. Morocco, good defense. Semifinals in last World Cup. This is actually the repeat of the semifinal last World Cup, even though it's a quarterfinal. France took on Morocco, and I think this is going to be first of all, with France, you're not going to get super defensive because their defense is offense. They overwhelm you. They make it so you are just always having to defend, which makes it easier for them to defend. Morocco's okay with that. And they'll hit you on the counterattack. I think France is going to give up some opportunities. I think Morocco will score. But at the end of the day, when you look across, you've got – we talk about Olise, the great – who might be the best player in the world right now, and Mbappe, who might be the best player in the world. Oh, by the way, they've got a guy named Dembele, who is the best player in the world according to the trophy he got last year for being the best player in the world, and nobody talks about it. because they're so stacked. And that's what makes the difference today. So, what do I think is going to happen today? I think France wins 3-1, 4-2, something like that. I think they're going to get their goals. I think they'll give up a couple opportunities. I think Morocco is going to go out and leave it all out there. And I don't think it's going to be the revenge. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your X, Insta, and everything else right here on the Chad Benson Show. Now, tomorrow you've got Spain, Belgium, and then 2 games on Saturday. Norway v. England, and then Argentina and Switzerland. So that's what you still have left. I'll give you my breakdown tomorrow of the Spain-Belgium game and, of course, this weekend's games as well. And keeping the theme of the World Cup, Google said, hey, you guys have no idea in America how big the World Cup is. You're getting a sense, but let us tell you.
On Tuesday night, the world's most popular search engine crushed its own all-time record for searches per second. And it's no coincidence that it comes during World Cup play in North America. Google won't disclose precise numbers, but says the most searched term was Argentina versus Egypt.
And that's because of that amazing game that took place that saw Argentina come back with 11 minutes to win the game. They were down 2-0. And, of course, the controversy around whether or not certain things were fouls, were they not, are the refs out to get anybody who plays Argentina, all of that stuff. And I found stuff out I didn't even know about Argentina. They have never won a World Cup game where they were losing at halftime. They did that the other day. And they have never won a game in the World Cup where they were down by 2. And they did that the other day. And to see the emotion after the game and how much it means for, in particular, not just the team, but when you look at, obviously, Messi, how emotional he was, it was crazy. But the questions are out there. Conspiracy theories are running wild. Has Argentina been given the pathway to the World Cup final because FIFA wants them there? Coming up, we're going to talk a little bit about socialism. We'll do that straight ahead. Chad Benson Show.
The Chad Benson Show.
Scholarships limited by race, segregated graduation ceremonies in dorms, professors labeling students as oppressors based on skin color, gender, or religion. This is DEI in action. Divisive, toxic, and un-American. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. dreamed of a nation where his children would be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. DEI turns that dream upside down. But there's hope. DEI is being rolled back through civil rights enforcement, federal funding cuts, and growing cultural resistance to its harm in schools, workplaces, and communities. America is strongest when united, not divided. Our universities should lead the way in bringing people together, not driving them apart. Visit campusreform.org to learn more about the fight against DEI on college campuses. Restoring truth, correcting bias in education, one story at a time. A series brought to you by the Leadership Institute and Radio America.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Hamilton police are ramping up the investigation into the June 5th homicide of 65-year-old Vincent Singletary. They're offering a $5,000 reward for information leading to an arrest and conviction in the case. Ronald Reagan Highway shut down in both directions between Blue Rock Road and Coleraine Avenue after a Coleraine Township police cruiser was hit in a crash, sending the officer to the hospital. Several area fire departments provided assistance for Madison Township in battling a shed fire at the Butler County Sheriff's gun range on Woodsdale Road last night. It broke out around 9:49 p.m. A big investment coming to Middletown. A manufacturing firm will build a $155 million plant at a brownfield site on Charles Street. Weedman Electrical Technology makes transformer board covers. They plan to open the site in 2028, hiring 65 new workers. I'm Steve Vaughn.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Hi, I'm Bill Weber.
And I'm Adam Weber of AE Door and Window.
We've grown a lot over the years, but we've always remained a hometown company.
We work hard every day to be the Tri-State's first choice in garage doors, entry doors, openers, windows, and awnings.
From Clopay garage doors to LiftMaster openers and more, we've got the best products at the best prices and the best team of technicians.
Learn more at aeDoorSales.com.
We sell the best and service the
Dana Show.
This is what is wrong with the left. You know why their birth rates have fallen? Because look at their damn men. Look at the men. Do you think the men could storm beaches? No. Do you think the men could fight off like a horde of invaders? No. Hell, they're tucking and calling themselves ladies. No, that's why the birth rates are falling, because the men are ugly. They're weak, and they're thin little arms, little noodle arms, and then the women are bigger than the men.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
The Cal Thomas Commentary is brought to you by Values Through Media. Now here's syndicated columnist Cal Thomas.
They did it just last year, and now they're going to do it again. Postage stamps and other mailing rates are going up. On July 12, first-class stamps will rise from 78 to 82 cents. We hear the usual excuses about rising costs. We've had this debate before, but if we don't find an alternative to the so-called postal service, there will be no end to price increases. The regular increases have led many to stop using the post office. Bills can now be paid online. Greeting cards, some of them free, can be sent by email. Packages can be sent by FedEx, UPS, and DHL. Some offer pickup. The Postal Service says their rates are still cheaper than many other countries, and it must serve rural and small towns. The post office has been around since the founding of the country. Benjamin Franklin started it. Sometimes letters would get to their destination faster with a Pony Express in those days. Surely there are smart enough people to come up with alternatives. How about a replacement or a supplement to the entire system? I'm Cal Thomas.
For a free copy of today's commentary, visit calthomas.com or write us at Values Through Media, P.O. Box 373340, Key Largo, Florida 33037. That's P.O. Box 373340, Key Largo, Florida 33037. Please specify the date and subject. Your tax-deductible gifts to Values Through Media help support us. Listen again next time for the Cal Thomas Commentary.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join MediShare. It's a good question. MediShare members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of MediShare members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families, and they find that refreshing. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this. Up to $500 a month with MediShare. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-90-BIBLE. That's 855-90-BIBLE. 855-90-BIBLE.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies today with a high 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low near 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high around 85. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 68. Mostly cloudy on Saturday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 85. Partly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms Saturday night with a low 65. Mostly sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
Miami University football.
It's a race up the middle to the 20, cutting to the near side, touchdown, 74 yards.
The new season begins September 5th as the Redhawks take on Pittsburgh on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
The Chad Benson Show.
Yesterday, in a not a shocking move, Graham Plattner, remember that guy?
Hey, everyone. It's Graham Plattner here. I think as many of you know, over the past couple days, I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear. This is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen. It's not real. It has placed an immense amount of weight on me as I think about what needs to happen now.
Well, we know what needs to happen, and it's happened.
I want to make clear, though, I intend to file my paperwork to withdraw. The process needs to assure that what comes next is reflective of the Mainers who on June 9th turned out and showed that they are desperate for a different kind of politics. It needs to be driven not from back rooms, but by the will of the people. And the decisions that come next must come from that.
The Mainers. At first I was like, what? The Mainers. Oh. That was apparently the holdup. He wanted to have a say in who gets to take over for him. But they're going to hold a convention soon, according to the state committee. It'll be a nominating convention. We're going to nominate somebody. Who are we going to nominate? Somebody. And everybody's jockeying for position, as they like to say. We're going to go. It's going to be this person. It's going to be that person. I told you yesterday several people who it might be, who it might not be. Troy Jackson, third-place finisher in the Maine Democratic gubernatorial primary, is widely seen by the progressives as Graham Plattner, maybe not as Graham Plattner-esque, but kind of the blue-collar guy, right? He's like a logger, and he's progressive, and he checks all the boxes of what they're going for because and the most important thing is he's not a scumbag. He's not. Democrats, you're going to have to answer. Watching the Democrats try to figure out how to, get just what about, and it was the Republicans. What about you guys and this guy? And the Nazi tattoo should have been a warning, but there was more than just the Nazi tattoo. There were allegations after allegations. Then you had the stuff prior to all of this on Reddit and whatnot that he had written. And you're like, but it just, you wanted somebody to beat Trump. And everybody, it's not just about Trump, because he's not racing against Trump. You wanted somebody, not a Democrat, run-of-the-mill Democrat. You want somebody who goes against the status quo. This is as much a race, and what you're seeing in several of these places across the country, against the status quo in the Democrat world, the establishment Democrats, as it is against anything that has to do with the Republicans or Trump. They want somebody who's going to come in and shake it up. And Graham Plattner was supposed to be that guy. Turns out he's not that guy. Now, in saying that, I don't know if the stuff that is alleged against him is true, is not true. I'm not saying she's lying. I think there's some documentation out there that kind of says, hey, there's more than just smoke here. That being said, if there's more to it, it'll come out. But it wasn't just one thing. There were red flags after red flags after red flags. I mean, think about it. If you're dating, if you will, this person, there was enough red flags to look back and go, we should have probably looked at all those red flags. We should have looked at all of those. And you should have. And Democrats, here's the thing, and this is the other thing. The Democrats struggled because while he was a Democrat, the reality is he's more of a Bernie Sanders independent Democrat that was going against the status quo. So it's not like the Democrats are crying over this. They want to win the Senate back, but they're also fighting for their lives in a lot of places because they've been primaried by uber, it's not the uber conservatives are worrying about first because we're not there in November. They're freaking out because they've got these uber progressives that are coming and taking them on. And that's the backlash against the establishment. And they don't like that because both sides have issues. The old school conservatives are now called rhinos, Republican in name only. Why is that? Because they're more Reagan than Trump. Trump is now the Republican Party. He has made that. The problem is he's going to go away, and then what do they have? For the Democrats, they're going through it right now. Trump won that battle on the Republican side. The Democrats are just starting to face it now. Younger progressives who identify as socialist. And the Republicans are painting communism. You guys are communists. You're communists. You're communists. And We could break down the difference between a social democrat and a democratic socialist and the radical lunacy of one of them, and the other one is basically what you get in Scandinavia, which is not socialism where government owns the means of production, et cetera, but they don't know what to do with it. So you're having a clash right now, and Graham Plattner was part of that. Progressive, he was checking a lot of the boxes, and they're glad he's gone. The establishment side of stuff is glad. They're not crying that he's gone. They're not. But this is coming for a lot of them. Like I said, the Republicans, they've been going through with Trump for the last decade. He eventually got over, and he owns the Republican Party now. It's his. On the other side of things, the Democrats are just starting to see their version of, quote unquote, the Tea Party / progressivism / socialism. And the establishment side is going to pay a price for it in some areas, not all areas, but in some areas. But if you are a Democrat in a blue district, and your blue district happens to skew 50 and under, you better go a little bit lefter if you want to keep your gig. 323-538-2423. At Chad Benson Show is your X, your Insta, your YouTube, and all things else. Meanwhile, we've got them, guys. Freedom gas stations. Let freedom ring. What are they? So I was trying to figure this out earlier. I've been looking around. They're Trump-promoted Freedom Fuel discount gas stations, and they're in the Philadelphia area. Freedom Fuel Network. And, of course, it's $3.47 for gas because he's the 47th president. The reality is already it's gone up in several places where it's $3.57. And, people are super excited about, this, I guess.
$3.47 a gallon's a godsend. Honestly, great price because this was a Sunoco before and prices were a lot higher. I appreciate this, but like I say, they just started bombing again last night, and they're talking oil's already going up again, so it's a seesaw problem.
It is, and it's not going to change anytime soon, as we've talked about earlier in the day.
And my concern about it is clearly the price is subsidized, and I want Americans to be asking, where is that money coming from? Why are corporations and businesses willing to subsidize gas 50 cents a gallon for people to make President Trump look good?
Now, I've looked, and at least as far as I have found so far, this could change. It doesn't seem to be so much subsidized at this moment in time. These stations don't seem to have any subsidies at this moment in time. Not saying that's not going to happen. I'm not saying, I'm just saying at this moment in time, there doesn't seem to be that. And by the way, you can talk about the subsidies of 50 cents. They weren't the lowest gas prices in and around. There were two other stations in some of these areas that were cheaper than the $3.47. Like I said, some of those prices have already gone up to $3.57, $3.67. Not a shocker.
Trump's the man. You may not agree with the way he behaves sometimes or what he says, but he's a businessman. He's a policymaker. He's the man.
Ah, that guy. Sir, you need help. You need help. Trump's the man. That's the guy where Trump goes and pursues his wife, sleeps with his wife, then tells the guy, your wife had an affair. How do you know? And then he says, because he did it. And then he goes, thank you for exposing her. It's like, sir, you need help. Why are prices up? Because we're at war fuffle, whatever it's called. I don't even know what to call it at this moment in time. I don't. Is it a kerfuffle? Is it a bit of a fuffle? Fuffle? Is that what we call it? Kerfuffle? Because it can't be a war. So it's got to be a kerfuffle at this moment. Doesn't mean it's going to not turn into a war. I think people will finally say it's a war when and if boots go on the ground. And I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon. I think for Trump, because look, all kidding aside about Trump and this, that, and the other and the ridiculousness of this, the reality is Trump's not a fan of he doesn't want to see people die. He doesn't. Not a big fan of, he doesn't want boots on the ground. I really believe that until he shows me different, because he's, it was different when he was going and having to have the surge to take on ISIS and stuff that he inherited. But I don't think he wants to see a wide-scale boots on the ground, as we've talked about. What does Mike Lyons say about 100,000 to go in there and to get that stuff done? I don't think he wants that. I don't. And it's different when you're doing measured things like what we saw in Venezuela and, taking out several of the members of Al-Qaeda and whatnot, Baghdadi and whatnot. Those are targeted situations. So I believe that Trump doesn't want to expand with the boots on the ground. I think that's the last thing he wants to do. But he's going to have to figure something out. He is, because this perpetual start-stop isn't going to be good. You had the IMF come out yesterday and say, yeah, we're going to have a slowdown in the economy globally. And that is not good, kids. I don't think any of us want that. But I think it's coming. I do. And I think most of us recognize there's probably going to be some sort of, effect coming in the next couple months that is going to have a real effect on the economy, not just whether gas prices go up a little bit or down a little bit, or the stock market goes up 1,000, down 1,000. Let me know what you think. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your X, your Insta. Angel.com/Benson. You're going to want to go there right now. Why? Because Angel Films, amazing. Story of young Washington in theaters right now. Now, this follows young Washington, George Washington. He's a pup, 20 years old, failure, danger, defining moments, crisis of faith, all of the stuff. These moments help shape the man that would become the general and our first president. Directed by John Irwin, did Jesus Revolution, says Andy Serkis, Ben Kingsley, Kelsey Grammer star in it. It is incredible. It really is. And right now, when you become an Angel Guild premium member for just $15 a month, $25 savings, you're going to get 2 free tickets to Young Washington in theaters, as well as full access to the streaming library and any theatrical releases coming up from Angel Studios. You're going to get tickets for those as well. How do you get it? You go to angel.com/Benson. $15 a month to become a premium member. You're going to get 2 free tickets to Young Washington in theaters now. Angel.com/Benson. Chad Benson Show.
Liberty Nation with Mark Angelides. The ever-revolving door of UK Prime Ministers, the G7 looks for a leadership candidate, and what's happening in Iran. Find out on this week's edition of Liberty Nation Radio. Author, columnist, managing editor of LibertyNation.com, podcast host and conservative policy advocate. We dismiss history at our peril. Liberty Nation with Mark Angelides.
What does life after service look like? Kicking back? Taking it easy? We believe it looks a little different. Fighting for all veterans. Making sure they get the benefits and care they've earned. Rebuilding communities after disaster strikes. And adapting to support today's veterans. Meeting them where they are. The VFW. Still leading. Still advancing. Still serving. Get involved at stillserving.org.
This is your Tech It Out Minute, brought to you by Norton.
If you've ever wanted to learn and pick up a new language, an easy way is still Rosetta Stone. This 5-star rated app is an accessible way to pick up 25 different languages. Tech lifestyle expert Mario Armstrong has the details.
It's Rosetta Stone. I mean, look, 30 years in the business, 50 million learners use this. I have family and friends that have used Rosetta Stone and live by it. So if you ever wanted to travel, or maybe you have a college student that's going to do that gap year, or maybe go visit some relatives, like, it really helps you because they have thousands of lessons. They have live classes, too, so you don't have to feel like you're just on your own. And they have real-world content, which I think really helps you accelerate when you can actually start having real-world type conversations.
A subscription is required. Download the Rosetta Stone app at the Apple App Store or Google Play.
That was your Tech It Out Minute, brought to you by Norton.
Hey, this is Chad Benson. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Fox News goes to the Obama Presidential Center and asks black people what his number one achievement is. You caught me off guard here. I think his first achievement, his number one achievement is that he's black.
Somebody help me out. I'm going to have to say just being there.
Being black. The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
All-Pro Anthony Munoz here for Rose Automotive, your all-pro automotive superstore. Rose delivers all-pro value and all-pro service for all makes, all models, all the time. My family and I have made Rose Automotive our one-stop shop for everything automotive. And I mean everything, sales, service, parts, and accessories. You want it, they'll deliver it. Call today at 863-7878. That's right, 863, my number, 7878. Just take exit 24 off I-75 and head to Hamilton. That's Rose Automotive, your new alternative.
Main wreckage on the south side of the tracks. Report of male driver, late 20s, severe injuries.
Copy that.
Can you see the vehicle?
No, it's way up there. I heard a witness say the stop arm was down, but he tried to beat the train anyway.
Too many drivers are killed crossing railroad tracks, even though they know a train is approaching. What they don't know is, even after it breaks, a train can take up to a mile to stop.
Requesting ambulance stretcher to shuttle crash victim back to the road.
Copy.
Stop. Trains can't. Paid for by NHTSA.
Veterans, you may have earned a variety of VA benefits. Did you know VA can help you further your education and pursue professional training? The Home Loan Guarantee Program can help you buy, repair, or adapt a home. VA provides housing support if you find yourself homeless or at risk of homelessness. And don't forget world-class health care. Learn more about these and other VA benefits. Visit choose.va.gov.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies today with a high 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low near 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms likely Friday night with a low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday with a high 85. Partly cloudy Saturday night, chance of thunderstorms, low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Running with scissors sounds great compared to this.
Say woo! We lost a legend. Really, for us Gen Xers, an absolute legend. Passed away today at age 75 years old. Sultry voice. She sings like she was truly a coal miner's daughter, which she was. From Wales. And a woman who because people would ask her, are you sick and tired of that song, right? Like because that is the song. And her response to that was,
I love singing it. I never get tired of singing it. And people, when that starts, the intro, everybody's like, yeah.
Yeah. And I love that. I love the fact that she didn't shy away. She had hits in France and Scandinavia and a few other places, but she had 2 hits globally. And obviously that was the first one. And the other one, Close Your Eyes and tell me where, when you hear this song, where you think, oh, I know the minute I hear this, my mind. Voice, and she sounded like that live too. I was doing some research this morning, and I'm like, oh, I wonder what she sounded like. When's the last time she performed live? There's stuff from like a year and a half ago, and she sounded just like that gravelly voice. Oh, so holding on to here. I just remember Kevin being, and the guy in the tractor, and he got stuck and he couldn't get out, and the footloose. Oh my God. But yet he won because he was the hero we needed at the time. 323-538-2423. At Chad Benson Show is your X, Insta, your YouTube, Facebook, and all of the other things. Love hearing from every single one of you right here on the Chad Benson Show. Coming up, hour number 2 of the program. More on the lunacy of socialism and how the Republicans are painting that picture, and are they doing a good job? And how the Democrats are trying to embrace it. I'm not sure. I don't think they know what to do with it. And remember, when we talk politics, the most important thing is it's not whether or not you get the job done anymore. It's whether or not you brand it properly. Because if you brand it properly, that's all that matters right there. Plus, imagine being at home, and then you're on the computer, and then you got hit by lightning. Yeah, wait till you hear this story. Get your
1450 The Ticket.
It's the Dana Show.
You need to pay closer attention. Well, that's the politician's job to give people. It's the politician's job to sell you on whether or not you should vote for them. But as the citizen, it's your job to know when the hell to go vote. That's just the basic responsibility of a voter. I'm a politician, so I don't have to worry about getting your vote, so I can say this. They're not going to tell you this because they're afraid of hurting your feelings. People need to wake the hell up.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Congress is poised to pass a bill to keep AM radio in cars, but time is running out. 82 million Americans risk losing the news, sports, talk, traffic, and vital emergency information they rely on. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to pass this bill now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
This is your ticket to high school sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm John Scott. The exchange of fire between the U.S. and Iran continues for another day Thursday.
Sirens sounding early Thursday in Kuwait City as Iran again targeted Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar with retaliatory fire after U.S. forces launched new airstrikes on Iran. The attacks came hours after President Trump said recent Iranian strikes on ships in the Strait of Hormuz signaled the end of the ceasefire.
They're bad people, and frankly, I don't want to waste my time with them.
Thursday's attacks appeared bigger all round. U.S. Central Command said it hit some 90 targets, and Iranian state media reported explosions in several locations, including Bushehr. I'm Ben Thomas.
Graham Plattner drops out of the Senate race, allowing Maine Democrats to replace him. More from correspondent Laura Winters.
Graham Plattner has dropped out of the Maine Senate race. Top Democrats, including Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, called on him to step aside as an ex-girlfriend came forward, accusing him of breaking into her home and sexually assaulting her. He releases a video on his X page denying any wrongdoing.
I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear.
This is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen.
Laura Winters reporting.
Utah prosecutors planning to play audio clips in open court of law enforcement officials interviewing the roommate of the man accused of killing conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Tyler Robinson, charged with aggravated murder and has not entered a plea. He turned himself in a day after that fatal shooting. President Trump announcing at a NATO summit in Turkey, the U.S. will allow Ukraine to manufacture Patriot air defense systems. This decision marks a significant shift as the U.S. had previously resisted this move. More on these stories from townhall.com.
Are you tired of feeling lousy? Maybe you had a scare at your last checkup or just walking hurts? When enough is enough, call PhD Weight Loss. When I had enough 4 years and 53 pounds ago, I knew I couldn't do it alone. I'm Mike Gallagher for PhD Weight Loss. Best phone call I ever made. They were right with me. They still are today. Right now, mention Mike. You'll get 2 free weeks added to the program, and they'll pay for the cost of your food. $1,500 value. Call 864-644-1900, 864-644-1900, or visit myphdweightloss.com.
Maybe this is you too. There is enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It's amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. And yeah, you could save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. A Coleraine Township police officer was rushed to the hospital after his cruiser was hit by a vehicle on Ronald Reagan Highway. The road was shut down between Coleraine and Blue Rock for several hours. Several local fire departments from Butler and Warren counties assisted at the scene of a shed fire at the Butler County Sheriff's Gun Range on Woodsdale Road in Madison Township just before 10 o'clock last night. A brownfield site in Middletown will soon be home to a new manufacturing plant. Weedman Electrical Technology is planning a $155 million investment at the Charles Street location. 65 jobs would be created. Hamilton police have announced a $5,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons who killed 65-year-old Vincent Singletary at a home on South 12th Street on June 5th. He was shot to death. I'm Steve Vaughn.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Bienvenidos, amigos. That's how you are welcomed at the area's #1 Latin American foods supermercado y restaurante. And you don't have to speak or understand Spanish to enjoy all that El Gran Valle Verde has to offer. All of your favorite Latin American grocery needs are in stock, and delivery is available too. And if you're not in a cooking mood for groceries, El Gran Valle Verde has a full-service restaurante with all of your favorites. El Gran Valle Verde, nearby in the Hamilton Plaza Shopping Center on Dixie Highway in Hamilton. Nos vemos pronto.
Hi, I'm Josie. My daughter turns 5 today. Blow out the candles. I'm also an Ohio State Highway Patrol trooper. When you move over and slow down, you're not only giving me room to work, you're making sure I can get home to celebrate with my daughter.
Roadside workers have lives and families, but when they're on the job, they put it all on the line to protect and serve us. When you see flashing lights, remember, they're not just roadside workers. Thank you for moving over and slowing down.
Brought to you by ODOT, USDOT, NHTSA, and ODPS.
This is your ticket to high school football.
Little play action, going to throw it deep, looking for the end zone. It is caught. Yes! Touchdown! Back corner of the end zone, Elijah Jones from McLean.
Basketball.
Out to Curry for 3.
This is a statewide test of the Ohio Emergency Alert System, originating from the State Emergency Operations Center in Columbus. This is only a test. The Ohio Emergency Alert System is designed to provide the public with timely warnings and emergency information. Had this been an actual emergency, you would have received instructions and information related to that emergency over this and other stations in your area. This concludes this test of the Ohio Emergency Alert System.
That's all it is. It's a kerfuffle. Because it can't be a war because Trump promised no more wars. So he got us in a kerfuffle.
A new round of U.S. attacks on Iran, larger in scope than those the night before, according to a U.S. official, striking at least 90 military targets in response to Iran's attack on commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran immediately retaliating, targeting American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar. All of those missiles and drones said to be intercepted.
All of them intercepted. What's going to happen now? What kind of thing will go on with the kerfuffle? Are we in the kerfuffle? Or are we not in the kerfuffle? Is it continuing? Is it not continuing? Because yesterday, Trump is like, they're scum, they're horrible, it's over as far as I'm concerned, it's done, they're the worst, they're awful. And then it was like, it's going to take a short period of time and we'll get this done. No, I don't think anybody's buying that anymore.
The president now back in Washington, where it is unclear exactly where negotiations stand. But what is clear is that this war that the president said would last 4 weeks is now in its 5th month, with strikes resuming, the ceasefire declared dead, no deal on eliminating Iran's nuclear program, and Iran continuing its threats, saying America still hasn't learned that bullying and breaking promises are no longer cost-free.
No. And all we care about is what? Realistically, if you're concerned about whether or not the IRGC and them are going to get a nuclear weapon, and you're not concerned about whether or not prices continue to rise, and because the prices continue to rise, it's not just gas, it's prices, it's food, it's we talk about energy prices. People automatically go to what? The thing you see, all of us see. Drive by a gas station? Oh, my God, prices are up. Drive by another gas station? Oh, my God, they're cheaper here. They're going down. Everybody sees that. Stock market, all of that stuff. But here's my electric bill. Oh, what the hell is going on? Yeah, the knock-on effect, as I call it. Not counting even food. Things of that nature that are rising, and the cost of goods to get stuff here, no matter what they are, those things are a part of this as well. The average person, day to day, cares about those things. They weren't, and I don't know about you guys, I mean, maybe, I guess if you do all day just talk about Iran, then maybe you were worried about some of this stuff. But I think for the most part, most people were. Ron wasn't in the top 10 things that they worried about, top 20 things that they worried about, top 100 things they were. No. They're worried about paying their bills. They're worried about getting their kids to school on time. They're worried about making sure that their kids get home. They're worried about what to do for dinner. Was that old saying, right? Like, nobody taught you when you were growing up. They tried to prepare you for a lot of stuff, but they never prepared for the everyday, oh, my God, what are we going to have for dinner? Those things matter. You got a report for work that needs to get done, and you're behind. You've got things that you need to do for your health. Those things matter. Whether or not you're going to fix the car or get a new car. Whether or not you can buy some time on paying the credit card so you can pay your phone bill. Those things matter. And as these prices start to rise again, and I don't want them to, what do you think is going to happen? They don't believe, here's the thing, they don't believe Trump. The only people who believe Trump anymore, and I will tell you, you'll see some people out there saying, I believe Trump, what he's saying, I spoke to him, they're showing me all this stuff. There is a lot of politicians that are too terrified to go, yeah, this needs to stop. This guy's full of it. This whole thing with Iran, what are we doing? The only people that believe Trump are boomers, conservative boomers. There are some boomers out there that are over this and they don't believe it. And they're frustrated. But when you go and look at the polls, and you can say, oh, Chad, you're being mean to boomers. No, I'm just saying, first of all, I'm a Gen Xer, okay? So that's my wheelhouse. We're the independent, smallest generation folks. We're the ones who should have the most to bitch about. But you know what we do? Whatever we want because we're independent in our thought. That's who I am. And yeah, I can look at the polls and go, boomers. Conservative boomers are it. As far as the sport. And by the way, that's starting to come down as well. Nobody thought this was going to work long term. But now that we're back at it again, what's the next step? Honestly, do I think Trump is going to throw hundreds of thousands of boots on the ground? I don't think so. Do I think they believe a word he says anymore? No. I think they stopped believing that a long time ago when he threatened them every single day, over and over. And then, I'm going to wipe you off the face of the earth. I'm going to destroy all of your infrastructure. And then none of it happened. I just think that he's just saying stuff. And so much of that, in my mind, was all about manipulating the market. That was it. What do you think? Let me know. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your X. Your Insta, your YouTube, and all of those other things right here on the Chad Benson Show. Yesterday, Graham Plattner, who was running in Maine, but he's not running anymore, stepped aside after more allegations came out.
I want to make clear, though, I intend to file my paperwork to withdraw. The process needs to assure that what comes next is reflective of the Mainers who on June 9th turned out and showed that they are desperate for a different kind of politics. It needs to be driven not from back rooms, but by the will of the people. And the decisions that come next must come from that.
So they're going to hold a nominating convention. And why it matters if you don't live in Maine, it's just because of the overall Senate side of stuff. Can the Democrats take the Senate back? I think that ship is sailing fast. And this was horrible. I mean, today, some of their people are out talking about, Graham. And how did you guys come up with Graham? How did you vet him?
How did you go about vetting him?
Poorly.
We paid a nice firm a whole chunk of money and got some stuff back. Some of what you've seen on the news we got back. Other stuff we didn't. Did the vetting process turn up the tattoo that became so controversial? No. The Reddit posts, did that turn up in the vetting process? The firm sent us a thing, and it had some of the posts, but it didn't have all of them. I said none of this will or should stop him from becoming a U.S. Senator.
Yeah. But it didn't have all of it. Now, I'm sure we'll find out more, but the laughing doesn't help, guys. It doesn't. It doesn't help at all. And, I think that, like I said, I think the chance of taking back the Senate is shrinking. I still think the Republicans will probably retain that. I think the House, though, I think there's going to be more than a few issues, especially if we continue on in this war that is not popular. I want to remind everybody of that. Of all the popular things that are out there, this is not one of them. I know. Damn it. It's a kerfuffle. My bad. It's a kerfuffle. Shouldn't have said war. It's a kerfuffle. It is. Several of you texted me and said, hey, Chad, thanks for talking about Bonnie Tyler. The great Bonnie Tyler passed away today. Total eclipse of the heart. I need a hero. And she died at 75. And some of you, because I said, when I played I Need a Hero last hour, I need a hero. Everybody's like, you were so right, because all I think of is Kevin Bacon on the tractor in Footloose. Just, yeah. I mean, it was great. It was just, we all go there. Like, that's nostalgia. Big time. Speaking of health, Mitch McConnell, Chad. It's time to be a little transparent, Mitch. Come on. Yesterday, John Thune and all of these guys, Tom Barrasso, I spoke to him today. He's doing great. Spoke for 20 minutes. Nobody buys that. First of all, prior to whatever happened, nobody spoke to Mitch McConnell for 20 minutes. Nobody did. But he should be another warning to everybody out there. It's not that we need age limits. It's just when you get to a certain age, we need cognitive tests. That's what we need. Because when I saw that video or picture yesterday of him being pushed in his wheelchair, and there were two other senators in wheelchairs, and they were all shaking their hands, my only thought is this is a weird movie where I think the old people are going to steal the life force of the young people. It's just be transparent and don't talk to me about, well, they did it with Biden. Yeah, and you bitched about it, as we all should. So transparency. You owe it to your constituents, even though legally you don't have to say anything, because legally, apparently, we're fine letting some people that are faceless, nameless, and who didn't get votes run everything for you. Because you may or may not be there. Oh, lordy, lordy. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your X. Insta, all the other good things. Bulwark Capital. What's going on in the market? Up, down, sideways, nervousness everywhere. Yeah, kids, it's time for you. Talk to my friends at Bulwark Capital. And right now is the perfect time. 23rd of this month, Market Blind Spot webinar. It is absolutely imperative with all the things going on that you make sure that you're protected. Because so much of what's happening out there, investors, all the people who handle everything for you, your advisors and whatnot, they're probably overlooking the things that could make or break a lot of what's going on in your retirement and your investments. It's totally free. 23rd this month, 3:30 Pacific, 6:30 East Coast time. You can get all your questions answered by our man, Zach, in the Market Blind Spot webinar. They're going to show you what they're all about. Lower risk, lower cost, lower volatility. And what can they do to protect you when it comes to your investments? That's what they're about, risk management, and then they grow from there. So sign up for it today. Go to knowyourriskpodcast.com for the Market Blind Spot webinar, July 23rd, 3:30 Pacific, 6:30 East Coast time. It's absolutely free from our friends over at Bulwark Capital Management.
Investment advisory services offered through Trek Financial LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investments involve risk and are not guaranteed. Past performance doesn't guarantee future results. Trek 26111.
Hit by lightning in your own house. What? Chad Benson Show. We're celebrating America's 250th all year long. For me, there's no better way than taking in a great American story with my family. And that's why I'm excited about Young Washington. Angel Studios is bringing the untold story of George Washington's early years to the big screen. Long before he led America to victory or became our first president, he was a young man facing failure, danger, and the moments that would shape his destiny. Young Washington is an authentic look at the man who helped to build our nation. A story of courage, resilience, faith, and leadership. It's a powerful reminder that sometimes our greatest setbacks prepare us for our greatest victories. And here's the best part. When you join the Angel Guild Premium membership for just $15 a month at angel.com/Benson, you'll receive 2 free tickets to see Young Washington, plus access to future films, streaming content, and exclusive member perks. So storm the theaters and help make Young Washington the #1 movie in America. Join today at angel.com/Benson. That's angel.com/Benson.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Fox News goes to the Obama Presidential Center and asks black people what his #1 achievement is. You caught me off guard here. I think his first achievement, his #1 achievement is that he's black.
Somebody help me out. I'm going to have to say just being there.
Being black.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Hi, I'm Bill Weber.
And I'm Adam Weber of AE Door and Window.
We've grown a lot over the years, but we've always remained a hometown company.
We work hard every day to be the Tri-State's first choice in garage doors, entry doors, openers, windows, and awnings.
From Clopay garage doors to LiftMaster openers and more, we've got the best products at the best prices and the best team of technicians.
Learn more at aeDoorSales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
back to pass, pressured in the backfield. He's brought down again. Another sack.
Local business owners, get in on the football excitement and let your message be heard. Join the growing number of businesses supporting high school sports on 1450 The Ticket at very affordable rates. Simply contact the WMOH 1450 The Ticket sales office at 513-863-1111. You are listening, and so are many of your future customers. Let area football fans know that you support high school sports on 1450 The Ticket, and they'll support you.
This is Dana Lash. Join me today at noon on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Most people out here think that taking care of one another is important. And most people would step up for a neighbor going through a tough time. Most people around here help out friends and family when they need it. But the funny thing is, most of us won't look for help when we need it. If you're struggling with mental health, you should know that there are resources out there that can help. And it's okay to talk about it if you need to. One place to get started with information is loveyourmindtoday.org. Loveyourmindtoday.org offers a range of guides, instructions, and insights for dealing with difficult situations or getting through a tough time. If you're struggling with mental health, get the help you need, because most people out here really care. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
When you're behind the wheel, it's okay to rock out to your music, but it's not okay to interact with your phone screen and electronic devices while driving. In most cases, anything more than a single touch or swipe is against the law. That means no texting, no typing, no scrolling, no shopping, no browsing. If an officer sees a violation, they can pull you over. So remember, Ohio, phones down. It's the law.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Lifts into right field, down the line, that's a base hit. Here comes Ragland around third. He's going to score.
This Saturday, Baden versus Coldwater for the 1991 Division III State Baseball Championship.
Ground ball right at Mouse at second. He steps on the bag and gets him. His relay to first. That's a double play. Yes, sir. Just what the doctor ordered.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window. Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies today with a high 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low near 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms likely Friday night with a low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday with a high 85. Partly cloudy Saturday night, chance of thunderstorms, low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
You're listening to the Chad Benson Show.
Imagine this. You're chilling in your house. You're a kid. You're playing video games up in your room. There's a little bit of a storm outside, but then all of a sudden, what?
Vlad Skirden says he was in his room when lightning struck his house.
I was just sitting here. Everything was going fine. I was just playing games. I was not expecting anything. And there's a metal part right here, and my skin was touching it. So I got shocked, kind of.
The 13-year-old says the shock from the lightning struck him in the abdomen.
I just jumped out really fast, and I just I don't know, I started screaming. I don't know, it was crazy.
Yeah, crazy indeed. So, wait, what? You got struck by lightning, but you were chilling in your house. Do we have to worry about this now? What kind of toilet paper and mask do I have to wear for this now? I'm curious. How exactly, what happened? Just explain this to me again. In your house, chilling, playing video games. Zzz.
Firefighters rushed to the scene after lightning hit the home. Harris County Precinct 4 constables say the electrical current traveled through the home's wiring, causing a small fire in the attic. The family showed us the damage, a hole in their wall.
I honestly thought that I was going to die. I did not think I was going to survive that. I don't know how I survived it.
Vlad checked out by EMS, but he didn't have to go to the hospital. How are you doing now?
I mean, I'm feeling fine, but I'm still a little shocked and dizzy, not from the lightning, but just everything that happened here. It's crazy.
Vlad says surviving the lightning strike is a reminder to never take life for granted.
Anything can happen at any moment. You just gotta like be ready for it. You gotta be nice to everybody. You know, it can end whenever you want, man.
Amen, brother. Look at that. Guys, those are words right there to live by from a youngster. Now, the question, Vlad, interesting name, by the way. The question, oh, your dad's a big fan of Putin? That's nice. Do you have any superpowers? I mean, wouldn't that be the thing that you would ask? Superpowers? Because you've heard stories of people who have survived stuff like this, who say they never get sick, they never get cold. It's really interesting. But it traveled through. Could you imagine that? And I know horror movies start this way as well. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your accident right here, the Chad Benson Show. You know what? Do you remember the movie Powder? That's where his mom got struck by lightning while he was inside, if you will, as a baby, percolating, and next thing you know, he could have superpowers. I'm just saying. I mean, it's a question that we should ask. Let me know what you think. And speaking of superpowers, I have been going back and forth with a guy because I said some stuff about Batman that apparently wasn't very nice because I said Batman's pretty stupid. Said he didn't have any real superpowers. And James Wu Tana has disagreed with me. He says Batman's the best. Batman would kick everybody's butt. You know, I mean, because he's a Batman fan. I get it. Look, I just said he didn't get bit by a bat or anything. He's just a rich dude who's learned Kung Fu. And then he and I somehow got into a battle over Tony Stark and Bruce Wayne. Who would win in a fight? So finally, after going back and forth, I said, well, we need to get them together and see if they can fight. That has not happened. But I had to turn to the nerd of nerds, my uncle, who's been a comic book creator, illustrator, video game guy. The nerd. He's a nerd. He knows nerd stuff. I said, who would win in a fight, Paul? I got to settle this thing because they're coming after the Batman people are coming after me, and I don't know how I got onto this. And he said, Iron Man, hands down. The nanosuit tech wipes the floor with Batman. Also repulsor rays and many missiles, etc. Batman is toast. And he said, and Tony Stark can fly. Batman has to fly with stuff. What do you guys think? Isn't it great, though, that we get to talk about wacky stuff like this? Who would win between Batman and Iron Man? Bruce Wayne, the billionaire, or Tony Stark, the billionaire? Who would win? Let me know. Chad Benson Show.
The Chad Benson Show.
Listen as students and young adults interview well-respected CEOs on our national radio show, realworldleaders.org, to learn secrets for success and how to use them to propel their careers.
I'm the leader of a cosmetology group for my after-school program, and I teach young girls different skills on how to do hair and how to help other people. And it's not just about hair, it's just about confidence.
Bassema's ability to help develop other people, isn't that the critical thing? Is every business is...
If she can listen and she can take cosmetology and break it down into a listening skill, then she's on a great path.
Bassema, how does this make you feel?
I feel good. I can actually do stuff that's going to better me.
Jeffrey, would you hire somebody like Bassema?
Absolutely. You can tell that she's a good communicator, and the fact that she told the story about listening when it was supposed to be about cosmetology, she's into it because she cares about people.
To hear more and to help us introduce your high school, GED, work-ready, and college students to our CEOs, visit our website at realworldleaders.org. That's realworldleaders.org.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. The Butler County Sheriff's Office is tallying up the damage after a shed caught fire at their shooting and bomb disposal range on Woodsdale Road in Madison Township. A couple of buildings were damaged by the blaze. Ronald Reagan Highway in Hamilton County was shut down late this morning after a crash involving a police cruiser between Blue Rock Road and Coleraine Avenue. An officer taken to the hospital. A global electrical insulation company is bringing new investment and jobs to Middletown. Weedman Electrical Technology plans to build a new $155 million facility at a brownfield site on Charles Street. The company plans 65 new jobs at the Middletown site and 40 more at their sister facility in Urbana. Hamilton police are offering a $5,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in the shooting death of 65-year-old Vincent Singletary at a home on South 12th Street. I'm Steve Vaughn.
This report is sponsored by Positive Coaching Alliance. Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit organization, develops better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Info at positivecoach.org.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Lifts into right field, down the line. That's a base hit. Here comes Ragland around third. He's going to score.
This Saturday, Baden versus Coldwater for the 1991 Division III State Baseball Championship.
Ground ball right at Mouse at second. He steps on the bag and gets him his relay to first. That's a double play. Yes, sir. Just what the doctor ordered.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window. Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
Looking to advance your career or break into business? Cincinnati State's Business Management Program provides hands-on experience, job-ready skills, and employer connections to help you stand out. Customize your education with specialized training in entrepreneurship, retail management, real estate, and business management, gaining valuable skills that help you land the job you want. Fast, affordable, and designed for your success. Enroll today. Visit cincinnati-state.edu.
If a baby is giggling in the back seat, they're probably happy. If a baby is crying in the back seat, they're probably hungry. But if a baby is sleeping in the back seat, will you remember they're even there? When you're distracted, stressed, or not usually the one who drives them, the chances of forgetting them in the back seat are much higher. It can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot fast and can be deadly. So get in the habit of checking the back seat when you leave. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Helping a new driver get ready for their road test? Here's a convenient new way to make the most of your 50 hours of required practice driving time. The Road Ready Ohio app. Available now at no cost to new drivers and their families. Road Ready Ohio keeps track of your driving experience together, providing feedback and safe driving tips. It even generates the documentation you need for the Ohio BMV. The Road Ready Ohio app. Free to download in the Apple and Google App Stores.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire Skills First. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in Ohio. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the OHSAA and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
When it comes to a gun suicide attempt, all it takes is a moment.
My son Ricky took his life by the use of a firearm. It broke me, and I contemplated suicide. My grandson, I was going to have to be here for him. I still own my firearm. I keep it in a safe because I want to keep my grandson and myself safe.
Store your guns, locked, unloaded, and away from ammo. Hear more safe stories at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies this afternoon with a high around 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night, low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
The Chad Benson Show.
Cost is important in life. We discuss it. But are you being charged the right way? Because the fear, as we become more digital, we talked the other day about the flock cameras and all of these things. What's going to happen with prices at the store? Now, surge pricing is nothing new. It isn't. But that has changed over the last few years because of AI and technology, of instantaneous surge pricing in some areas. which is fascinating.
As Walmart announces price cuts on thousands of items this summer, there's growing concern over a separate move, adding digital price tags across their stores by the end of 2026.
So I know you guys have been hearing about this.
Some consumers fear those dynamic in-store tags mean companies could use their personal data to tailor prices.
They can change these whenever they want to.
I'm like, did they change because they walked out?
Well, you guys are not worried enough about dynamic pricing.
Walmart denies the tags are being used for surge pricing, adding it doesn't have the ability to change prices as customers are walking through the store, saying it's all to help workers with efficiency.
Instead of us spending hours changing the prices, we can spend hours helping the customers.
And a retail expert tells us even if the tech to personalize prices is available, it might not be used.
People know what the prices are, and so when they see it online and then they go into a store the next day and it's totally different, that's not going to leave them feeling good about the brand as a whole, and grocers know that.
Absolutely. And with, we expect that at the gas station, right? We expect that there's going to be changes and ebbs and flows in certain things. We've come to accept that too, like whether it's a ride share with, surge pricing. We expect it in certain areas. It's this whole thing with data, and I don't think you guys understand. Yesterday, I'll let you guys in a little something. I was talking to Kim Commando. You guys know Kim, great, brilliant radio host. She's amazing. But we were talking about, data brokers. Now they go and they buy your data. It's easy to do, right? It's easy to do. And then they go and sell it to whoever wants it. And they can do everything. The geolocation. We've talked about all of these things for a long time, partially because of what my uncle and I do. We've been very well aware of it, long before what you see now is target marketing, even in zip codes for just a Facebook post or this, that, and the other. We've talked about that for years. And it is crazy how good they are getting. And also what they can do, these data brokers, when they sell something to somebody and they get it and they're able to do all kinds of things with it. And she, her and I, we were talking, and one thing she was explaining is like, it's not just price, which is important. And we'll get to that in a second. But even little things like, she was explaining like an Airbnb. It was funny because she said to me, she goes, let's say you party a lot. And I'm like, okay, well, how would they know that? Because they can follow everything you do. Right? Essentially, every purchase, all of that stuff. Airbnb may not make a place available to me that somebody else who doesn't would be available to. Even if I could afford it, and maybe they can't, still wouldn't matter because they can. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that they can do. And this is just another one of those situations where, hey, if we can move the price, if we can do certain things, we see the data and the things happening, make it happen fast, and people are worried about, the fear is you go and you pick something up on aisle 2, and by the time, 20 minutes you go to check out, it's gone from $1.99 to $2.40. You're like, how'd that happen?
Still, anxiety over so-called surveillance or algorithmic pricing is surging after several high-profile incidents online. Earlier this year, the New York Attorney General demanded grocery delivery app Instacart explain whether it was using personal data to set prices after a report found it charged some users up to 23% more for the same items. Instacart responding in a press release saying it would end what it calls item price tests and pledge the same prices for all customers shopping at the same stores. Then in April, a man sued JetBlue alleging the airline used customers' internet history and demographic info to charge different fares after seeing a since-deleted exchange on X where JetBlue recommended using incognito mode to get lower ticket prices. JetBlue saying the post was a mistake from an employee and that it does not use personal information or web browsing history to set individual pricing.
And that's baloney. Somebody should do this one day. I don't know, I'm not going to be on a plane anytime, in the next couple months. I may have a couple places to go, but just standing up and saying, all right, what did everybody pay for this? Outside of people who use the discount that you had because you have their credit card or you're using miles. What did everybody pay for this? And you're going to find that almost every single seat paid probably something different. Why? It's some of it because, okay, you bought it early and, okay, maybe. But it's crazy. And like I said yesterday, I was talking to Kim Commando. She said, one of the other things is she goes, like, if I want to buy a pair of jeans, She goes, I'll buy 2 or 3 different sizes, see which one fits. And I don't care about, the price kind of thing. And then I'll send it back. She goes, there are things that I know that will be on sale that I don't get to see that sale because they know that I'll pay full rate. Like that is the fear. And it's at a time when we're all pinching pennies. We're all looking, what could we do to save $1 here, save $1 there? This kind of stuff, I get it because it's not just about the price. But it's the surprise thing. Think about it. If you all went to the grocery store and everybody's prices were different for this top ramen, this macaroni and cheese, this steak, this, and it's not based on the store. It's just based on the person and your history. How would that be? That would be insane.
The FTC said last year, broadly, personal data can be frequently used to set individual prices, according to initial findings.
You can really learn so much about somebody and what their habits are, what their preferences are, and ultimately use that to set prices.
While there is federal legislation proposed to stop this, some states aren't waiting. At least 24 states are considering laws on the topic, with Maryland, Connecticut, and New York all passing surveillance pricing bans in the past few months.
And that's, you can try to do that. You can. And they can tell you, we're not really going to do that. The reality is they're going to figure out a way to get around that. It's just the way it is.
And surveillance pricing isn't the only AI pricing controversy. A federal lawsuit filed last month alleges roughly a dozen California gas station chains, including Walmart, used an AI software that allows, quote, competitors to pool confidential data and generate prices, which the plaintiffs argue is price collusion and violates state antitrust laws. Calibrate Technologies, the company behind the tech, says it disagrees with the allegations in the lawsuit and that it will serve its customers with lawful, innovative fuel pricing technology. Walmart says it will respond to the lawsuit in court. At a time when consumers are watching prices closely, concern growing that the prices may be watching them too.
Yeah, they are. They are. And from the flock cameras that we talked about to data brokers being able to buy, you could go out and buy people's data today. Everything. Data is king. I can find out everything I need to know about you from the data. That's crazy. But the more you know, if you know. 323-538-2423. At Chad Benton Show is your X, your Insta, your YouTube, and more. Is this you? Because it's kind of me when it comes to watching shows.
It's like, how could it be all of this stuff and there's not one thing to watch?
With an ocean of streaming content these days, even Eddie Murphy complained about finding something to do in his recent documentary. Recent industry reports find some viewers are getting what they call Season 2 fatigue, a steep decline in viewership from Season 1 to Season 2 of a show.
In search of the One Piece.
Some of Netflix's biggest hits, like One Piece, Running Point, and 4 Seasons, seeing double-digit drop-off in their second seasons.
It's not just Netflix that is experiencing this. A lot of other services, see a drop-off from Season 1 to 2.
Yeah, they do. Why is that? There's a lot of reasons why. It's not all of them. But is it the fatigue? Are we done with binge watching? There's a lot of different things that go into it. For me, and this is just for me, if I see something I like it, I want to watch it, I want to get it done. Okay? And I have a personal thing where I don't watch a show that is new for the most part because I don't want to get into something that there isn't going to be a second season. Or the second season isn't coming, and this is the other big thing, for years. I was joking about this yesterday with on my local show. Millie Bobby Brown, by the end of Stranger Things, how should I say this? They were having to tape stuff down, if you will. She had gotten past, she was a grown-ass woman that was married. She wasn't the child anymore. And this is what happens when you make a show and then everybody goes and does their own thing and then they come back whenever everybody's free. Could be, hey, we're going to start shooting again in 6 months. Or it could be, hey, See you guys in 24 months. It's one of the reasons I like The Pit. Because they realize, oh, my God, we got to hit. We got to get back and film this. We got to get back and film it. And we got to get to it. And what did they do? They came back in a reasonable time for season 2. They're already finishing up season 3. Then you'll hear stuff about they'll do 2 seasons and then they'll wait. And the next one's going to come out in 27 months. And you're like, no, at that point in time, I've moved on.
So what's behind the change in viewing habits? The answer may be a lot more entertainment options.
There are hundreds of new shows being released every year. You add into that podcasts and audiobooks and music and video games. There's just so much competition that the bar for what people are going to watch is very high.
There are 2 kinds of pain.
Netflix pioneered binge watching in 2013 with House of Cards, releasing entire seasons of a show all at once. By 2025, according to Nielsen, Netflix-style streaming eclipsed traditional broadcast and cable viewing.
We just want you to be happy.
Which then moved on to appointment viewing and weekly releases from competitors like Disney, HBO, and Apple TV.
So you have all of this stuff going on. And then, again, like for me, it's how quick am I going to be able to see some of these things? How quick am I going to be able to – do I have to wait forever and a day? Is it one of those things where the other side of it is I don't want to get involved in something and then there's not be any – end to the show. It just goes away. You think there's going to be a season 2 and it never shows up. Or you drip it out, as some people like to say. And the thing with the drip, that's not what we do anymore. It's just not. It's not. Even on, we just don't drip it out. The only thing we watch live is sports for the most part. Outside of that, we don't watch anything live anymore. It's mostly appointment viewing. And we want to go, we want to watch it, and we want to get it going. And, there was a sense for a little while that like, well, maybe we should release 2 episodes and then another 3 and then, and then just release the damn shows.
The viewing shift sparking a debate online, binging versus weekly releases.
What I've had it with is you pay for streaming services. So you're paying for it. They're not putting ads in it. And they don't release all the shows at once. And they slow drip the episodes 1 week at a time.
Can I just say that I am so glad we're going back to weekly releases of shows. It's such a good thing that, we're getting this community.
I get it for some people like that, a younger generation. They've never had that before. I mean, we were growing up, right? Like must-see TV was Thursday nights, right? They painted must-see TV. We knew what we were going to get. We're going to get Cheers. We're going to get all the NBC. We're going to get the Family Ties. We're going to get the must-see TV. Now, no, and partially because I get home and I'm like, you know what? I should need to watch that. And then, oh, my God, there's something else I need to watch as I'm flipping by something. I'm like, next thing you know, I'm on to that, and I forgot about the other thing. And let's not forget the one other thing that they're not talking about that is the biggest competitor now.
But viewers may be pivoting again as competition heats up from streamers like YouTube, which now commands about 99 minutes of our time every day. Does that tell you that the average person that's using these streaming services is just growing a little bored with what's out there?
I don't know that people would say that whatever they scroll through on Instagram is the highest quality video. But whatever happens to really capture their attention wins the day.
Yeah. Wins the day. And there's a reason, I'm telling you guys, micro dramas and whatnot, Darman and whatnot on the phone, they're winning the day right now. They are. What do you think? Let me know. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your X, your Insta. Coming up, your urban word today. But first, Relief Factor. Yeah, it's time to get yourself feeling well again. Like Tony. Anthony's name. Call him Tony. Anthony, struggling big time. Didn't know what he was going to do. He starts thinking to himself, maybe this is my life now. I'm in pain. What am I going to do? Tried Relief Factor. Then he wrote us this. I was dealing with a debilitating pain and fatigue. I've been taking Relief Factor for about 2 months now, and I'm back to running my business, fishing, gardening, doing the things that really matter to me. Over 1 million customers have chosen Relief Factor, 100% drug-free. It's been trusted for more than a decade. Manufactured in an FDA-registered facility, third-party tested for purity and potency, tested and packaged right here in the USA of America. It works. It fights inflammation from the inside out. It is not masking. It is taking care of that inflammation in your aches and pains in your joints and your muscles. It does it for me every day. It'll do it for you. Try Relief Factor right now, $17.76, 3-week quick start special, Independence Day pricing still going on. Go to relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com to get your 3-week quick start for $17.76, or call 800-4-RELIEF, 800-4-RELIEF for Relief Factor. Chad Benson Show.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Need your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Need your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
CarPro.com. Jerry Reynolds, the CarPro here, answering your automotive questions. So, what are dealer add-ons? Well, dealer add-ons are products offered in the finance department. You can opt to buy them when finalizing your car purchase. They include things like extended warranties, gap insurance, and wheel and tire protection, just to name a few. Add-ons must be broken out on the contract itself, so they're easy to spot. Look for anything with a dollar amount beside it. Remember, these extras are all optional, and they are not required by law to buy them at all. To get any of your automotive questions answered, go to CarPro.com and sign up for the free weekly newsletter.
If you like getting the truth about the car business before you buy your next car, then you'll love the Car Pro Show podcast. Just search for Car Pro Show on the iHeart app, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Car Pro Show podcast.
Hey, this is Chad Benson. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Hold everything.
This is your ticket to high school football.
He's going to flip it deep, and it is intercepted back at the 8-yard line by Fairfield. Indians have the ball. Josiah Leonard.
Basketball.
Oh, there's a steal by Bryce Curry in the backcourt. Oh, thunder dunker.
This is a statewide test of the Ohio Emergency Alert System, originating from the State Emergency Operations Center in Columbus. This is only a test. The Ohio Emergency Alert System is designed to provide the public with timely warnings and emergency information. Had this been an actual emergency, you would have received instructions and information related to that emergency over this and other stations in your area. This concludes this test of the Ohio Emergency Alert System.
Today.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
My friend Ed Larkin, the good folks at Rose Automotive, have a big announcement to make. They are now the proud owners of Larkin Cobb Chevrolet Buick GMC in Eaton, Ohio. Larkin Cobb can handle all your Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC needs. Go see my friends at 500 East Main Street in downtown Eaton, a short drive from Dayton, Cincinnati, and Richmond, Indiana. My friends from Rose Automotive are thrilled to be serving the Eaton market and can't wait to help you into your next Chevrolet, Buick, or GMC. Larkin Cobb, drive the extra 20 to save plenty.
It's the Dana Show.
I don't like to comment on people who the only news that they make is by showing their backside. You know what I mean? Cheap shots don't count because it's not a good measure of skill. It's not indicative of any kind of knowledge or experience. It's just a cheap shot. And I feel like a lot of Podcastistan in this era is just a montage of cheap shots.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, this afternoon will bring us sunny skies with your high 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low near 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night with a low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy with a chance of evening storms Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with your high 86.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Deep states? No. Deep doo-doo? Yeah. The Chad Benson Show.
All right, it's time to learn a little bit more soccer slang. Normally been doing the urban word of the day with urban words that the kids are using, but the World Cup's here, so we've been doing some soccer slang, so let's get to it.
Now it's time for the urban word of the day. The young have a vocabulary all their own, and we break it down for you. It's called the urban word of the day.
Alrighty. The urban word of today, and you'll probably hear this if you've been watching. Several of you have asked me, what does this mean? A false nine. So soccer used to define players' kind of positions based on numbers. And the number 9 is kind of the striker, the goal scorer. That's who that, person is. So Erling Haaland is a striker. He doesn't do a lot in the defensive, doesn't drop back, doesn't get the ball. He's inside the box scoring. Today, France play, they have a false 9. That's a player that plays more of a role where they'll come back and get the ball. They're not just up there in the box ready to score. They play kind of more all over the pitch, almost like another midfielder. False 9 is your urban word of the day.
That was the urban word of the day. Now you know.
And we'd like to make sure you know right here on the Chad Benson Show. Coming up, hour number 3 of the program. A lot of stuff still to get to. A legend was lost. We'll talk a bit about that. A guy named Anthony Louis is going to join the program. He's got a really cool nonprofit that he has. But he wrote an article about socialism for the Federalists and how these young, uber-progressive democratic socialists aren't really the working class people that they portray themselves to be. We're going to have him on, talk a little bit about that. Got a bunch of other stuff, like a little what's trending, a bunch of other good stuff like that. It's all on the way. And guess what? It is hour number 3. It is straight ahead. It is the Chad Benson Show.
The Ticket.
It's the Dana Show.
People voted for normal people living normal lives. They didn't choose men playing dress up. They sure as hell didn't choose a lawless border. They chose normal. And Democrats could have given them normal for everything you want to say about Republicans. The most basic thing they could have done was to just be normal.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Have you recently opened a brand new business and want to get the word out that you're open? Have an existing business and looking to increase profitability? Or are you looking to staff your new or existing business with employees? This is where WMOH Radio can be of help to you. Advertise your business to reach WMOH Radio's local and loyal listeners with your message that your business is open and ready to serve or looking for workers. Give us a call, 513-863-1111, and let us put the power of locally owned and operated 1450 WMOH Radio go to work for you.
This is your ticket to Miami University Sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm John Scott. The U.S. launching new airstrikes against Iran, and Iran responded by targeting Gulf countries. The strikes came hours after President Trump said recent Iranian attacks on ships in the Strait of Wmoh signaled the end of the ceasefire. A former Olympic canoe racer pleading not guilty to deliberately damaging the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. David Hearn from Bethesda, Maryland, faces a felony count of property destruction. Prosecutors working to show they have enough evidence to try Tyler Robinson in the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk's widow and parents were back in court in Utah on Wednesday as investigators testified in the week-long preliminary hearing for the man accused of killing him. I was in the courtroom as an agent with the Utah State Bureau of Investigation described the night that defendant Tyler Robinson showed up with his parents at the Washington County Sheriff's Office to turn himself in. He has not entered a plea. Next in the case, we expect to hear parts of an interview with Robinson's roommate and romantic partner, Lance Twiggs. Prosecutors say they also plan to introduce as evidence an alleged confession note that Robinson left for Twigg. Outside the courthouse in Provo, Utah, I'm Hannah Schoenbaum.
The United States heat wave posing serious risk, especially for vulnerable populations, such as the elderly, children, and outdoor workers. The heat dome affecting some specialty farmers who produce crops like fruits and vegetables.
Annie Woods, a vegetable and herb farmer in Kentucky who harvests by hand, has moved her work to the early morning and late evening to avoid the hottest parts of the day. The extreme heat has also shortened the harvest window for some farmers of certain fruits like raspberries. Specialty crop farmers often plant a wide diversity of crops to offset potential losses from extreme weather. Keith Peters reporting.
More on these stories from townhall.com.
Are you tired of feeling lousy? Maybe you had a scare at your last checkup or just walking hurts? When enough is enough, call PhD Weight Loss. When I had enough 4 years and 53 pounds ago, I knew I couldn't do it alone. I'm Mike Gallagher for PhD Weight Loss. Best phone call I ever made. They were right with me. They still are today. Right now, mention Mike. You'll get 2 free weeks added to the program, and they'll pay for the cost of your food. $1,500 value. Call 864-644-1900, 864-644-1900, or visit myphdweightloss.com.
Maybe this is you too. There is enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It's amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. And yeah, you could save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Hamilton police are ramping up the investigation into the June 5th homicide of 65-year-old Vincent Singletary. They're offering a $5,000 reward for information leading to an arrest and conviction in the case. Ronald Reagan Highway shut down in both directions between Blue Rock Road and Colerain Avenue after a Colerain Township police cruiser was hit in a crash, sending an officer to the hospital. Several area fire departments provided assistance for Madison Township in battling a shed fire at the Butler County Sheriff's gun range on Woodsdale Road last night. The blaze broke out around 9:49 p.m. A big investment for Middletown. A manufacturing firm will build a $155 million plant at a brownfield site on Charles Street. Weidman Electrical Technology makes transformer board. They plan to open the site in 2028, hiring 65 new workers. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Big Box is back at Popeyes. 2 pieces of bone-in chicken or 3 tenders, 2 regular sides, and a biscuit for just $6. Add a cane sweet lemonade or tea and a blueberry lemon cheesecake to make your meal complete. Need dinner for the family? Get an 11-piece tender meal with 1 large side, 4 biscuits, and 4 dip cups for only $20. Stop by your new locally owned Popeyes locations at 2981 Princeton Road near Bridgewater Falls or 5102 Dixie Highway in Fairfield.
Grab that chicken from Popeyes.
Hey, Butler County, Cincinnati State is your community college. With affordable tuition, you can save 40 to 50% on the first 2 years of a 4-year degree or earn an associate's degree with little or no student debt. Small class sizes mean you get the attention you deserve, and you'll find all kinds of support for your success. For a quality education, hands-on or online, it all starts at cincinnatistate.edu/Middletown.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Lifts into right field, down the line, that's a base hit. Here comes Ragland around third. He's going to score.
This Saturday, Baden versus Coldwater for the 1991 Division III State Baseball Championship.
Ground ball right at Mouse at second. He steps on the bag and gets him his relay to first. That's a double play. Yes, sir. Just what the doctor ordered.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window, Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies this afternoon with a high around 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night, low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
The Chad Benson Show.
War. It's back. Kinda, sorta. Maybe. But not really. But maybe? But there's a possibility. But it's confusing because it's back, but it's not war, but we're not fighting, and it's going to be quick, but it's still going to happen, and yeah.
A new round of U.S. attacks on Iran, larger in scope than those the night before, according to a U.S. official, striking at least 90 military targets. This comes after a series of contradictory statements from the president about the war. The president in Turkey at the NATO summit saying he was done talking to Iran.
I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore.
But last night on Air Force One, returning from the summit, the president claiming that the Iranians called him, wanting to make a deal.
Did they? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. So, as of now, so there's that. He didn't say anything. I didn't think there's anything to be said. Yeah. Sure. Is it over? If you want it to be. Well, I want it to be. Well, then, yeah, maybe. Maybe, yeah. It's not, but it could be. If you want it to be. Well, I don't want it to be going on anymore. I want the war to be over. Well, then it's over. It could be. It's possible. That's all that you need to know at this moment in time. Is it could be over. It might not be over. It's definitely over. It's not going on. It's still going on. It could. It's happening, is what we're saying. And with all that being said, prices at the pump, up, down, sideways. Where do you think they are? Where do you think they're going? Oil is reacting, and it's a weird thing because it's not living in the world of reality just yet, but it's up over the last, 24 plus hours. And it's waiting for the next whatever to happen.
We are seeing an immediate impact at gas stations across the country this morning, with the national average jumping 6 cents overnight to $3.81 a gallon this morning, according to Gas Buddy. And the key here to what happens next to that price for Americans is what happens in the Strait of Hormuz. That is the critical choke point for tankers carrying oil. And in the last 24 hours, Kepler tells ABC News it has seen 25 ships cross. Now, that is lower than what we've seen in previous days, which were more like about 40. Even a limited disruption here in the Strait can have an outsized impact on the pricing, on freight costs, and on the market price for oil.
So, and as the oil goes, so goes the prices of everything else in life. And remember, we didn't get the jump and the spike we thought we were going to get. I mean, we got some of it, and it's still up, and that we understand. But because of China and the fact that they, and I'm hoping Trump had something to do with it, and he was over visiting with Xi, not only did they not get involved in the kerfuffle, remember it's a kerfuffle, it's not a war, they also curbed their appetite for the market's oil, went into their reserves, bought less on the open market, shared some of theirs, out of the kindness of the heart, I'm sure. And with all that being said, they were able to help compress prices. But they said we can only do this for so long. And I think we're starting to get the reality that if this thing pops off again, it's going to get ugly, uglier than it has been. You can only manipulate for so long because there's a finite amount. We're at 90 million barrels as of yesterday left in our strategic reserve. I want you to understand that. 90 million barrels. If you think, well, that sounds like a lot. In total, we have like 300 million plus, but you got to count commercial reserve. So there's a lot that goes into it. But let's just put it this way. We consume a lot on a daily basis. And we could burn through this like that. So to give you an idea, we're at the lowest we've been in 40 years. 40 years. So let's just get out of this and say, hey, we're going to leave now and move on from this. Sometimes you got to take the L, and it's a political L. It is not a military loss. Try to explain that to people. People freak out. You just want, no, it's a political L, not a military loss. We could do whatever we wanted to them. We'd suffer the repercussions globally, and we can go on and on about that. But we did decimate a lot of what they had with drones and missiles, and we didn't put boots on the ground, which, God willing, I hope we don't. All that to say is they're still coming out of it most likely in a better situation than they started. And that's because they're going to probably end up controlling somewhat of the Straits of Hormuz, whether they charge it, quote-unquote, a toll or some sort of fee, along with Oman, by the way. And they're probably going to get, not only they've gotten some money, they're going to get their waivers and the sanctions eventually fully lifted. And because of that, you look and go, this is going to come out maybe better than they started. So that's the political side of it. So there we are, folks. There we are. 323-538-2423. At Chad Benson Show is your X, your Insta, all of those other good things. And while all of that is going on, and all of that is happening, we've got the Republicans working hard to fix the WNBA. Because apparently they have sent a strongly worded letter to the WNBA about the treatment of Caitlin Clark. And several people have signed it. Dear Commissioner Engelbert, it's Kathy Engelbert, Caitlin Clark is transforming women's sports. She's inspired a new generation of young girls to participate in athletics and has become one of the nation's most influential figures in the history of women's basketball. And it goes on and on about, this. It is, you have nothing else to do. We've got rising prices. We've got this war, not war, that you're dealing with or not dealing with. You've got pissed off constituents. And it's this culture war stuff. And look, the Republicans are great at culture war. They are. And I tell people that. They're great at the culture war. But that only goes so far, right? Because when you're trying to figure out how you're going to pay for your food and your gas and your rent and your electricity and life, right? When you're trying to figure that out, Caitlin Clark, you could chat about it, but there should be some other things you're working on here. Don't you guys think? Clark has been hip-checked, poked in the eye, and struck in the throat during games. These incidents go far beyond routine physical play, yet the WNBA and its officiating have too often failed to address these unacceptable incidents and hold players accountable. Recently, a player even appeared to endorse violence against Caitlin Clark on social media, further fueling concern about the culture surrounding these incidents. Got to make sure you put the culture in there. In addition to concerning reports suggest that many of these attacks against Caitlin Clark may be racially motivated. Well, look, there's no doubt that they're not thrilled by the white girl coming in. It's really weird, isn't it? The whole, when it comes to basketball, but it's not just the white girl thing. She came in with lots of fanfare. She's the great white hope. But she backs it up, right? She's not like I said the other day. Anna Kournikova was a very average tennis player. Very average. She's a pro tennis player, but she was very average. You know what she wasn't? average looking. And because of that, she got a lot of love. And guess what? Not everybody liked that. Now, in fairness to Anna, she was, again, she was a pro tennis player. But she wasn't anything that was, she wasn't Monica Seles at the time or any of these other superstars. She was the Britney Spears of tennis. She was young, she was hot, she was blonde. At one time, she was ranked 8th in the world, but she never came close to winning. She got to the quarterfinals of the Australian Open, semifinals of Wimbledon, and the 4th round of the other 2 majors. Right? She never achieved this, but she was stunning. Brought a lot of eyeballs to the sport. Not everybody was thrilled about the looks being the number one thing and the focus on all of this stuff. And it's funny, when you type in her name now, it doesn't come up former professional tennis player. It comes up Russian model, who, by the way, is married to Enrique Iglesias, and they've got a bunch of kids, and she's gone on to do amazing things with her life. But there was a lot of resentment. And you got a lot of resentment in the WNBA because it was a league that was doing its own thing and losing tons of money and had a built-in, let's be real, lesbians loved it. Nobody else really did. And you had this a culture that was all its own. And then you have somebody who comes and she's bringing eyeballs and she's putting butts in the seats. She's doing all these kind of things. And I said the other day, she joke about the Great White Hope. She's a Utah 6. The reality is there's a lot of resentment. That being said, do we really need to have a congressional hearing about it? According to them, they do. Don't worry about the price of anything because we got you covered. We're going to take care of this Caitlin Clark thing, and then you will have cheaper nothings for you. Everybody's going to get free tickets to the WNBA. Chad, 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your X, your Insta. Angel Studios. They produced amazing things. Jesus Revolution. I Can Only Imagine. Great movie. They've got Young Washington in theaters now. And when you become a premium guild member for Angel Studios, you're going to get 2 free tickets to see it in theaters now. On top of that, for just $15 a month, becoming the premium guild member, you're going to also get 2 free tickets to future theatrical releases by Angel Studios. On top of that, full access to the entire library of Angel Studios, and it's awesome. And Young Washington focuses on the young part, the trials, the travails, the issues that he had, and the troubles that he faced that helped build him to the man that became the general who became our first president. So right now, become a premium guild member for Angel Studios. Go to angelstudios.com/Benson. It's $15 a month. Get not 1, but 2 free tickets to Young Washington in theaters right now. Angel.com/Benson. Angel.com/Benson. Chad Benson Show. While most investors are focused on AI, crypto, and tech, the real story is happening somewhere else. Energy. Is your current advisor underestimating energy's impact on your portfolio? If you're concerned on how energy can impact your retirement portfolio, wouldn't it be smart to get a second opinion? You can with Bulwark Capital's free Know Your Risk portfolio review. Here's Zach Abraham.
Bulwark Capital is focused on risk management, always looking for opportunities to lower risk, lower cost, and give your retirement as much upside as possible. So why not get a second opinion? It doesn't cost a thing. Schedule your Know Your Risk portfolio review today at knowyourriskpodcast.com.
Plus, unlike other wealth management firms, you can get market updates every day from Zach Abraham on his Know Your Risk podcast, YouTube channel, and on all social media platforms. Just search Know Your Risk Podcast.
Investment advisory services offered through Trek Financial, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investments involve risk and are not guaranteed. Past performance doesn't guarantee future results. Trek 26103.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Lifts into right field, down the line, that's a base hit. Here comes Ragland around third. He's going to score.
This Saturday, Baden versus Coldwater for the 1991 Division III State Baseball Championship.
Ground ball right at Mouse at second. He steps on the bag and gets him. His relay to first. That's a double play. Yes, sir. Just what the doctor ordered.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window. Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
Hi, I'm Bill Weber.
And I'm Adam Weber of AE Door and Window.
We've grown a lot over the years, but we've always remained a hometown company.
We work hard every day to be the Tri-State's first choice in garage doors, entry doors, openers, windows, and awnings.
From Clopay garage doors to LiftMaster openers and more, we've got the best products at the best prices and the best team of technicians.
Learn more at aeDoorSales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
He's off to the races. No one's going to catch him. Touchdown.
Local business owners, get in on the football excitement and let your message be heard. Join the growing number of businesses supporting high school sports on $14.50 The Ticket at very affordable rates. Simply contact the WMOH $14.50 The Ticket sales office at 513-863-1111. You are listening, and so are many of your future customers. Let area football fans know that you support high school sports on $14.50 The Ticket, and they'll support you.
This is Dana Lash. Join me today at noon on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
All of us love sports, but not all sports are created equal. College sports have big budgets, dedicated alumni networks, and corporate sponsorships. Professional sports have even deeper pockets, millionaire owners, lucrative TV and radio deals, and merchandise sales. High school sports have you. Everyone agrees high school sports give us plenty of reasons to cheer. And now's a great time for us to give back. Supporting your hometown high school won't cost you much, but it will go a long way to ensuring the games we love the most are here to stay. Ohio high school sports. They're good for our kids, good for our community, and best of all, they're good for you.
This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
No matter how well you take care of your vehicle, sometimes the unexpected happens. You get a flat tire or break down, and you have to pull off of the side of the road. Whatever the problem is, if you're on the side of the road and need assistance, please call the Ohio State Highway Patrol for help at pound 677. Troopers know what it's like to work alongside the highway while cars rush by, and we want to make sure you are safe. If you need the patrol's assistance, dial pound 677.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Fox News goes to the Obama Presidential Center and asks black people what his number one achievement is. You caught me off guard here. I think his first achievement, his number one achievement is that he's black.
Somebody hit me out. I'm going to have to say just being there.
Being black. The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, this afternoon will bring us sunny skies with your high 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low near 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night with a low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy with a chance of evening storms Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with your high 86.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
You're listening to The Chad Benson Show.
Now it's time to find out what's trending. What's trending?
Einstein, James Dean, Davy Crockett, Peter Pan, Elvis Presley, Disneyland, Princess Grace, Peyton Place, trouble in the Suez. Norway, Oman, Pakistan, Qatar, Russia, Suriname. Leonard, Brass, Snap, Lenny, Russian, Lester Banks, birthday party, cheesecake, jelly bean, boom.
What's trending? Let's find out what's trending on the web of the internet. Start with the Google. Fever and Sparks. It's basketball. WNBA. Have any nominations? Did I win an Emmy? Did I even get nominated? I did not. Doesn't mean I won't one day. Just not right now. Pitt was dominant. So was Hacks. I've not seen Hacks. I've heard good things about it. But The Pitt, one of my favorite shows. Justin Verlander. High potential. Making an early season high potential return. So it's one of those things where it's going to come back earlier than they expect. That show is amazing. Absolutely incredible. Trump Force One. Security precautions led to Trump to use old Air Force One instead of Trump Force One, as we're calling it. The Islamic Republic of Japan, which we were laughing about. I can't believe you guys laughed. Yeah, we did. Over to Yahoo! Bonnie Tyler. The great Bonnie Tyler. Total eclipse of the heart. Passed away today, age 75. The Welsh singer had been struggling. And just amazing. That strong voice. Oh, she's from Wales. Everybody in Wales likes to sing. Senator Mitch McConnell urged to be transparent about his health. Oh, sure. Graham Plattner ending his Senate campaign. Justin Baldoni speaks out about his Blake Lively legal fight. Man, that was crazy, wasn't it? And The Pit. The Pit, baby. Also trending there. And finally, over to the one and only X. Bonnie Tyler trending. Pulisic. Eric Burden of the Animals is trending. I don't know. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your X, Insta, all the other things right here in the Chad Benson Show. No World Cup was also trending. That was funny. Because people are like, what am I going to do? I got to be honest. I was one of those people. I was talking to my buddy yesterday. I'm like, dude, I feel empty. Like, what's going on? World Cup's back on today. At least one game. Charlie Kirk assassination trending as well. And yes, the news today, sad news of Bonnie Tyler, because she was a part of my 80s. The sultry voice, the voice, that could move 1,000. Because everybody in Wales can sing. You know what I love, though? They asked her, do you like doing that song still?
I love singing it. I never get tired of singing it. And people, when that starts, you know, the intro, everybody's like, yeah!
I love she never got sick and tired of singing that because she knew the audience loved it. And that's amazing. Absolutely incredible. Rest in peace, Bonnie. Rest in peace. Coming up, Alvin Louis joins the program. You're thinking, who's this guy? Well, this guy's got a really neat article in The Federalist about socialism. We're going to talk to him about that, among other things. He joins the program straight ahead. Chad Benson Show.
The Chad Benson Show.
This is your Tech It Out Minute, brought to you by Norton.
If you've ever wanted to learn and pick up a new language, an easy way is still Rosetta Stone. This 5-star rated app is an accessible way to pick up 25 different languages. Tech lifestyle expert Mario Armstrong has the details.
It's Rosetta Stone. I mean, look, 30 years in the business, 50 million learners use this. I have family and friends that have used Rosetta Stone and live by it. So if you ever wanted to travel, or maybe you have a college student that's going to do that gap year, or maybe go visit some relatives, like, it really helps you because they have thousands of lessons. They have live classes, too, so you don't have to feel like you're just on your own. And they have real-world content, which I think really helps you accelerate when you can actually start having real-world type conversations.
A subscription is required. Download the Rosetta Stone app at the Apple App Store or Google Play.
That was your Tech It Out Minute, brought to you by Norton.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. A Colerain Township police officer was rushed to the hospital after his cruiser was hit by a vehicle on Ronald Reagan Highway. The road was shut down between Colerain and Blue Rock. Several local fire departments from Butler and Warren counties assisted at the scene of a shed fire at the Butler County Sheriff's Gun Range on Woodsdale Road in Madison Township. A brownfield site in Middletown will soon be home to a new manufacturing plant. Weedman Electrico Technology is planning a $155 million investment at the Charles Street location. 65 jobs would be created. Hamilton police have announced a $5,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons who killed 65-year-old Vincent Singletary at a home on South 12th Street June 5th. He was shot to death. And the Reds hit 5 homers in last night's 11-5 win over the Phillies. I'm Steve Vaughn.
It's the Dana Show.
The left tells women that they are not strong enough to have children and raise them on their own, so you better choose abortion. They replace the father and the family figure. They've run down the building block of this republic. They run down private enterprise. They run down quite literally everything. Anything that is a threat to drive people away from these ideals, the very ideals that shape this republic, by the way.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
We've expanded our family to better serve yours. Anthony Munoz here for my friend and automotive partner Ed Larkin. We've expanded our roster and added to our team. Rose Automotive in Hamilton and Larkin Cobb Chevy Buick GMC in Eaton welcome Larkin Greenwood Ford in Connersville, Indiana to our family. We've expanded our family to better serve yours. We've always wanted to be your everything automotive partner, and now we can offer Ford, Chevy Buick, GMC. Larkin Greenwood Ford in Connersville, Indiana. Larkin-Ford.com.
Two guys drove to work. Neither guy wore a seatbelt. One guy got a ticket. One guy didn't. The same two guys drove home. One guy wore his seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. The guy not wearing his seatbelt didn't. Don't risk it. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA.
For many of our brave service members, the battle never ends. The American Humane Society is dedicated to supporting our heroes, both human and canine. Through their Pups for Patriots program, specially trained service dogs are provided to military veterans or retired first responders at no cost. American Humane Society also reunites retired military working dogs with their handlers, heroes who served on the front line. American Humane Society is there ensuring that no hero is left behind. Join us at AmericanHumane.org.
I actually drop better when I'm high. It heightens my senses, calms me down. If anything, I'm more careful. Honestly, it just helps me focus.
That's probably what the driver who killed a 4-year-old told himself. And now he's in prison. You see, no matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Looking for future leaders we can believe in? Look no further than the high school student athletes right here in Ohio. High school sports teach young people how to be effective leaders. It includes learning to listen, accepting responsibility, being a good role model, and it's about respect. The result, it transcends sports. It gives us hope for the future. This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Ever tried balancing a dozen eggs in one hand while hopping on one foot? Or maybe juggling cats while riding the unicycle? Sounds ridiculous, right? But guess what? That's exactly what texting while driving is like. Your human brain only has the capacity to focus on one thing at a time. So when you're behind the wheel, give driving your undivided attention.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
High School Game Night, installed by AE Door and Window.
Throw over the middle. It's intercepted. Beckett Bush with the interception. That should just about do it here for Lakota East.
The new season begins August 21st as Hamilton takes on Baden on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies this afternoon with a high around 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night, low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
The Chad Benson Show.
I like talking to interesting people. This guy's interesting. And somebody said, you got to have this guy on. His name is Alvin Louis. He's the president of Courage Rabbit. He's got a new article in the Federal. It's called Democratic Socialists Who Failed at Life and Are Weaponizing Envy to Destroy American Families. And, man, I'll tell you what. it's really interesting to watch all these people, these democratic socialists. And I lived in Europe for a decade, Alfred, and I'll tell you this. There's a difference between a social democrat, somebody who's like, look, I'm a free market capitalist, but I think we should have a safety net and some protections for people, as opposed to overprivileged, well-to-do people who go to college and say, the system sucks. You guys need to allow us to run the system, and we'll give you everything you dream of because capitalism is evil.
Well, first of all, great to meet you, Chad. Thank you for having me on. It's an honor to speak to your amazing audience. What you're saying before is charity. Even though it's by government, there's that sense of appealing to people's natural charity, which is what the majority of good Americans. And then what we have here is theft. It's actual theft. And it's a crime. Now, what they're teaching kids in school, it's not charity. It's crime. It's jealousy. In my article, I talk about how democratic socialism appeals to the lazy. They appeal to the people who don't want to work. They appeal to losers. And they want the life that other people who sacrificed and executed delayed gratification. They want that life. They just don't want to go through the path to get there. And so they want government to take it from you and to give it to them. And that's it doesn't start that way in K through 12. They don't market it like that. They talk about it in K through 12. And I'm going to give you some terms for your audience. It starts with welcoming schools, be kind, inclusive, equity, diversity, those social emotional learning. Social emotional learning is a huge
that's
change.
that's such a bunch of crap, the social emotional learning. Look, I'm like, diversity. Diversity is fine as long as you allow diversity of thought, right? Which we don't do in a lot of places. And, but that whole emotional, because they had to figure out, right? Because they couldn't do DEI anymore. So they're like, we should do social emotional learning. And this will be, it's softer.
Yep.
And God, it's infuriating. And the left, they get away with it.
They do. And so social emotional learning is not just a class, it's a systemic change of K through 12 because all the money, all the grant money for mental health comes through social emotional learning. So it fundamentally changed K through 12 because it made it so that it's even in the red states and red counties. But it's infuriating because it fools so many good people. And so I'm going to give you and hopefully your audience something that we teach that will help them understand it so that they don't get the deception. They can see through the deception. We teach a concept called language contamination. And this is the easiest way to remember it. Language contamination is when they use your vocabulary, but not your dictionary. They use your vocabulary, but not your dictionary. So let's take empathy, for example. If you and I were talking about empathy in the classic sense, and you want to teach a child that, obviously that's perfectly fine. But through the schools, through your school counselors and your teachers in K through 12 today, empathy means that if your little girl has a mentally ill boy come into her locker room or shower, she needs to have empathy for him. And if she says, no, I don't want a man in my shower, then she is the bully.
Yeah.
So we've got two terms here. We got empathy and anti-bully. If you walk up to any American and say, do you think we should teach empathy and do you think we should have anti-bullying policies in school? If you ask, unless they know, right, unless they listen to your show, maybe not your audience, but if you ask a normal person that doesn't understand, 99.9% of people say yes. But you have to ask yourself through whose lens, because through the lens of your grandmother, excellent. Through the lens of these social justice activists, these transgender cultists, and these critical race theorists, horrible. So language contamination, they use your vocabulary, not your dictionary.
Alvin, it's funny that, because I'm a common sense guy, right? Like in my business, everybody's usually hard right, this, that, and the other. I think both parties at this point in time have sold us kind of out to their own things. And, I get frustrated with the right because, quite frankly, they sit there, they give socialism to the rich, which can piss me off, too, because I look at the people that they supposedly champion for and they get breadcrumbs, and I don't like that. But when it comes to issues, like this right here, it's like the common sense. That's all I think. The average person wants common sense.
Right.
The right sells it the wrong way, when it comes to this because they go overboard at times, right? Like, and there's the frustration level, and that's why we don't get the stuff we need when it comes to whether it's schools, as far as like the social emotional learning, because the right goes so far to the opposite. You're just like, oh my God, guys, where's the reality in this world? And that is so frustrating with me because it is just common sense. The average person goes, that guy's got a ding-dong. That's not a girl. Now, you may think you're a girl, and you know what? I'm not here to destroy your world or anything like that, but my 15-year-old daughter doesn't want to be in a shower with you, and that's not wrong.
No. And it's not everyone knows that's not wrong up to about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And the way we got there isn't because somebody beat you over the head with it or put a gun in your face and said, you must accept this. It's actually a lot more devious than that, because if someone did stick a gun in your face, it would have never gotten here. You and I wouldn't be talking about it because it is a crime. You would fight that person with a gun. You would never allow it at the end of a gun. Nobody could force you to do that and say, no, I'm going to put a gun in your face and your daughter must accept this. You would fight that. But you know what people don't fight? You're a bigot. You're a transphobe. And the reason why they use empathy is because a good person is going to go, no, I am not a bigot. No, if they feel bad, maybe we can find a compromise. And that is what gets everybody. Because if it was at the end of a gun or a bat, we would fight. But when you call a good person a bigot, or when you say, oh, that child is going to commit suicide, all those lies, all those emotional blackmail, that is so much harder to fight. And this is why it encourages a habit beyond the technical aspects and the mechanics of what we teach parents of what's happening in K through 12. We teach them the emotional, the mental brainwashing, because if you don't know how to look for that and get over that, they will fool you every single time. And so we teach things like language contamination. We teach tricks like pause and ask through whose lens. And one of the big mantras you can see in my background here is to reject inclusion and embrace exclusion. And to remind parents that at every step of the way of parenting, every milestone, it's about exclusion, not inclusion. You decide as parents what to include in your child's life based on what you know about your child, because nobody knows your child better than you. But what the schools do is this blanket inclusion, which is, of course, how convenient, because you're including all the most horrible things for children. And by the time they reach 16, 17, they're ready to march against the country. It's anti-white, anti-America. So it starts with inclusion and kindness, and it ends with we need to vote in someone like Mandami.
Talking to Alvin Louis, president of Courage is a Habit. You talk about Mondani. Trump loves him because Trump sees a lot of him in them. He's energetic. He's all of the things. The polar opposite in the beliefs politically, but he sees, hey, this guy's coming here and he's breaking the mold. He's doing things. That's why they text all the time. That's why Trump likes that kind of energy and power. Madani picked up on something, too, because I think there's a lot of frustration out there. And as I was saying earlier, the right and the left screw this thing up. We want people – it's hard to look and say, oh, go out there and do it, when you go, well, wait a minute here. You guys got some tax breaks. Yeah, but you just made $3 billion as president selling meme coins that are now worth a nickel, and you're telling me I need to go get a second job because I don't work hard enough. And I think sometimes this is where the Republicans, I think, screw up. It's not about that. There is some reason to be frustrated and upset in some of these things, and if they don't take the narrative back, they are going to lose.
Oh, for sure. For sure. They don't take the narrative back. I always say the Republicans are terrible storytellers.
Oh, horrible.
They always try to just land on facts and logic, which nobody makes decisions or no one believes in you based on facts and logic. They believe in you based on story.
It's about emotion.
And so if you look at New York, we had 9/11. And nobody, even if 15 years ago or 10 years ago, you said we're going to vote in the same people that did 9/11, they'll say you're crazy. They'll say there's no way, that you're a fearmonger, you're a conspiracy theorist. And so look how fast they were able to get someone like Mandami voted in. Again, it wasn't like they won a war and they installed him. People voted him in, but how did you get there? How did you go from 9/11 to this? The education system. And one of the things, Chad, people always say that is a brainwashing, which we say it too because that's the only way people understand. But it's actually a little bit of a misnomer because it's not brainwashing in academics. It's not like in your curriculum.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's in your curriculum, but it's not just in your curriculum. That you can fight. What you can't fight is the things that you don't see, like culturally responsive teaching, because it's in your storytelling. It's not in your facts, it's in your storytelling. So any subject in K through 12 put through culturally responsive teaching can be not a brainwashing, but a discipleship.
Yeah.
It's a discipleship. You're changing the values of children at a very young age, not 12, not 13, but 5, 6. And so when they grow up and vote, the people who voted Mandami in 9/11 meant nothing to them.
Yeah.
Because they weren't alive. And so that's how fast it is for you to be able to change a city. And that's exactly what they want to replicate throughout the country. And so back to what you're saying, the Republicans are terrible at storytelling. They're terrible at hooking that emotion and inspiring people for something bigger. Their messaging is terrible, but the Democrats have great messaging because they're always playing on your emotions.
Yeah.
Not obviously the kids don't understand that when they create you as a useful idiot, and this is what Mao did so great with the Red Guard, is once you're a useful idiot and you get your wish and you get communism in here. Or first of all, you get democratic socialism, which is just communism a little bit earlier. Once you get that in there, you cease to be useful, but you're still an idiot.
Yeah.
Because you have no skills, you got no academics, you don't know how to do anything. And guess what? The people like Mao, they have no use for you anymore because you're just an idiot. And you're the first person to either grab the wall or you go out into the fields. And so what I like to see for, people on the normal people, I mean, you talk about Republicans or conservative, but just people who don't hate this country, is to, especially if you're a business owner or you're somebody like that, to start inspiring young people that they don't need government. That's really the first thing, is that you are so much more capable than the government. You are so much more capable. And if you rely on government, you will be a slave your whole life. And what government gives you, they can take away. And that's what we need to start. That's the messaging that we start giving to young people, among many other things.
Right on, brother. His name is Alvin Louis. He's president of Courage is a Habit. People want to reach out to you. People want to find out what you're all about, what's going on. What do they do?
CourageIsAHabit.org. That's CourageIsAHabit.org. Our extensive catalog. We have a massive catalog, and it's always for the average parent with school-age children. Whether you're in public school or private school, we teach you, we help you understand what's going on with your children when they're away from you for 7 hours a day, 5 days a week. They're very easy tools. They're beautiful tools. They're easy to read. But more importantly, we always give parents a call to action, because we find that, especially our side, oftentimes we will expose what's going on, and that creates outrage, which is pretty good for clicks, but it doesn't do anything in the real world, because if you create outrage with no outlet, you actually inadvertently create hopelessness. And we don't want anyone to feel hopeless, because we believe that every parent's first and last duty is to protect their kids. We never say we protect your children. We say we help you and remind you and give you the confidence to protect your kids.
Right on, brother. It's great talking to you. I hope to do it again sometime.
I would love to be back. This was great. I enjoyed this. Thank you so much, Chad.
Alvin's an interesting guy, no doubt about that. We're going to have the full video that we did last night, because it's half an hour long. So if you have a chance, check it out. I think you guys will be impressed. It's very interesting. Again, we don't agree on everything, but I tell you what, there's a lot of stuff that I tell all of my friends who are out there, are conservative and liberal. We, as a nation, agree on a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of overlap. And it's all about simply this: common sense. Common sense. If you've got common sense, this is the show you want. If you want to live in a world of knee-jerk reactions and ridiculousness, probably not for you, no doubt. But I think I'm for most, because we are the exhaustive majority. Relief Factor, incredible, amazing. I take it every single day. I will tell you this, been working out pretty hard, been moving a lot of stuff. My back yesterday morning was hurting. It was bad. And I took my Relief Factor. I noticed throughout the day how much better I felt. I was like, well, that's, it's working really fast, because my back was bad yesterday morning when I woke up. I feel amazing. It was like nothing ever happened. Why? Because there was inflammation. I know it tweaked a little bit. I've been doing some working out that I hadn't been doing for a while, and I knew the inflammation was there. I took my Relief Factor, and within hours, it was back to normal. This is what Relief Factor does. It fights that inflammation. The stuff that really causes most of us pain in our joints and muscles, it's inflammation. Relief Factor combats it. It doesn't mask. It fights it from the inside out. Try Relief Factor now, $17.76. Right now, it is a 3-week quick start. Get yours. Get your life and independence back with the Independence Day special. Just $17.76. Go to ReliefFactor.com and get yours. ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. 800, the number 4, RELIEF for Relief Factor. We're going to wrap it up straight ahead. Chad Benson Show.
Listen as students and young adults interview well-respected CEOs on our national radio show, RealWorldLeaders.org, to learn secrets for success and how to use them to propel their careers.
Mia, was this a waste of your time, or what did you get out of speaking with Jason today?
Absolutely not. This is always a great experience to be a part of, and I'm really interested in hearing the stories behind the different CEOs that come on to this show.
Jason, what do you think, how important are communication skills and being able to show that confidence of communicating with someone?
I think that's paramount, specifically in my industry. Communication is the key to getting a job done in my field. I also think that it's the key to getting things done in your personal life and personal relationships. I would beg all of you to go out into the world and be yourselves just as you are.
To hear more and to help us introduce your high school, GED, work-ready, and college students to our CEOs, visit our website at realworldleaders.org. That's realworldleaders.org.
Introducing the best ever offer from Dish TV. For $89.99 a month, you can have up to 190 of your favorite channels, plus your favorite streaming apps, all from one source, for the low price of about $3 a day. With Dish, you can record up to 16 channels at once and get 2,000 hours of recording space for as little as $3 a day. Dish has been providing the best television for over 45 years. And call now and we can even find you the best internet price. And based off your location, you may be eligible for fiber or wireless internet for your home. And to take advantage of the best offer ever in Dish TV history, $89.99 a month with free equipment and free installation. So what are you waiting for? Call now.
800-706-7063. 800-706-7063. 800-706-7063. That's 800-706-7063.
Hey, this is Chad Benson. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
It's the Dana Show.
I just feel like if grown-ass adults can't get their lazy asses to the ballot box and vote on the damn election day, then you deserve the government you get. I'm sick and tired of trying to cajole people into caring more about the republic than the people who don't even live in an area they live in. Because I am. You're not supposed to say this stuff because voters' feelings get hurt. Well, I'm not seeking anybody's vote, so I don't give a rat's backside.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Don't get caught letting your furnace or air conditioner break down during temperature extremes. Your system needs to operate efficiently at all times. Butler County Mechanical Services is your dependable neighborhood heating and cooling company, offering reliable 24-hour service 7 days a week. And be sure to ask about their annual maintenance contract. That's Butler County Mechanical Services. Call them for your heating and air conditioning system tune-up or repair.
892-1444. 892-1444.
Hi, I'm Bill Weber.
And I'm Adam Weber of AE Door and Window.
We've grown a lot over the years, but we've always remained a hometown company.
We work hard every day to be the Tri-State's first choice in garage doors, entry doors, openers, windows, and awnings.
From Clopay garage doors to LiftMaster openers and more, we've got the best products at the best prices and the best team of technicians.
Learn more at aedoorsales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
When I met both of them, it was like my missing pieces were found. Like it was just like an instant, these are my kids. If you're considering adopting a teen, just do it. Kids need families. I don't care the age, everybody deserves a family.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Are you tired of the long wait times at your favorite place on a busy Friday night? WMOH 1450 The Ticket has your reservation covered.
He's off to the races. He's got a reservation for 6. He's gone. Touchdown.
Make your reservation with us. And we promise no snooty maitre d's.
Snooty. Snooty?
High school game night, installed by AE Door and Window. Fridays this fall on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
I weep for the future.
From the WMOH Weather Center, this afternoon will bring us sunny skies with your high 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low near 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night with a low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy with a chance of evening storms Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with your high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Welcome to Chad. No, not the country. The institution. The Chad Benson Show.
It's time to talk World Cup.
Oh, how about that? Laura Pereira hit by Hamas. Oh, what a goal! One of the greats. Sherrera right across to Marco Tardini. We haven't been able to control the play in midfield the way that Maradona has been able to do. And he's hurting England again here. It's a brilliant run. It's one of the World Cup's great goals.
Solo Montiel can win the World Cup for Argentina with this kick. Yes! Oh, man, the World Cup wrapping up. Yesterday is the first day with no games. I was lost. But it's back in action today. Only one game today. Okay, because it's the quarterfinals. So you got one game today. You have one game tomorrow. Then 2 games on Saturday. And then the semifinals, Tuesday, Wednesday, then third place and the finals next weekend. Today's big game, France and Morocco. I think France is going to win this thing. I think it's going to be a good game. We're going to get some goals because that's what France does. I don't think they know how to not score at this point in time. But they'll also, give you opportunities in the back, and I think you're going to see Morocco take advantage of 1 or 2 of those. But I think France has too much, and I think France is going to win this game. I told you guys I was going to be the breakdown of everything because they're just too strong. Tomorrow, you've got Spain and Belgium. I think Spain's going to win that. We've been talking about that. Then you've got Norway, England, Argentina, Switzerland. I'll break those down for you tomorrow. But I think Spain and France are going to be the teams that will be in the semifinal in one bracket. And tomorrow I'll give you the other one. But today's game, France, Morocco. To me, kids, France is too good. I think France gets by. I think it's 3-1, 4-2, something like that. 4-2 would be good. I like goals. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your X, Insta, and everything else right here in the Chad Benson Show. Another solid, fun show today. We talked economy, Platner, Iran, Bonnie Tyler. Rest in peace. Total eclipse of the heart. I need a hero. Passed away today at age 75. We talked about a lot of stuff, as we tend to do. And, of course, we did talk a little bit about the World Cup because, you know what, I enjoy it. A lot of you chiming in, too, about earlier we talked about the fatigue of Season 2 with all the binge watching and how people are just not watching Season 2 of stuff. And I find that to be rather interesting. Reach out to us across all of our social media, 323-538-2423. At Chad Benson Show is your X and Insta. You guys have a blessed and amazing rest of you. Hold on a second. I see you Friday, Thursday. We'll do it again tomorrow. As always, night-night, Jack.
This is the Chad Benson Show.
$14.50 The Ticket.
It's the Dana Show.
Nerds are just who they are. And I don't say nerd like it's a pejorative. I think it's just one of the highest compliments that you can bestow upon your fellow man. Because nerds get it done, right? If you got something that you need to figure out, ask a nerd. If something's bothering you, you got to find a way around it, ask a nerd. They eat, they maybe sleep or wait, and then they just do stuff.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
There's an issue cutting through the partisanship in Congress. It's AM radio. The overwhelming majority of legislators Democrats and Republicans support a bill to keep AM radio in cars, but time is running out. Text AM to 52886 and ask Congress to bring this bill to the floor for a vote now. AM radio is too important to let this moment pass us by.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
This is your ticket to high school sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
News this hour at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. The main Democrat Party has voted to hold a convention now that Democrat Graham Plattner has announced he'll drop out of the state's U.S. Senate race after a former girlfriend accused him of sexual assault in a video posted on social media. He says he's not guilty and that it was all a matter of political maneuvering in both parties, including Democrats in Washington.
I only have until July 13th until I am officially the nominee. This was the last week to try to get me off of the ballot. That's why this is occurring. It's not the false allegations, though, that have brought us to where we are. It's the fact that they are being used by the political establishment to put structural pressure on us.
Most observers say all the drama surrounding Plattner's race probably means that the incumbent Susan Collins has little chance of being driven out of office, as Democrats had hoped. The legal battle over alleged damage to the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool moving forward now.
Olympic canoeist David Hurd has pleaded not guilty to a felony charge connected.
PBI, Palm Beach International, now DJT, Donald J. Trump International, son Eric Trump posting the audio from the control tower on his social media pages as he and family members arrive at 5 in the morning for the first flight landing there under the new name.
Attention all aircraft, effective immediately. Palm Beach International Airport is officially President Donald J. Trump International Airport.
The new signs around the airport are up and the name change in effect on the airline websites that operate out of Palm Beach, Florida. Laura Winters reporting.
You'll find more on these stories at townhall.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free, no-risk consultation. 800-292-7875. 800-292-7875. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-292-7875.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. The Butler County Sheriff's Office is tallying up the damage after a shack caught fire at their shooting and bomb disposal range on Woodsdale Road in Madison Township. A couple of buildings were damaged by the blaze. Ronald Reagan Highway in Hamilton County was shut down late this morning after a crash involving a police cruiser between Blue Rock Road and Coleraine Avenue. An officer taken to the hospital. A global electrical insulation company is bringing new investment and jobs to Middletown. Weidman Electrical Technology plans to build a new $155 million facility at a brownfield site on Charles Street. The company plans 65 new jobs at the Middletown site and 40 more at their sister facility in Urbana. Hamilton police are offering a $5,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in the shooting death of 65-year-old Vincent Singletary at a home on South 12th Street. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Richard's Pizza.
Honey, what are we going to eat after the game tonight?
How about Richard's Pizza?
Richard's Pizza. One of their new fresh salads for you, a famous Italian steak sandwich for me, and a piping hot pizza for the kids.
Sounds like a plan.
Richard's Pizza has 4 convenient locations in Butler County: Trenton, Monroe, Fairfield, and Hamilton.
Richard's Pizza. Great taste since 1955. Richard's
All-Pro Anthony Munoz here for Rose Automotive, your all-pro automotive superstore. Rose delivers all-pro value and all-pro service for all makes, all models, all the time. My family and I have made Rose Automotive our one-stop shop for everything automotive. And I mean everything, sales, service, parts, and accessories. You want it, they'll deliver it. Call today at 863-7878. That's right, 863, my number, 7878. Just take exit 24 off I-75 and head to Hamilton. That's Rose Automotive, your new alternative.
Are you tired of the long wait times at your favorite place on a busy Friday night? WMOH 1450 The Ticket has your reservation covered.
Take off to the races. He's got a reservation for 6. He's gone. Touchdown.
Make your reservation with us, and we promise no snooty maitre d's.
Snooty. Snooty?
High school game night, installed by AE Door and Window. Fridays this fall on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
I weep for the future.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies this afternoon with a high around 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night, low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
This is not a neocon thing, and by God, I'm one of, first off, the people who keep using that, I swear I'm going to shove a dictionary up your backside sideways, number one. I'm of the mindset that when you screw up, you get slapped. Hard enough to make you scared to screw up again. That's how peace is achieved. Ta-da! And thank heavens, we're a country that has the best principles.
The Dana Show with Dana Lash.
Allegations, and I just want to make it clear. This is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen. It's not real. It has placed an immense amount of weight on me as I think about what needs to happen now. Amy and I are regular people. We were not looking for this experience. We were not looking to get into politics. We had no desire to run for office. I just want you to think about like what you would do as a regular person in a position where a much larger world, large forces were working against you personally to accuse you of the worst thing that a person could do, and it was not remotely true. I learned about this through press inquiries, with no time to truly respond, no time for investigations before a corporate media system and the political establishment got to act as judge, jury, and executioner. Accusations are supposed to be the beginning of things, not the end. I think it's really important to understand why this is happening in the timeline, why this is happening right now. Much like October, when the first attack started, much like the news that was created the week before the primary, there is a reason that this is happening now. I only have until July 13th until I am officially the nominee. This was the last week to try to get me off of the ballot. And that's why this is occurring.
You raped a chick.
It's not the false allegations, though, that have brought us to where we are. It's the fact that they're being used by the political establishment to put structural pressure on us. We live in a political system that is not built for normal people.
How long is this cut?
It is a system that is built.
Sweet heavens. No, but I know. But he went on like this for, what was it, like 5 minutes? Nobody does 5-minute video cuts. Somebody tell this guy.
What happens when you're explaining?
You're losing.
Right.
Rule 101. So that's Graham Plattner's video. What is he, just look at his backyard in a sweaty shirt? I find him so nasty. He's in a sweaty shirt, dude. Look at him. That's not even a clean gray tee. That is a sweaty, grody tee, because he's a sweaty, grody dude who rapes chicks. And I'm telling you what, the idea that he's under attack, you guys, Graham Plattner's under attack. That's so crazy. They just targeted him because it's just, as you understand, they targeted him because he was too sick. I'm trying to figure out why. Why did they target him? You broke into a chick's house and raped her. The R word. You raped her. That's how this worked. That's how it happened. And now he doesn't want to take any kind of adult whatsoever accountability or responsibility for his own actions. This is insane. This guy is, can you tell he's a master manipulator? Just by the way he talks and by the way he's trying to gaslight everybody into thinking, no, it's not me, it's you. I was attacked. They had, what did he say, until July, 9th? 13th is what he said? Is that what he said the deadline or whatever it was? Yeah. So he's under attack, guys. I would say that the chick that he raped is under attack, but again, what do I know? Welcome to the radio program, Dana Lash with you, and we've got some stuff to unpack because we've got the ongoing hearing, the Charlie Kirk preliminary hearing. We've got that. Graham Plattner's dropped out. Oh my gosh, I got a million things. I've got some crazy stuff. Pulling some things up. Bear with me. I've got some crazy things for you as it pertains to New York. The Ma'am Donnies are really doing everything they possibly can to make everybody so angry at them, and we're going to explain that here coming up. But for and then of course you got Iran's heating up again. But Plattner's out, and now it looks like this is what happens. He's out now. Democrats have until July 27th to find their replacement, right? They have until July 27th to get their replacement. It could be a number of guys. One of the candidates, or a number of folks, one of the candidates is a Maine state rep, Valley Geiger, former nurse, former mayor, and Graham Plattner's encouraging her to take his place. So I kind of feel like Democrats are going, we need a chick now. We have to have a chick because he raped a woman. And remember, the reason that he's stepping out is not because Democrats realize that, wow, it's really bad what he did. That's incredibly horrible what he did. That is not that's not what they believe. They think whether or not someone's a rapist is irrelevant to them. The dude was already falling apart and polling. It was already happening. The attacks were working, and I can't say the observations of his publicly posted behavior were having an impact, and it was eating away at his lead, especially with working class voters, which are a significant demo in Maine. He was really starting to bottom out with working class voters. I told you the New York Times Siena poll showed Susan Collins was plus 21 with working class voters against Graham Plattner. That expanded to plus 23 when you reduced it to white working class voters. He had already dropped precipitously, I think, 9 points with black voters, 12 with Hispanic. He was already, women were a little slower, but he was already dropping. It was down. He was down 3, and that was within I think that was within Siena's margin of error, with this, or outside of the margin of error with the survey. So, I mean, he was already being hit, and it was even before that the truth about his behavior started taking root. He very much. And this is very evident. It was already very close. He was within margin of error with Collins in every single matchup, and so it was already going to be a very difficult race, compounded by all of this other stuff that keeps coming out. Apparently, there are more things that are still. Can you believe it? I was told yesterday that there are things that are ready to come out that are worse than this. What is worse than breaking and entering into a woman's home and raping her? I mean, did he kill a broad? For real? Did he kill somebody? I mean, for what else is there? Okay, what is after that? I mean, rape after rape, murder? How can it be worse? Is he a pedophile? I mean, I've got questions. I don't know how you make it worse. People were saying it's as bad or worse than what we've already, than all of this. That's crazy. So we've got, I mean, this is going to be a very weird race. I think Maine pretty much, especially if they scramble. Geiger has not been officially named the replacement nominee, but she told, this was a local news outlet there, that Plattner had called her, and this is per the New York Post, that Plattner had called her Monday night, praised her as a fighter, asked whether or not he could put her name forward. Remember, one of the big fights that they were having was whether or not Plattner got to pick who his replacement was, right? That was the big thing. That was whether or not he could name the replacement. He wanted to at least retain some kind of influence as kingmaker. This is cut 3. John Fetterman, who has been living his best life, blasting the ever-loving hell out of all of these Democrats that rallied around Graham Plattner and cheerleaded him. Listen to him go after Bernie Sanders here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Bernie Sanders needs to apologize to the voters of Maine and to, everyone that donated to that train wreck of a campaign. More than anyone, he pushed P. Hustle into the election. And now, he keeps pushing these communists and these kind of awful anti-American people. So there's plenty of those people that have to humble themselves. Humble yourselves and stop pushing, this kinds of people on people in my party.
I kind of think that maybe if they had all listened to Fetterman in the beginning, that we wouldn't have this problem. This was Fetterman saying, this is how he addressed Plattner. This is so great. Cut 4. This is so good.
The thing I would say to you, like, P. Hustle, bro, you will only be remembered as the accused rapist that got pushed out of your election. That's your legacy, bro. And you are a guy that cheats on your wife. You're the guy that roughs up your ex-girlfriends. That's your legacy, bro. So go back under the rock.
Why doesn't Fetterman just come over here? Why doesn't he come over and sit with us? He wants to. He's probably more conservative than Susan Collins. Y'all know I'm not, right? People are like, Dana, we got enough bad Republicans. I know, but I think we can fix him, guys. I'm going to use Kane's line. Kane's always like, I can fix her. No, we can fix him, guys. We can fix him. Kane, we can fix him. I feel it. Look, he's like the smartest Democrat over there. Who did I say this to yesterday? I said this to somebody yesterday during a conversation. I said if Plattner had been elected, what was the bet that Fetterman was going to beat his ass in the Capitol? What do you think? Like, what's Plattner going to do? He's got to rally all the flab around his midsection to power his fist, but Fetterman's like 11 feet tall. He's going to stop him like Erling Haaland stops anybody that gets near him. They just run into him like a brick wall. Golly. By the way, speaking of Norway, we're rooting for Norway Saturday. We got to root for Norway. You know that. Juan, are we rooting for Norway? Do we want to ask Juan? Juan's got his own loyalties.
What do you think?
I only root for Team USA and Argentina. Argentina and Team USA.
Okay, well, outside of Argentina.
Team USA is out.
I mean, if you
we're out.
Norway's got that row, right?
Yeah. And they play Saturday. The crash out's apparently it's gonna be the Vikings versus the Saxons on Saturday.
What?
The most English looking players possible are all starting. But we're gonna get into some of the World Cup stuff. Also, guys, I woke up this morning and I felt like I was rewatching The Offer. The making of The Godfather. Man, I'm gonna tell you what, Zoe and Mandani ticked off every Italian in New York. Oh my gosh. I mean, the organization, the Italian American Association, they have been like firing shots, I mean, rhetorically, all morning. This is amazing because wait until you hear what was done. I'm going to explain that to you here coming up. We got headlines on the way as we move. The folks who help make the program possible. Who do we have today? I don't have. We got. Yeah. Oh, we got. All right. We've got headlines on the way. We're going to get to it. Stick with us. 250 years ago, Americans declared that we were meant to live free, to work, move, and live on our own terms. But if pain is holding you back, are you really living free? I've seen this firsthand with my husband. Years of sports left him dealing with old injuries, and Relief Factor made a real difference. Within weeks, he felt better mobility and could stay active without next-day regret. Everyday aches and inflammation can take your freedom away. With Relief Factor, you can get it back. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free and designed to fight inflammation, the root cause of most pain. It works from the inside out to help you move, work, and live without constant discomfort. This year marks 250 years of American independence. Take your own stand for freedom from pain. Check out Relief Factor today. To commemorate America's 250th anniversary, Relief Factor is offering a special patriotic price on their 3-week quick start, now just $17.76. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. That's ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to get your 3-week quick start for just $17.76.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Fox News goes to the Obama Presidential Center and asks black people what his number one achievement is. You caught me off guard here. I think his first achievement, his number one achievement is that he's black.
Somebody help me out. I'm going to have to say just being there.
Being black. The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Hi, I'm Bill Weber.
And I'm Adam Weber of AE Door and Window.
We've grown a lot over the years, but we've always remained a hometown company.
We work hard every day to be the Tri-State's first choice in garage doors, entry doors, openers, windows, and awnings.
From Clopay garage doors to LiftMaster openers and more, we've got the best products at the best prices and the best team of technicians.
Learn more at aedoorsales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
Back pass pressured in the backfield. He's brought down again. Another sack.
Local business owners, get in on the football excitement and let your message be heard. Join the growing number of businesses supporting high school sports on 1450 The Ticket at very affordable rates. Simply contact the WMOH 1450 The Ticket sales office at 513-863-1111. You are listening, and so are many of your future customers. Let area football fans know that you support high school sports on 1450 The Ticket, and they'll support you.
This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
I don't think anybody ever expects to hear that their child has cancer. It's always one of those things that happens to somebody else. But it definitely feels like your soul is sucked out of your body when they tell you that it's your baby. I knew that St. Jude was a children's hospital. I knew that no one ever received a bill from St. Jude, but I in no way understood how amazingly and completely they take care of their patients and their families. When we first got here, Hunter was in an incredible amount of pain, and St. Jude gave him the most superb care. Childhood cancer is devastating, but childhood cancer is beatable with St. Jude. To any of the donors, I would say bless you and thank you, because without the donors, St. Jude wouldn't be here.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
You've been putting back a few, and a few becomes a few too many. For a moment, you think of calling for a ride, but nah, you live nearby. What's the worst that could happen? You get pulled over, your insurance goes up, you lose your license, you total your car. You kill someone. The results of driving drunk are tragic. That's why law enforcement is out there looking for impaired drivers to save lives. So if you think you're okay to drive after a few drinks, think again. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is your ticket to high school football.
Into the end zone. Touchdown. Ryder Hooks. 4 touchdowns.
Basketball.
Santiago Lugo. Straight away from 3. Nailed it.
That was NBA range.
And baseball.
Line toward left field, and it's down for a base hit. 1 run scores. Going to be a play at the plate. Here comes the throw. Not in time. Kate Cummins does it again. The best 9-hole hitter in the state. I'm going to say it till I'm blue in the face.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, this afternoon will bring us sunny skies with your high 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low near 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night with a low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy with a chance of evening storms Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with your high 86.
Now, back to Dana Lash on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
And now, all of the news you would probably miss. It's time for Dana's Quick Five.
Okay, I believe this because it has to do with chocolate. So apparently smelling chocolate can make your leg day workout easier, even if you have an empty stomach. Because apparently smelling chocolate, how does that compare against creatine? Smelling chocolate between sets at the gym pushed men to complete far more repetitions than they managed with no scent at all, according to a new study. I have no idea why someone's like, have you thought about smelling chocolate? You can get bigger gains if you smell it. Right. The men had not eaten for at least 10 hours, and the boost showed up anyway. And it was strongest with dark chocolate. Yet they did not feel like they were working any harder. I don't know. Am I calling shenanigans on this or not? This seems legit. Now, what happens about consuming it, though? That's my other... I feel like you should be able to eat it. The governor of Kentucky's like, where art thou, Mitch McConnell? Where are you at? Show us some senators. Kentucky governor demands health update from Mitch McConnell as daughter deletes X account. Andy Beshear has demanded that Senator McConnell provide a health update to increasingly concerned Kentuckians. And after his family is nowhere to be seen. They've apparently, nobody knows. The only thing that we know is Scott Jennings talked to him. I like Scott Jennings, but still, I understand when you don't have information, there's so much room for conspiracies. So Beshear is demanding that McConnell provide an update. Now, Beshear's a Democrat. He's a moderate Democrat, but he's still going to go along with all the communist stuff that they want. He really, I think, is trying to position himself in 28. So look for this as maybe a way for him to kind of stunt a little bit and try to do that. But I do think that it is a legitimate question. We shouldn't be going, gosh, where's our senator? Nobody should be asking that. You should know where your lawmakers are. I'm not saying exactly every second of every day, but if they've been MIA for a couple of weeks and the rumors that they're brain dead, yeah, you may want to come on out there. We don't want any Hominy Jr., burnt, gay, one-legged, burnt, one-legged Ayatollah mullahs. We don't want any of that stuff happening here. Bonnie Tyler has passed away. The singer known for Total Eclipse of the Heart has passed away at age 75 in Portugal. They issued a statement that they posted yesterday evening. They said they went private for privacy to deal with the tragedy. She was saying that she was fit as a fiddle. What was she, 71? 75. And she was looking to perform. And then apparently it wasn't going to happen. Her real name, Gaynor Sullivan, she has been ill since May. She was rushed to a hospital in Portugal to undergo emergency intestinal surgery. She had been placed in a medically induced coma back in May. But she apparently was on the mend. And maybe it wasn't, though. Maybe it was a lot more serious than that. Also, an arsonist cut off his wing and then used it to start a fire in a neighbor's garage, according to cops. A firebug, I'm sure we'll call him that in Indiana, cut off his own male copulatory organ, poured gas on it, and then used it as literally a human torch to light a fire inside of his neighbor's garage. Christopher Pedden, 36, who does not look 36, he is from Indiana. He apparently ignited it in Fort Wayne, and his mugshot looks real rough. As you can imagine, of one who cut off their wing and used it literally as a human torch. I can't make that up. Loves to talk about American values, but too often it's just a slogan. It's a hashtag. It's not action. So this is why I like working with Patriot Mobile. So for more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been putting its money where its mouth is, standing up for the freedoms and the values that made this country amazing. And they were founded on a very simple idea. So if our culture is being shaped by the companies that we support, then Americans deserve a true conservative, alternative when it comes to cell phone service. And Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, offering premium priority nationwide service on all 3 major U.S. networks, unlimited data plans, international roaming, and a 100% U.S.-based customer support team. And they can even give you access to 2 separate networks on one phone for extra coverage and peace of mind. In addition to providing great service, Patriot Mobile also contributes to organizations that defend free speech, religious liberty, the Second Amendment, the sanctity of life, and America's future. Join the movement today. Visit patriotmobile.com/Dana or call 972-PATRIOT and use promo code Dana for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/Dana, 972-PATRIOT.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Hamilton police are ramping up the investigation into the June 5th homicide of 65-year-old Vincent Singletary. They're offering a $5,000 reward for information leading to an arrest and conviction in the case. Ronald Reagan Highway shut down in both directions between Blue Rock Road and Coleraine Avenue after a Coleraine Township police cruiser was hit in a crash, sending an officer to the hospital. Several area fire departments provided assistance for Madison Township in battling a shed fire at the Butler County Sheriff's gun range on Woodsdale Road last night. The blaze broke out around 9:49 p.m. A big investment for Middletown. A manufacturing firm will build a $155 million plant at a brownfield site on Charles Street. Weidman Electrical Technology makes transformer board. They plan to open the site in 2028, hiring 65 new workers. I'm Steve Vaughn.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International. Imagine a child in extreme poverty waiting over 365 days to be sponsored. End their wait today. Become a Compassion sponsor now. Text radio to 83393.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Lifts into right field, down the line, that's a base hit. Here comes Ragland around third. He's going to score.
This Saturday, Baden versus Coldwater for the 1991 Division III State Baseball Championship.
Ground ball right at Mouse at second. He steps on the bag and gets him. His relay to first. That's a double play. Yes, sir. Just what the doctor ordered.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window. Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
Bienvenidos, amigos. That's how you are welcomed at the area's #1 Latin American foods supermercado y restaurante. And you don't have to speak or understand Spanish to enjoy all that El Gran Valle Verde has to offer. All of your favorite Latin American grocery needs are in stock, and delivery is available too. And if you're not in a cooking mood for groceries, El Gran Valle Verde has a full-service restaurante with all of your favorites. El Gran Valle Verde, nearby in the Hamilton Plaza Shopping Center on Dixie Highway in Hamilton. Nos vemos pronto.
Childhood cancer it's a long road. It's hard, but St. Jude has gotten us through it. St. Jude is hope that you have a chance at life. And it goes such a long way for every child diagnosed with cancer because everything that's learned is shared all over the world. It's awesome.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
This radio commercial was made to convince you to stop speeding. We can't use siren sound effects on the radio, so we'll use other equally jarring sound effects to get your attention. Like telling you that whether you drive a little over the speed limit or a lot, you can crash just the same. You could hurt yourself, or worse, others.
I'm at the scene of the collision.
And the damage you cause will be beyond repair. See, we didn't have to use crash or siren sounds after all. Speeding catches up with you.
Paid for by NHTSA.
Want to know what I like best about high school sports? I love watching my son run on the field. I love the fact that since he's been playing high school sports, he's making better decisions. And I love knowing that with the proper equipment, education, conditioning, and coaching, high school sports here in Ohio are safer than ever before. And that's something I really love.
This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Are you someone who tries to drive all distracted by your phone? Someone who props it on the steering wheel, or peeks down at it for a glance, or just scrolls and scrolls? If so, you could be the next person to get into a fender bender, get a ticket, veer off the road, or even cause a crash that kills you or someone else. Enough already. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Talking about guns with others might not always feel comfortable, but it could save a life. Here's a way to start a conversation. Your family is going over to your neighbor's home for dinner for the first time. How would you ask if there are any unlocked guns in the home?
Hey. Hey, we're so excited for tonight. Before we come over, though, may I ask if there are any unlocked guns in your home?
Our guns are stored securely, locked in a safe that the kids can't access.
Awesome.
Learn how to have the conversation at agreetoagree.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies this afternoon with a high around 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night, low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Keep your finger on the pulse with the Dana Show podcast, delivering timely news with insightful analysis whenever you want, straight to you on YouTube, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to the program. Your lovable curmudgeon, Dana Lash, here with you. And, little Foxhorn, that video's crazy. I gotta tell you, I can't believe how fast Zohran Mamdani is making everybody mad in New York. And the one group that you don't want to have made mad at you, just because they're very, very motivated to get things done. It's the Italian American Civil Rights League. So this is how it started, right? Mamdani and his administration, mayoral administration, they decided this is what they're going to do. We're going to wake up and we're just going to redo all of the, traditionally immigrant communities in Manhattan, right? So when you think of Manhattan, what's one of the things you think of? You think of Little Italy. You think of Chinatown. You think of stuff like that. Well, not under Mamdani. So now they decided to create a map. It's called the New York City Immigrant Enclaves. Now, that would make sense if anyone said any of this stuff. So Chinatown remains, Koreatown remains. There is no Little Italy anymore. They wiped them clear. They wiped the Italians and the Irish off the map. Not even kidding you. They wiped them off the map. So instead of Little Italy, instead of, Irish enclaves, now you have, let me read this. Now you have Little Bod Tibet off the Northern Boulevard. Yeah, Kane, everybody knows Little Bod Tibet. Shut up. You have Little Guyana in Queens, because everyone knows the Little Guyana. That's where, when you think of New York, you think of Little Bod Tibet and Little Guyana. Let's be real. Little Odessa. I feel like these are all rejected rap names. Oh, but here's the other part, because doubly doesn't exist. Little Palestine. Little Palestine. We're just going to go and retcon history by trying to uplift an entirely fake name that was given to a group of people as punishment after the Second Judaic Uprising by the Roman Emperor Hadrian. And by the way, and I got something else to get into, because Zohran Mamdani's wife is trying to push that Mary was quote-unquote Palestinian. Really, you're going to say that she was the name of something that didn't even exist until 137 years after the birth of Christ? Psh. Anyway, so, there's Little Poland. Little Yemen. Little Yemen. If you look on the map, there is no Little Italy. There's Little Manila. But no, you got Little Pakistan, Little Yemen, Little Bangladesh. So, as you can imagine, there is much anger to be had. So the Italian American Civil Rights League, and this is why I say, when I woke up, it was like this morning and I was reading the news, it was like I was, watching The Offer. Because in The Offer, it was this group that wanted to dispel stereotypes against Italian Americans, right? And if you haven't seen The Offer, it's an older series now. Well, it was, a couple of years ago that it came out. It was in 22. and it gets into the story, the real story behind the creation of The Godfather, which actually is just as good as watching it. It's a brilliant series if you haven't seen it. And so you have the Italian American Civil Rights League. The founder at the time was Joe Colombo. Everybody knows Joe Colombo. And Giovanni Ribisi played Joe Colombo in The Offer. Miles Teller did a great job playing Al Ruddy. He did a really good job. Oh, and who's the British guy that ended up, he's been in a bunch of stuff. The British guy's, he did a really good job playing Evans, Robert Evans. He was so great as Bob Evans. Hang on, I got to find his name here. But this was Matthew Good. Matthew Good, who's great. He played Bob Evans, and he was so good as Bob Evans. It was really well cast. Anyway, so the Italian American Civil Rights League was created to dispel a lot of the myths that were circulating around the Italian American community, right? So now Mamdani erases them entirely from the map. Now, they were really big, like back when The Godfather was being made, the Italian American Civil Rights League were a pretty big organization. They had rallies, they did all kinds of stuff in New York, you know, a lot. And they were trying to have good relations and, you know, mainstream. So now they tweeted this morning, Zoran Mamdani wants to erase Italian Americans. You got to do the... First, he denied our permit for Unity Day in 2026. Now, he is excluding Little Italy as a recognized location altogether on the map. Italian Americans built New York City, not third world Ugandans. We stand against communists. Oh, man. This is why the internet was invented, man. I'm telling you what. By the way, not even the Italians. They took away the Irish. I keep thinking about, what was that movie? What was the series? Was it, what was James Gandolfini? Yeah. It wasn't there when they were sitting outside and they were like, it's anti-Italian discrimination. I'm telling you. So apparently Mamdani thinks that a bunch of third world Ugandans built New York. Built America. No, they didn't. I'm here to rock your boat to high hell. No, they didn't. They had nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing. I will fight you in the street physically all damn day. It was Italians and it was Irish and it was Germans and it was French that built the United States of America. The town that I came from, my husband's family, his family goes all the way back. They trace their family all the way back to like the 18th century. They are from Bavaria. They're super German. They came over before the Civil War, and they actually, their family, they've got a pretty huge history. His family's German and French, and St. Genevieve in southern Missouri, Kane, his family was one of the founding families of that town. So they're all over. They came in through Chicago, all that stuff. My family's a little crazier. We got Indians, pirates, and Irish, so American Indians. So the idea that it was, and that's what, have you seen communists try to do this? They're like, well, it was Somalians that came over and built America. I'm not making this up. Ilhan Omar has said this before. We play the audio. Like, what's Somalia? What the hell did Somalia? They didn't build not anything in the United States. You're not going to come over here and then try to rewrite our history. It's not happening. But, Kane, can I just go back for a moment? What the hell is Little Yemen? Please tell me what delights Little Yemen has. Or what about Little Palestine, which is a made-up area in the Middle East, and they decided to recreate the Disneyland fantasy in New York. What awaits for us over there? What delights does that particular enclave offer, dare I ask? Well, here's a pile of stolen copper, and here are tunnels underneath everything. And by the way, here's an IED, and here's your trust fund if you decide to send your son out for Allah to go kill Jews. I mean, I know that when I go to Manhattan, Kane, I think of Little Bot Tibet. I don't even know. What is that?
I don't know why my travel agent doesn't suggest it right away.
Good night. And by the way, they completely erased the entire Jewish community. So not only do Italians not exist on this map, not only do the Irish not exist on this map, but the Jews, which have a huge enclave in New York, one of the biggest outside of Israel, they don't exist on the map. But I'm not, right? Look at the map. Look at it. You can make, if you need to make it full screen one, you can. Look, you can't even see it. You can't see it. If you're watching the simulcast, want through it up there. And there is not a single, like, come on. You're telling me that in Williamsburg, there's no Jews in Williamsburg? Stop it. These people are idiots. Oh, but Little Guyana, Kane. That's kind of a big deal.
Little Bob Tibet.
This is, oh, by the way, not only do you have Little Guyana, but you also have the Guyana Gateway. And that's in Crown Heights. I don't know. I don't get it.
You have two Little Guyana.
Little Caribbean. They couldn't even be bothered to break the Caribbean down. You people just get one whole, like, the Puerto Ricans are like, excuse us, hello. Out of any of these enclaves, it's us. Hi, we get our own enclave. They don't even have Puerto Ricans have an enclave. Puerto Ricans have an enclave in New York. Yeah, Dominicans too. Yes. Yeah. And the Dominicans, they got Little Dominican Republic. They get one little area. But sorry, Puerto Ricans don't, and everybody else in that. You're sitting here telling me Jamaicans don't have an area? Are you kidding me right now? I mean, come on. I just can't. Puerto Ricans don't have an area. I mean, did we not see West Side Story? Hello.
Something tells me they didn't use diversity when making this list.
Somebody tells me that they didn't pull their heads out of their Islamist asses when they made this map. That's what I'm hearing.
It looks like all the white adjacent.
Little Pakistan, little Odessa. Are you kidding me?
When I hear, right.
What?
It's white adjacent. It's everything that's white adjacent is being shoved out right now.
So you can have this Nepo baby who had a wedding at a palace in Uganda. Oh my gosh. Now, if you're mad over this, but wait, there's more, because with the purchase of one slap chop, I have yet another slap chop to offer you. Buy one, get one free. We're just talking about Mr. Mamdani. We're not even getting into the wife yet. Oh. You guys, I'm going to have to give you a break so you guys don't, your blood pressure doesn't shoot you off into the sky. We got to, you're going to be down in super beats like nobody's business. So we just got to be careful here. So not only did he do this, not only did the office do this, but his wife, y'all, she's got this spiritual retreat. I don't know what that means. I don't do retreats. Maybe I'm a weird woman. Retreats are GHEY gay. I don't do that. I don't do retreats. I don't do spa days. Spas are gross. I don't do spas. I am not of that, like I just don't want to sit. I don't want to sit. If I'm going to do a sauna, I will build one on my own, and I will do it in the privacy of my own home. I'm not going to go sit with other people and sweat. That's so gross. That's air soup, and I don't do that. You're just basically like air frying yourself. Not doing that with other people. No, I don't do spas because I don't like to get dressed, go to some place, get undressed, put a robe on, and act like I'm in a bathroom, in somebody else's bathroom. It's gross. I don't like it. Anyway, so his wife is doing a spiritual wellness. What does that even mean? A spiritual wellness retreat. And she's decided that she's going to organize it around, or it's organized around honoring Jesus' mother Mary as a, quote, Palestinian woman giving birth under occupation. There's so much that is historically illiterate about this, and I'm going to bust it open. But also, guess how much Mrs. Mamdani is charging, because she's a co-host? $3,000 to $5,000. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. So we got to dive into that as well. But yeah, in Manhattan, everybody else is gone except for, Muslims got 1 million of these. By the way, you know that they keep playing the call to prayer. So somebody was saying there's a video circulating where it showcases this call to prayer in a Brooklyn neighborhood. And someone was saying, well, that's just for Ramadan. That shouldn't be for any time. I don't want to hear anybody's like, meh. I don't want to hear that blasting through the air when people are waking up at 5 in the morning and getting ready to go to school, getting ready to go to work, or getting ready to do whatever. That is a call of colonization. Look, it's 2026. Set an alarm on your phone. Okay? We're going to come back to all of this. We got a lot. As we move, the folks who help make the program possible. It is our friends it's the folks over at Byrna Gun. Now, I've told you guys 1 million times, I don't have any issue with using lethal force. In fact, FAFO, I train for such an occasion. I mean, such an unfortunate event, excuse me. I train for that. But at the same time, I also realize that sometimes you got to go where it's either private property restrictions or municipal restrictions you are not able to carry. And so what are you going to do? Because you need to be able to figure out some kind of other option, and that's where Byrna comes in. It's not a replacement. It is an addition as an option to your self-defense plan. Do not leave yourself completely undefended. So here's the thing. You know, whenever you deal with the gun-free zones and all that nonsense, this is not a gun. So it doesn't care about gun-free zone signs. There's no background check. There is no waiting period, no tax stamp, nothing. So how does it operate? It shoots chemical irritant projectiles that can deter threats from up to 60 feet away. Now, you might say, well, I have a stun gun and a taser. I love that journey for you. You've got maybe 1 or 2 shots with that. 1 or 2, that's it. With the Byrna CL, the compact launcher, which is the only model you need to know for this purpose, it has 15-round shot capacity per cartridge. So this is another tool in your kit, because sometimes when you can't carry, you need to still be able to protect yourself, and you need to have some kind of option up for security. You carry different calibers, you carry blades. This is just another way to diversify your weapons array. It's not a replacement, it's an option you'll be glad to have when your options are limited. Diversify your self-defense options today. Check out Byrna.com/Dana. It's the Byrna CL for compact launcher, BYRNA.com/Dana. Ready when you are.
How is your car payment treating you? What if I told you you could make a free phone call right now and reduce your car payment by as much as $83 a month? Look at your car payment closely. You could be paying as high as 20% interest. Rate Genius can help you reduce your car payments by reducing your interest rate to as low as 2.48% APR. We can refinance most existing car loans or leased cars, new or used, and save you money every month. Put more money back in your pocket. The call is free to find out how low we can lower your car payment. 5 minutes of your time right now could save you hundreds of dollars a year. Call Rate Genius now.
800-425-1161. 800-425-1161. 800-425-1161. That's 800-425-1161.
Not all applicants qualify for a loan or rate savings. Actual offer terms, including APR, are determined at the time of your application based on creditworthiness, value of the vehicle, loan term, and other factors.
If you served in the Vietnam, Gulf War, or post-9/11 eras, you may be eligible for expanded VA benefits. A new law, known as the PACT Act, provides disability compensation, health care, free toxic exposure screenings, and more to veterans who were exposed to toxins during their military service. You can submit a claim for your PACT Act-related benefits now. Claims received by August 10th, 2023 may be paid back to August 10th, 2022. Visit va.gov/PACT to learn more and file your claim.
Liberty Nation with Mark Angelides.
The ever-revolving door of UK Prime Ministers, the G7 looks for a leadership candidate, and what's happening in Iran. Find out on this week's edition of Liberty Nation Radio.
Author, columnist, managing editor of LibertyNation.com, podcast host and conservative policy advocate.
We dismiss history at our peril.
Liberty Nation with Mark Angelides.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Fox News goes to the Obama Presidential Center and asks black people what his number one achievement is. You caught me off guard here. I think his first achievement, his number one achievement is that he's black.
Somebody help me out. I'm going to have to say just being there.
Being black. The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
The Human and Social Services major at Cincinnati State offers a fast, affordable path into meaningful work without the time or cost of a 4-year degree. In just 2 years, you'll complete 300 hours of hands-on practicum, working directly with clients in community agencies, behavioral health programs, and support organizations. With built-in field experience and a job-ready credential, you'll stand out in a growing field. Enroll today. Visit cincinnatistate.edu.
At VA, veterans receive world-class health care and are treated with respect and dignity. Women veterans receive specialized care for their unique needs. Veterans with PTSD experience life-saving therapies. Paralyzed veterans access new technologies to improve mobility. Whole Health is changing primary and specialty care at VA for the care, respect, and compassion veterans deserve. Choose VA. Visit choose.va.gov.
Remember, always be generous with the nutmeg. Just eyeball it.
Okay.
Mom's wisdom has served you well, but now it may be your turn to guide her.
Hey, I'm worried about Mom. She keeps forgetting her famous sweet potato pie recipe.
Some things come with age, sis.
And some don't.
Knowing the early signs of Alzheimer's in a loved one will help you make the best decisions for your family. Visit 10signs.org to learn the signs. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Lifts into right field, down the line. That's a base hit. Here comes Ragland around third. He's going to score.
This Saturday, Baden versus Coldwater for the 1991 Division III State Baseball Championship.
Ground ball right at Mouse at second. He steps on the bag and gets him his relay to first. That's a double play. Yes, sir. Just what the doctor ordered.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window. Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, this afternoon will bring us sunny skies with your high 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low near 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night with a low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy with a chance of evening storms Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with your high 86.
Now, back to Dana Lash on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Not able to catch all 3 hours of The Dana Show? Subscribe to the full podcast and get news and laughs delivered in short, easy-to-digest episodes. Ideal for your busy lifestyle on YouTube, Apple, or wherever you get your podcast.
Like sands through the hourglass, so are the days of the United States.
I mean, here we are 5 days after Independence Day where we celebrated the country, and MAGA wants to celebrate one part of the country, the greatness of it. And God bless them. I mean, it is a great country, militarily, economically, the ideals that were founded in 1776. But the other half is that, and our founders knew this, our founders knew that we were a deeply imperfect country, right?
I'm trying to figure out why. I mean, can you just not do the, no. America is so great. We're the only nation that sacrificed, well over 500,000 of us in the Civil War to pay a debt. We sent 250,000 to fight Nazis in Europe, to say nothing of World War I, going into Korea, Vietnam, everything else, Iraq, Afghanistan. No. Whenever anybody in the world needs help, what do they call? They call the US of A. So it is a great country. No country is without faults because a country is made up of people, and a person is smart. People are sheep. Thank you, Tommy Lee Jones, Men in Black. It is still the greatest nation that has ever been conceived. The founders they looked at all of the great republics, and they took everything good and did everything possible to structure a government where the bad is limited. They took the greatness out of the Greek government, Roman Republic, and fashioned it into a constitutional republic. They understood the threat of direct democracy. They understood the importance of Christian virtue without mandating a denomination, without mandating that in order to celebrate or even practice the freedoms that this nation bestows upon you by nature of birth and or citizenship, you do not even have to subscribe to the faith that guarantees them like you do every other nation. It's really singular in its greatness and the brilliance of its conception. So that D-bag can be quiet. I'm done with this stuff. Celebrate the US of A, right? Man, I'm going to be watching that fight between the Italians and Mamdani. I don't think that's going to go so well for him. I'm just going to say, now coming up, let's talk about the wellness retreat that his wife is trying to retcon the story of Christ on. We got that. We got the latest with Iran. Charlie Kirk hearing ongoing. That case. More. Stick with us.
1450 The Ticket.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Fox News goes to the Obama Presidential Center and asks black people what his #1 achievement is. you caught me off guard here. I think his first achievement, his number one achievement, is that he's black.
Somebody help me out. I'm going to have to say just being there.
Being black.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Have you recently opened a brand new business and want to get the word out that you're open? Have an existing business and looking to increase profitability? Or are you looking to staff your new or existing business with employees? This is where WMOH Radio can be of help to you. Advertise your business to reach WMOH Radio's local and loyal listeners with your message that your business is open and ready to serve or looking for workers. Give us a call, 513-863-1111, and let us put the power of locally owned and operated 1450 WMOH Radio go to work for you.
This is your ticket to Miami University Sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
News this hour at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. A former Olympic canoe racer has pleaded not guilty to deliberately damaging the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. Norm Eisen is representing David Hearn, who says he will not get into the specifics about what he did or did not do at the reflecting pool.
We will reserve questions about exactly what happened for the trial. That is what the justice system is for. It is not a crime to touch the reflecting pool, to touch water in the United States of America.
The 67-year-old Hearn competed in 3 Summer Olympics as a canoer. He's now from Bethesda, Maryland, and facing a felony count of property destruction. Democrat Graham Plattner has announced he'll drop out of his state's U.S. Senate race after a former girlfriend accused him of sexual assault in an online video. He blasted party leaders for helping to orchestrate his departure.
People in D.C. need to stay in D.C. Decisions should not be made in back rooms by people in places of political power. Party apparatchiks are not the ones to make these decisions. These decisions need to be made in the open by the people of this state, the people who got us here.
And his departure expected to make it harder for Democrats to flip the seat of Susan Collins. U.S. stocks holding steady.
I'm Seth Sutel, and this is Markets in a Minute. Stocks are edging higher on Wall Street, and crude oil prices are easing a bit as traders keep a close eye on the latest fighting in the Middle East. The S&P 500 rose 0.4% in the first hour of trading Thursday. The Dow added 106 points. That's about 0.2%. The Nasdaq Composite rose 0.4%. The price of Brent crude fell 1%. Brent had risen sharply a day earlier following the latest flare-up in hostilities between the U.S. and Iran. Treasury yields also stabilized in the bond market. The yield on the 10-year Treasury was little changed at 4.56%. Seth Sutel, New York.
More of these stories at townhall.com.
Spring is here, and if you're staring at a home improvement project, wondering how you're going to pay for it, or looking at a big credit card bill piling up, I want you to know about my friends Mike and Brian and the team at Fellowship Home Loans. For over 20 years, Mike and Brian have been helping families like yours tap into something they already have, equity in their own home. A HELOC, a cash-out refi, a debt consolidation loan to wipe out those high-interest credit cards. Whatever fits your situation, Fellowship Home Loans will build it around you. Everything's done in-house, one roof, one team, all with a servant-led mentality. From your very first phone call to closing, you're going to get people who know your name and treat you like family. I know. I'm a customer. Right now, they're offering a free mortgage checkup, no pressure, just a real look at your options. Go to fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G, fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G, or call 800-510-MIKE, 800-510-6453. Fellowship Home Loans, mortgage lending by the book.
Nationwide Mortgage Bankers, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 819382.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. A Colerain Township police officer was rushed to the hospital after his cruiser was hit by a vehicle on Ronald Reagan Highway. The road was shut down between Colerain and Blue Rock. Several local fire departments from Butler and Warren counties assisted at the scene of a shed fire at the Butler County Sheriff's Gun Range on Woodsdale Road in Madison Township. A brownfield site in Middletown will soon be home to a new manufacturing plant. Weedman Electrico Technology is planning a $155 million investment at the Charles Street location. 65 jobs would be created. Hamilton police have announced a $5,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons who killed 65-year-old Vincent Singletary at a home on South 12th Street June 5th. He was shot to death. And the Reds hit 5 homers in last night's 11-5 win over the Phillies. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Big Box is back at Popeyes. 2 pieces of bone-in chicken or 3 tenders, 2 regular sides, and a biscuit for just $6. Add a cane sweet lemonade or tea and a blueberry lemon cheesecake to make your meal complete. Need dinner for the family? Get an 11-piece tender meal with 1 large side, 4 biscuits, and 4 dip cups for only $20. Stop by your new locally owned Popeyes locations at 2981 Princeton Road near Bridgewater Falls or 5102 Dixie Highway in Fairfield.
Bienvenidos, amigos. That's how you are welcomed at the area's #1 Latin American foods supermercado y restaurante. And you don't have to speak or understand Spanish to enjoy all that El Gran Valle Verde has to offer. All of your favorite Latin American grocery needs are in stock, and delivery is available too. And if you're not in a cooking mood for groceries, El Gran Valle Verde has a full-service restaurante with all of your favorites. El Gran Valle Verde, nearby in the Hamilton Plaza Shopping Center on Dixie Highway in Hamilton. Nos vemos pronto.
Are you tired of the long wait times at your favorite place on a busy Friday night? WMOH 1450 The Ticket has your reservation covered.
He's off to the races. He's got a reservation for 6. He's gone. Touchdown.
Make your reservation with us, and we promise no snooty maitre d's.
Snooty. Snooty?
High school game night, installed by AE Door and Window. Fridays this fall on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
I weep for the future.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies this afternoon with a high around 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night, low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
This is not a neocon thing, and by God, I'm one of, first off, the people who keep using that, I swear I'm going to shove a dictionary up your backside sideways, number 1. I'm of the mindset that when you screw up, you get slapped hard enough to make you scared to screw up again. That's how peace is achieved. Ta-da! And thank heavens we're a country that has the best principles.
The Dana Show with Dana Lash.
Welcome back to the program. It is I, your lovable curmudgeon, here hanging out with you as we start off the second hour of the broadcast. And so you can, if you missed anything first hour, find the podcast over at the Stack as well as Substack, Chapter and Verse, YouTube, Facebook. White House is preparing for an extended military exchange with Iran for control over the Strait of Wmoh, which could stretch for days or weeks now, according to media outlets. So apparently didn't they have a banner that they put over the side of a building saying we will kill Trump? Trump, I feel like he's done with this. And Trump is saying that we control the strait already. He's been saying that. But we still have Iran that's getting froggy. And this is a problem. They can't be getting froggy with stuff. I do think that it shows there's a very interesting, how do I put this? Disassociation or comparison that's happening within the administration here, because last week and the week before you had J.D. Vance going out and saying this is the path for peace, they're open to peace, we're going to have peace, etc. And then now POTUS is like, yeah, blank them guys, they're evil, they're scum, called them scum. You know what scum is? That's what he asked one of the reporters. He's not messing, he's not playing this at all, he's not playing with this at all. This is cut 6. This is what he had to say about this. Listen.
We just hit him very hard. And I'd say we hit them 20-1. Every time they hit us, we're going to hit them 20. And we did it last night. They did a little something today, but it was really retribution for last night. They hit actually 3 boats, not 2. And when they hit, we hit back much harder.
We hit back much harder indeed. Very interesting, because this is... You know, weren't we being told that this is just it's the pathway to peace? I love that explosion. I could watch that over and over again. Why is that not like a screensaver? You know, the screensavers where it used to be just like just watch stuff getting blowed up, baddies getting blowed up. So it is interesting to watch, because we were told that the vice president had a very different approach. He had a different approach from like the Rubio-Trump ascent. And I think Trump gave him some leeway on this. And then now, because here's why. I really feel like Vance thought that they could be dealt with rationally. I don't know how else to put it, because I don't know why you would go out and say, well, they're capable of peace, we're going to be able to have this. I'm not or incorrect in that, Kane, I don't believe.
I think he thinks of it as, he has to, he can't go to their level right away, right? We have to give them all these off-ramps, or else...
They've had off-ramps,
yes,
though, I would argue, forever.
No, they absolutely have. And I think Trump is doing that intentionally so that no one in the world community can say...
But don't you think his approach is different from Vance's?
Oh, absolutely.
Because Vance was acting like, they're going to be lovey-dovey. It's going to be total peace, and it's not.
I don't think anybody had a consensus that J.D. Vance's advice was any good as it relates to this. I think Trump is doing it right. The world community can't say he hasn't offered many off-ramps for them. And if this leads to their total destruction, well, that's what's in the cards.
I always felt like his approach was I always felt like Rubio and Trump were more on the same page, because that MOU, again, that just to recontextualize it, because this has been going on for so long, was never a final agreement. Remember, that was just the negotiation to get to the negotiation. So ridiculous, but we're working with mullahs. And I feel like Trump made Vance own that. This is me just sort of reading things and sitting back and watching and observing the messaging for both. I went back and I was rewatching some of Vance's sound bites on this, and it felt he was looking at this as though Iran, in my perspective, Iran was completely capable of diplomatic engagement, and he did not view it necessarily as a trap. It seemed myopic. This idea, it seemed very similar to the Obama idea that with enough trade, with enough investment, that they're just really one bailout away from a full democracy. That's what I got from Vance and his whole Quincy Institute cadre. But that's not the reality of the situation, nor has it ever been with Iran. Whereas Rubio was always, no, we're going to apply pressure, we're going to apply leverage, and these are our terms. And I thought that Rubio, and I'm not saying this like to look ahead for 28 at all, genuinely, but these are the three guys that are the most I think Vance less so, but Rubio's very involved. I think Rubio has a deeper understanding, absolutely. Foreign policy has always been his thing. Rubio has messed up more when he gets away from his wheelhouse. He's very good on foreign policy. And it's like Trump Reagan in one person, in a way. He's not isolationist when it concerns America's interest or trying to outmaneuver China like Trump is, like with the Strait or Greenland or the Panama Canal or, wherever. But Rubio's approach was, I think, verbalized yesterday when you heard Trump say, what did he say? They're scum, they're liars, they're cheats, they're crazy. They've acted this way for forever. That was his quote. That sounds like Rubio. Whereas Vance was going about, they just need an investment package. They're going to have the other Arab states invest, etc. Like they would act normal if, all of the Arab League just gave them an investment package. Oh, then they'll act normal, as though it's a problem that money can solve. Oh, then they'll act normal, as if it's a policy issue to begin with, when we all know that it's not. And I think that is the error of Vance's approach. That is why now I think Trump boxed him out of that. Now, again, I'm not trying to start anything. I'm just reading into it. Because for the people who go, well, Trump's going back and forth. I don't think Trump is going back and forth. Now, and look, and you guys know I'll criticize him when it's necessary. I don't think that this is him going back and forth. I think this was him showing a faction in the Republican Party, look, this ain't going to work because these guys are nuts. You got to remember this. Trump has been keen in on Iran since before J.D. Vance ever paid attention to what was happening in the Middle East. Actually, even Rubio, before half of these people have. He has hated Iran so badly. If there is one thing that Trump has been ridiculously consistent on, it's been that. And I feel as though you are not that hardcore serious about the reality of your geopolitical foe, and then you switch off of it without there being a reason. And I think he wanted to say, okay, we're going to do it your way for a moment. And then when that fell apart, predictably, as it always does with Iran, now we're back to where Trump began. And the correct perspective through which to look at Iran. And Rubio was already right there. So Vance can't sell this memorandum of understanding as like a peace deal because Trump's already called it a waste of time, right? Remember, Vance was the one who went out there and said, oh, this is an off-ramp, this is peace. But all Iran did was say, okay, we're just going to use this to buy some time. That's all we're doing. It was very myopic. Now, the funny thing is, too, and as Juan said, and I think this is a great point with Juan, the MOU was going to be restoring the global oil market before restarting the war. I think so, too, but I don't think that that's how Vance was approaching it. I think that that was Rubio pushing that as leverage to get the other countries to back the United States because everyone was feeling the crunch of this. Even though we don't get our energy from that sector, that's not where we get the bulk of our crude, it still affects the global market and prices for the global market, meaning. But I do absolutely think it was leverage that Rubio was like, okay, Rubio and Trump were like, all right, we've got to have these other Arab nations on board with us. So we're going to back off. We're going to act like, but when you heard Vance talk about it, he was like, yeah. This was an off ramp. This was, we're getting ready. We're going to have peace. The way he was talking was like he didn't foresee anything else happening. And now Trump's out there spiking the football. That's what he's doing. Let's be real. When he's out there saying this stuff, that's Trump spiking the football. That's him sending a message like, look, we did it your way. It didn't work. And I think that I do actually think this is 4D chess. I think Trump is simultaneously doing two things. I think he's using this, number one, to give a little bit of respite here at the peak of summer with crude, but also to showcase all of these people's way, the Quincy Institute, all of these other think tanks' way of approaching this problem is a failure, and it has been a failure. We're doing it my way. So I think it's kind of a twofer. I got to tell you about this thing that Zoe Mamdani's wife is doing because I told you it's going to make you upset. So let's have a little social study, shall we? So, or should I save it because we're going to be coming up close on time. Let me just set the table, and then we're going to talk about it after headlines because, fresh off the heels of Zoe Mamdani making everybody mad about the immigrant neighborhoods because if a white dude had come out and erased half of these neighborhoods the way he's doing, there would be an uproar. So they redid this New York City immigrant enclaves, and they got rid of all the Irish, all the Italians, and all the Puerto Ricans. They got rid of all the Jews. Y'all are white. Juan's white. He's just white adjacent. Sorry, Juan. King, your half is represented still. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah. So I'm not represented at all here anymore. I'm all gone. So that's what they did. They erased all of it. So while Mamdani's doing this, his wife, and by the way, the Italian American Civil Rights League is about ready to teach lessons, I think. So while he's doing this, his wife decides to have this, how do you call it, a spiritual retreat in Corsica. This is so stupid. So for $3,000 to $5,000, it's a trip of prayer, lectures, and food. And it's all about retconning Jesus's ancestry. So his wife, Rama, is co-hosting this very expensive retreat to say that Mary was a, quote, Palestinian woman giving birth under occupation. Now, she skipped, by the way, this is in Spain. Juan's showing you the headline. This is why his wife left America as we were celebrating the 250th birthday of this nation. This is not like a vacation. She's making money off of this because she's charging $3,000 to $5,000 for it in Spain to teach that Mary was a, quote, Palestinian woman who gave birth under occupation, which is so not even remotely accurate because, first off, There's no such thing as Palestine. There never has been. And as I've explained to you before, it was a name of spite given to a people after they lost an uprising by Hadrian. Syria Philistina. It was after the Philistines that were seafaring people from Crete, and they had been absent from the area for like 200 years beforehand. Further, Hadrian did, when he named this area this was 130 years after the birth of Christ. Mary was no longer alive. You're talking about renaming. Those timelines don't match up at all. We're going to deep dive into this because now this is a springboard for other debates. We got a lot more on the way as we move. The folks who help make the program possible, Patriot Mobile, the only Christian conservative cell phone service in the nation, and they want to save you money. That's all they want to do. They want to save you money and offer you great service that's unmatched, that you're not going to get anywhere else. And so, see, with Patriot Mobile, you're going to have the best coverage, no matter where you're at. You get wall-to-wall coverage on the top 3, all of the best networks, right? They have all of the premium priority service on all of the top networks. And the other thing, too, with Patriot Mobile is everything. If you got a question, their whole business is based in Texas. It's answered by real people right here in the U.S. of A. But here's the other thing. You can get dual network capability that allows for 2 separate networks on one device, so you don't have to carry multiple phones. You get added reliability. They got Wi-Fi hotspots. You can connect to multiple networks, international roaming, business and enterprise connectivity solutions. And they have a contract buyout program. They have a device buyout program. So they make it so easy to switch. And you don't have to worry about your money being used against you like you do with all of these other political action committees, with all these other cell phone services. That's not what Patriot Mobile does. Your money safeguards what you vote to protect. Superior coverage, products, and customer support. Visit patriotmobile.com/Dana or call 972-PATRIOT. Use promo code Dana for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/Dana, 972-PATRIOT, promo code Dana. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness weren't just written for history books, they were written for you. It's hard to pursue happiness when pain becomes part of your everyday life. A lot of people just accept it, saying that it's a part of them getting older. It doesn't have to be when you choose Relief Factor. Relief Factor was created to help people address inflammation. That is the cause of daily aches and pains. It's 100% drug-free and research-based. No prescription, no masking symptoms, just real support so you can keep moving forward. It works through multiple metabolic pathways to help support comfort, mobility, and movement. As America celebrates 250 years of independence, maybe it's time to reclaim a little of your own. And to commemorate America's 250, Relief Factor is offering a special patriotic price of $17.76 for the 3-week quick start. Visit relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. That's relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF for your 3-week quick start for only $17.76. Relief Factor, because freedom just feels better without pain.
Coming up on the next Scott Jennings show, we're going to keep further tabs on the situation with Iran. Are we going to see more U.S. military strikes? Victoria Coates is coming by to discuss. And from Capitol Hill, Jim Jordan, the great congressman from Ohio, is here. He'll give us a preview of what to expect when Congress goes back into session next week. All that and more breaking news coming up on the next Scott Jennings show.
Scott Jennings, tonight at 10 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Hi, I'm Bill Weber.
And I'm Adam Weber of AE Door and Window.
We've grown a lot over the years, but we've always remained a hometown company.
We work hard every day to be the Tri-State's first choice in garage doors, entry doors, openers, windows, and awnings.
From Clopay garage doors to LiftMaster openers and more, we've got the best products at the best prices and the best team of technicians.
Learn more at aeDoorSales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
He's off to the races. No one's going to catch him. Touchdown.
Local business owners, get in on the football excitement and let your message be heard. Join the growing number of businesses supporting high school sports on 1450 The Ticket at very affordable rates. Simply contact the WMOH 1450 The Ticket sales office at 513-863-1111. You are listening, and so are many of your future customers. Let area football fans know that you support high school sports on 1450 The Ticket, and they'll support you.
This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
High school sports don't
forget it.
From all of us at the NIAAA, thank you to every athletic administrator in Ohio for all you do to enrich the lives of your students. It does not go unnoticed. This message presented by the NIAAA, the National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's opponents on Man versus Train. At the crossing, we have Rick, a 175-pound frustrated man who's running late for work. And on the tracks, we have Bull, a million-pound freight train that takes a mile to stop. Let's see who comes out on top.
You can't beat a train, so don't try. Stop. Trains can't. Paid for by NHTSA.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Lifts into right field, down the line, that's a base hit. Here comes Ragland around third. He's going to score.
This Saturday, Baden versus Coldwater for the 1991 Division III State Baseball Championship.
Ground ball right at Mouse at second. He steps on the bag and gets him his relay to first. That's a double play. Yes, sir. Just what the doctor ordered.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window, Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, this afternoon will bring us sunny skies with your high 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low near 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night with a low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy with a chance of evening storms Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with your high 86.
Now, back to Dana Lash on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
And now, all of the news you would probably miss. It's time for Dana's Quick Five.
So, first up, there's apparently a deadly fungal storm sweeping America with toxicity. I don't know, toxic dust carrying disease. Meteorologists, this is the first I'm hearing about it. Meteorologists and health experts have warned that dust storms in the southwest will strip dangerous fungal spores. Are you going to breathe it and die? I don't know. I can't even pronounce this. It's a microscopic fungus particle called Cocciochidodes. Yeah, Kane, you can give this a whirl. Take a dance with that. That's what it's called. Right there. You can try it.
Coccidioides?
Sure.
Coccidioides?
Illnesses could skyrocket, including California, Nevada, Arizona, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Texas, as it enters the North American monsoon season. Woo! And, oh, by the way, the huge walls of dust are known as haboobs. Haboobs. Yeah. They said that people get valley fever that peaks in October, so basically the air quality is going to be blah. But I think it's going to be more towards, like, the Permian Basin out there. Let's see. The ideal movie length is shrinking for Americans. Yes, because we're being ruined by people who make 3-hour films. The only ways that that's acceptable is if you're doing, like, the proper adaptation of Pride and Prejudice, which we don't need anymore, please, dear heavens. And also, if you're doing any kind of Lord of the Rings, anything, but we don't need any more of that because Peter Jackson's is going to be absolutely unsurmountable in terms of cinematic greatness, so don't even try. But yes, otherwise, I don't need a 3-hour drama. I just don't. But I think that's, I mean, really, there are very few movies can hold your attention for that long. But they say they are shrinking. The ideal movie length is shrinking. And a lot of that, too, I think, is because you're being trained by what you see on social media and reels and clips and things like that, right? Let's see here. I know we already covered the guy who chopped his wing off. But what about the man in the wheelchair that robbed a Pasadena bank and escaped? He can hide, but he can't run. We got more on the way. Stick with us. So if you've listened to me for any length of time, you know that I've talked about Human and Super Beets for years now. And now they've released a new limited edition Watermelon Super Beets Heart Chew. I'm a little curious about this one. One of the reasons that I've stuck with Human is they aren't just another supplement company that's just chasing the latest trend. They were founded out of the University of Texas Health Science Center, and their products are built on real cardiovascular research. That's why Super Beets has been America's #1 beet brand for 10 straight years. Healthy blood flow matters. It supports your heart, healthy blood pressure, circulation, and the natural energy that you need to get through the day. That's why I take Super Beets every day. So now this new watermelon flavor, again, only for a limited time. So if you've been thinking about trying Super Beets, this is a great time to do it. Visit human.com/Dana right now, and you'll get a free 30-day supply with your order. That's human.com/Dana, and try the new watermelon Super Beets heart chews.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. The Butler County Sheriff's Office is tallying up the damage after a shed caught fire at their shooting and bomb disposal range on Woodsdale Road in Madison Township. A couple of buildings were damaged by the blaze. Ronald Reagan Highway in Hamilton County was shut down late this morning after a crash involving a police cruiser between Blue Rock Road and Coleraine Avenue. An officer taken to the hospital. A global electrical insulation company is bringing new investment and jobs to Middletown. Weidman Electrical Technology plans to build a new $155 million facility at a brownfield site on Charles Street. The company plans 65 new jobs at the Middletown site and 40 more at their sister facility in Urbana. Hamilton police are offering a $5,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in the shooting death of 65-year-old Vincent Singletary at a home on South 12th Street. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Hugh Hewitt.
Hi, it's Hugh Hewitt on the next Hugh Hewitt Show. I won't be there. I'm winging my way to California, but Colonel Kurt Schlichter will be here, and he'll bring us up to speed on the latest developments in the combat between the United States and Iran. Is the Strait open? Is Iran asking for it again? And the latest decision by Graham Plattner. Is he in or out? All that and more on the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
He keeps his finger on the pulse in D.C. The Hugh Hewitt Show.
Today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket. Keep that dial to the right.
Bienvenidos, amigos. That's how you are welcomed at the area's #1 Latin American foods supermercado y restaurante. And you don't have to speak or understand Spanish to enjoy all that El Gran Valle Verde has to offer. All of your favorite Latin American grocery needs are in stock, and delivery is available too. And if you're not in a cooking mood for groceries, El Gran Valle Verde has a full-service restaurante with all of your favorites. El Gran Valle Verde, nearby in the Hamilton Plaza Shopping Center on Dixie Highway in Hamilton. Nos vemos pronto.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never, ever become a minivan mom. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council. When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog. You didn't notice her at first. But when you finally did, it was too late. Because at that moment, you were speeding. She was out walking her dog and only had a second to let go of the leash. Your foot was on the gas, and her life was on the line. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
I think my biggest challenge was getting through to him to understand that love is real, and you have goals in mind, you have things that want to happen, and I want to help you get there.
Sometimes people tend to shy away from wanting to adopt teenagers because they feel like they've lost so much, but there's still so much to gain.
Just knowing that there's just that other person that cares and loves me out there, it feels great. And they've done so much for me, and I can only be appreciative every single day for just having them in my life.
I think it's been the best decision because I gained a son, and he's the best son ever. If I was down and out, he'd be there.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Why are interscholastic sports called the last classroom of the day? Because they teach students important life lessons like teamwork, accountability, and perseverance. School sports are so much more than a game. They're about developing the whole person. That's why they're an essential part of every student's education.
Encourage your student to participate in the last classroom of the day. Interscholastic Sports in Ohio. This message presented by the OHSAA and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Miami University football
Goes long and boom. It is a touchdown. Great throw by Thomas Gotkowski.
The new season begins September 5th as the Redhawks take on Pittsburgh on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies this afternoon with a high around 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night, low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Side of laughs whenever you want. Subscribe to the Dana Show podcast on YouTube, Apple, or wherever you get your podcast.
Welcome back to the program. We're at the bottom of the second hour. Lots of stuff. We've got the ongoing hearing with the Charlie Kirk case. And remember, that's a preliminary hearing. That's not the trial. Lorraine, if you have not read Lorraine's pieces on this, because she's following this every day, I think it's incredibly helpful because there's a lot of stuff to break down. And like, for instance, one of the things that Erica Kirk and the Kirk family were really pushing for is complete and total transparency. So, for instance, the furry boyfriend, lover, right, of the killer, the James Twiggs guy, the interview with him, which my understanding, it was like 22 minutes, I think, 25 minutes. I think that's what the judge said when he was talking to defense today. And they're playing some of it in the courtroom now. They were arguing back and forth as to how much of it they were going to show. I think they said 17 minutes of it. Certain things are going to be on camera for the country to see because that's what the Kirks want. Erica, the parents, his sister, the whole family wants everything out there. Everything out there. TPUSA had released a statement yesterday underscoring this. They want everyone to see everything because and I agree with them. I think it's that important. I think that don't misunderstand how important optics like this are. There are touchstones in American history that people can point to and say, my thinking changed here. When I was young, I was in elementary school when the whole Clarence Thomas thing was happening. But do you want to know what I took away from it just as a kid? Because it was all over the television. That was my first introduction to Joe Biden. I was in elementary school when Clarence Thomas was having his hearing to get on the Supreme Court. And I remember the first time I ever saw Joe Biden was when he was running his mouth at Clarence Thomas. That was the first time I ever saw him. And I remember thinking, and again, my family were all Union Democrats in Southern Missouri. Nobody seemed to really like him. And at first, when that whole thing with Thomas began, people that did not like Clarence Thomas were reprogrammed by the horrible way in which Democrats handled that hearing to feel pity, then empathy, and then support for him. And Joe Biden was one of the reasons why, because he was angry. Kane, you remember that. He was angry, and you had this optic of this angry, really white guy, really lefty white guy, yelling at this calm, composed black American man. That was a powerful optic, and that stayed with me. I have friends that were a little older that said that's the moment I became a conservative. That really hit people in different ways. The Brett Kavanaugh hearing, same thing. I remember telling everyone. Remember, we were on air when that happened. We were watching Kavanaugh come into the courtroom. And I told everyone, I said, this is going to be the moment. Trump, at that point, it was all Mitch McConnell. I know a lot of people have problems with Mitch McConnell, but I'm going to tell you, Mitch McConnell protected Kavanaugh. I got problems with Lindsey Graham, too. Lindsey Graham, though, every now and then, people will show you the reason why they're there.
And that was a God thing, because everything fell in place. Trump was hesitant to wade in and really do a hardcore defense because the media was assailing Kavanaugh. It was a mess. And you guys remember this. And I told you, I said, he's got to come in. And Clarence Thomas sat there in that seat and was saying, I am not going anywhere. And he was calm, but he was stoic and solid. And that hit. And Kavanaugh did the same thing. He looked right in the eyes of all these lawmakers, and he did the same thing. And then, boom, the second after he was done, Trump opened fire rhetorically. Kavanaugh saved himself. Kavanaugh had to prove that he was a fighter, and he did. When Andrew Breitbart passed away, that was another moment. What was going to happen to new media? This is why I always caution people about the spider and the starfish analogies. You cut the head off a spider and the rest of the body can't function. The starfish, it regrows it, everything else functions. And I wanted to see, because he was such a presence with new media, and a lot of people were really radicalized by that because they remember how Andrew was treated by the left. And now with Charlie, this is another moment where everybody, Parkland was one of those moments. Charlie Kirk being killed on a live stream was another moment. There are friends of my kids that were leaning right and went all the way right after that. And so, to my point, that's why it's so important for all of this to be made so public, because it is a cultural touch point in American history. Like if you're looking at it on just a line, a chronological timeline, that's a dot on that timeline. And I think it's important to be and they understand the transparency. They want the truth, and they want to showcase all of this to America. They've been consistent. Now, they're trying to determine and this is par for the course. This is standard procedure. But they're looking to see, the evidence. How great is the evidence? They have a lower threshold, a lower evidentiary standard in a prelim. But when you go to, you have, then you get to beyond reasonable doubt, right? So one of the things that Lorraine mentioned as well, because they're playing this Twigs interview, is the evidence is so ridiculously overwhelming. This is what I've been telling people. I have a post up right now over at Substack because Gal Sharpton was out there. All of the stuff that Gal Sharpton has said has been wrong, by the way. She was one of the people who said that there was no evidence at all whatsoever to put the killer on the campus. I knew that was false immediately because, like I said, when we went out to his Charlie's celebration of life, one of the people in our party was the guy who owned the facial recognition software company that recognized the killer and provided all that information for law enforcement. And, he was cooperating with authorities and they were working, so there's only so many things he could say. But he was like, for the people who think, that it's not clear that he was there, they haven't seen the footage. And they've been starting to play some of that in the prelim. So she's talking like she knows these things, and she doesn't know any of it. She's selling you a grift, and she just moves the goalposts. That's all she does. All of these videos are coming out now. Not only, and it just keeps happening, not only is it absolutely true that he was there, but then she was like, there's no DNA evidence at all whatsoever to any of this stuff. Well, then it came out, yeah, here it is. A DNA bombshell that's over a 95% match. Absolutely. All true. But that's the grift, right? That is the grift. I feel like there are people that are trying to get a hung jury. I feel like there are people out there that are trying to defend the murderer by poisoning the jury pool. I mean, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. But, man, Lorraine thinks that the evidence could be so overwhelming that the guy would have to take a plea deal after the hearing, because that's what they're looking at is the evidence. And one of the things that he said earlier is that the judge is, and Lorraine mentioned this too in Slack, the judge it's a precarious balancing act because he is balancing the right of the public to see evidence. He's balancing victims' rights to have full transparency, as well as the constitutional rights, and even though we all know who did it, of the accused. right, of the guy who fired the shot. And I know, I'm with you. I'm like, I get it. You're like, I don't want that guy's constitutional rights protected, but I go back to John Adams and what he did after the Boston Massacre. A country of due process has to be consistent in following due process, regardless your feelings about the individual who's petitioning. So, I think that's something that Charlie would agree with. So this will be, I mean, obviously, and again, this is just standard procedure for this, probable cause, because probable cause is the lower evidentiary standard for a preliminary hearing, and then when the trial begins, then it's beyond reasonable doubt. And I think, obviously, they're going to have more than enough. I just don't want the prosecution to get cocky. And that's the other thing. You don't want to go so hard that you end up creating a way out or a way for the perpetrator to dodge consequence, dodge accountability. And that's where I think all of this stuff from the woke Reich and all of this, that's where that's all coming from. That's where it's all coming from. But the texts that they have, and doesn't it seem like the guy's furry lover at one point was really trying to avail himself of any association? And that it seemed choreographed in a way that was not professional for the people who were trying to act like it was professionally done. It seemed not like it was professional. It seemed like two dudes that were trying to figure out, oh, rats, we got this digital trail. We got to figure out a way around this. That's what it seemed like. There wasn't, the other thing that Gal Sharpton said is that it wasn't a gunshot that killed Charlie, that it was an exploding microphone. And all the forensic evidence that was presented at this preliminary hearing completely destroyed that. So literally everything that she said has been utterly destroyed by evidence in court. And we're not even finished with the week. It has been absolutely obliterated. Now, the prelim is scheduled to hear tomorrow, although there's been a lot of criticisms about how slow this has all been going and whether or not they can actually wrap it up by end of day tomorrow or not. That remains to be seen. But this is, with all of this being very, very visible and then going into the trial with it being very visible, this is going to be something. This is going to be a continuation of this. You have to remember, I don't want to say saga, but I don't have any other way to describe it. The saga involving Kirk didn't end after he was pronounced dead. It's ongoing. It's not going to end until there's a decision rendered in judgment of his killer. That's when this ends. That saga. The grief and the mission doesn't end for his family and his widow, definitely. But the other thing to note is that a lot of these woke Reich people, you're already starting to see some of the Fox News hosts pivot away from this, where they had championed all the people that questioned this, and they wrote, don't attack this person, they're a mom. Well, Erica Kirk was a mom. She's a mom. Doesn't make any sense. But I think some people are reading the writing on the wall, especially after seeing all of these conspiracy theories wither under the light of scrutiny. They're watching all of these people's influence take a hit. One of the reasons why things like that have high views is because people like watching train wrecks. There's a reason why people watch reality TV. There's a reason why The Real World had a trillion seasons. There's a reason why Cops is one of the longest running shows in America, because people like watching hot messes. That's not indicative of influence that person has. It's not an admission of belief in that individual's authority. People like watching crash outs. Why do you think World Star Hip Hop is so popular? There's so many accounts on social media where you can literally watch people fighting, watch people getting drunk, falling down, watch people taking the L. There's literally a million of these accounts. That's not indicative of influence. It's not indicative of correctness, and it's not indicative of authority. That's the truth of it. Coming up, we're going to speak with Matt Tardillo, who is a veteran and also a ballistics expert about that, because whether or not they get into that with the ammunition and all that stuff, I don't know. I think the evidence may be so overwhelming that they may not even get to that. There may be a plea deal struck before that. That remains to be seen. But he's going to be joining us third hour. But something else, too, to quickly note is that, and Lorraine made this great point, the woke Reich and the Gal Sharpton audience, they don't understand that they have to get a conviction on the killer before they can go after anybody that they think encouraged or helped him. That's how this works. So we have a lot on the way. We got Florida Man coming up, as well as we move our partners, the folks over at Burn a Gun. I've told you guys I have no issue using lethal force to protect myself or the lives of my loved ones, right? But we all realize that there exist private property restrictions, municipal restrictions. If you're navigating restrictive gun laws, you want to find not a replacement, but you want to find a diverse option for when you are restricted from exercising your self-defense Second Amendment rights. And so this is why it's important to diversify what you have in your weapons array. That's where the Byrna comes in. It's the Byrna CL. CL stands for Compact Launcher. And it's about the size of an iPhone. It shoots chemical irritant projectiles that can deter threats from up to 60 feet away. Now, how it compares to stun guns and tasers is this. They have 1 or 2 rounds. The Byrna CL has a 15-round shot capacity. And it's not a gun, so there's no gun-free zones that it cares about. It doesn't care about any of that stuff. There's no background checks. There's no waiting periods. There's no permits. This is a great idea. An option to have if you have to go to a gun-free zone area, whether, again, municipal, private property restrictions, college kids that aren't old enough to carry, but they are old enough to, serve their country and carry overseas or live alone and walk to school, that this is something that, a consideration for them so that they can protect themselves. Diversify your options. You can learn more about the Byrna CL at Byrna.com/Dana, BYRNA, Byrna.com/Dana, ready when you are.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. On ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Listen as students and young adults interview well-respected CEOs on our national radio show, realworldleaders.org, to learn secrets for success and how to use them to propel their careers.
Mia, was this a waste of your time, or what did you get out of speaking with Jason today?
Absolutely not. This is always a great experience to be a part of, and I'm really interested in hearing the stories behind the different CEOs that come on to the show.
Jason, what do you think, how important are communication skills and being able to show that confidence of communicating with someone?
I think that's paramount, specifically in my industry. Communication is the key to getting a job done in my field. I also think that it's the key to getting things done in your personal life and personal relationships. I would beg all of you to go out into the world and be yourselves just as you are.
To hear more and to help us introduce your high school, GED, work-ready, and college students to our CEOs, visit our website at realworldleaders.org. That's realworldleaders.org.
This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
All right, what's the over-under on when someone accuses Donald Trump of planting Graham Plattner, quote, a Republican operative, close quote, in the main race to torpedo the chances that Democrats will take over the Senate? Oh, great Eldersky, don't give AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Joy Reid, Sonny Hostin any ideas.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Don't get caught letting your furnace or air conditioner break down during temperature extremes. Your system needs to operate efficiently at all times. Butler County Mechanical Services is your dependable neighborhood heating and cooling company, offering reliable 24-hour service 7 days a week. And be sure to ask about their annual maintenance contract. That's Butler County Mechanical Services. Call them for your heating and air conditioning system tune-up or repair.
892-1444. 892-1444.
Get classroom ready in under 2 years at Cincinnati State.
Early childhood education is a high-demand field, and this major helps you step into it quickly. In just 4 semesters in tandem with coursework, you'll complete over 300 hours of hands-on experience through practicum and student teaching in real classrooms. These placements build confidence, connect you with local employers, and often lead directly to job offers. Enroll today. Visit cincinnati-state.edu.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
This is your ticket to high school football.
Intercepted in the end zone by Lakota West. Chris Bradley stepped in front of that pass. Bradley's second pick of the game.
Basketball.
Free from the corner. Gavin Caesar knocks it down. Hail Caesar.
And baseball.
Ground ball. Ogden is short. This could be it. To throw across the diamond. And he's out. That does it. Rams win. Rams win. The Baden Rams are the 2026 Division III state champions.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, this afternoon will bring us sunny skies with your high 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low near 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night with a low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy with a chance of evening storms Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with your high 86.
It's his life mission to make bad decisions. It's time for Florida Man.
Sorry, I'm still laughing about Mamdani making all of the Italians in New York mad. And the whole, like, Italian-American, or, I mean, it's going. It's going. All right. So, let's start with, oh, man. We gotta talk about how Kane does not like old people. Hold up, let me pull this story up. You know, he's got a problem with them. I don't know. We're trying to work on it.
I just say not all old people are innocent.
I know you think old people are innocent. This guy isn't, though. Really, he's an 84-year-old. Okay, a drunk 84-year-old Florida man tried to burn his longtime lover to death when she dumped him after 42 years. He tried to burn her face off. Franklin Davis and the woman, they ended their decades-long relationship. They got into an argument while they were parked in a 7-Eleven, according to Broward County. Davis, who shockingly had been drinking, suddenly, out of nowhere, produced a gasoline-filled bottle. Wait, what? Because, people just carry those around, particularly 84-year-olds in Florida, apparently. He produced a gasoline-filled bottle, doused the dashboard and front seats with it, and set it alight while they were both inside. His ex told investigators she thought he meant to burn her up, and he got burns to his face, she got burns to hers. They were both treated at local hospitals. Oh my gosh, Kane. Oh my gosh, I don't think we can show this. It is so bad. Oh man. And the car, as you can imagine, blowed up. So she got third-degree burns. He got third-degree burns. Oh, my gosh. They were both treated at the hospital. And the 7-Eleven parking lot has a charred spot where the car had been set ablaze and all the nearby signs had melted. Oh, my gosh. Let's see. A Florida man was found lying shirtless outside his school. He fled into an alligator-infested canal. He wanted to be a gator snack. Deputies located the guy. He was subject of a previous welfare check. He was lying on the ground in front of Wadsworth Elementary School, day before the 4th, Flaker County. He didn't have a shirt on. Deputy tried to check on him because he's just laying there on the ground. Kind of weird, right? Shirtless, laying on the ground. Didn't go to the school. Didn't have kids at the school. Deputy checked on him. The guy fled, according to police. Flaker County, they said he fled. And then there was a call from a resident of Whittle Place. The guy was crawling around in the backyard trying to climb on their house. They got him before the gators did, though. They did a little mental check and then took him into custody. Stick with us. We got more in store.
$14.50 The Ticket. Hugh Hewitt.
Hi, it's Hugh Hewitt on the next Hugh Hewitt Show. I won't be there. I'm winging my way to California, but Colonel Kurt Schlichter will be here, and he'll bring us up to speed on the latest developments in combat between the United States and Iran. Is the Strait open? Is Iran asking for it again? And the latest decision by Graham Plattner. Is he in or out? All that and more on the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
He keeps his finger on the pulse in D.C. The Hugh Hewitt Show.
Today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket. Keep that dial to the right.
More than 200 members of Congress are standing up for AM radio listeners. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will keep AM radio in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
This is your ticket to high school sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
News this hour at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew at Washington. The U.S. has launched new airstrikes against Iran, and Tehran responded by targeting Gulf countries. The exchange of fire threatening an interim deal intended to end the war in the Middle East, but sirens sounded at least 3 times in Bahrain. Missiles targeted Kuwait and Qatar. Ukrainian drones battered Russian oil facilities once again and set more oil tankers on fire.
Ukraine has hit more Russian oil facilities, as well as setting 2 oil tankers ablaze in the Sea of Azov. The drone strikes on oil infrastructure across Russia have triggered a fuel crisis, with gasoline shortages and fuel rationing in multiple regions. The strikes come a day after President Donald Trump pledged to grant Ukraine a license to manufacture the Patriot air defense systems. A top Ukrainian official, meanwhile, cautioned that it could take a year or more for the country to produce Patriot interceptor missiles. I'm Karen Shamas.
And all the concern about Iran and the United States raising new concerns about oil prices, but they have lost a little ground today, off about $2.30 a barrel, and that's been a boon for stock prices. Now the Dow is up 182 points, the NASDAQ up by 314, the S&P up about 60. Facebook's parent company is now planning to build a huge AI data center in Canada.
Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, says it's investing more than $9.1 billion to build its first artificial intelligence data center in Canada, and the largest outside the United States. The facility will be in Alberta and will be powered by a natural gas-fired plant being developed by a consortium. Alberta has been courting hyperscale data centers. Because the province's electricity grid cannot support multiple large AI data centers, it's prioritizing projects that have their own power generation, as Meta plans to do. I'm Donna Water.
More of these stories at townhall.com.
Hey, I'm Kirk Cameron. Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this: Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a health insurance alternative at half the cost. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. While insurance companies tell you when to join, what to pay, and where to go, CHM is different. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other Christians. You can enroll, switch programs, or leave at any time. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a world of difference. CHM has 4 flexible programs. You can pick any certified doctor, surgeon, or hospital that you want for eligible care. So make the switch. Take your paycheck back from health insurance this year. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Hamilton police are ramping up the investigation into the June 5th homicide of 65-year-old Vincent Singletary. They're offering a $5,000 reward for information leading to an arrest and conviction in the case. Ronald Reagan Highway shut down in both directions between Blue Rock Road and Coleraine Avenue after a Coleraine Township police cruiser was hit in a crash, sending an officer to the hospital. Several area fire departments provided assistance for Madison Township and battling a shed fire at the Butler County Sheriff's gun range on Woodsdale Road last night. The blaze broke out around 9:49 p.m. A big investment for Middletown. A manufacturing firm will build a $155 million plant at a brownfield site on Charles Street. Weidman Electrical Technology makes transformer board. They plan to open the site in 2028, hiring 65 new workers. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Richard's Pizza. Honey, what are we going to eat after the game tonight?
How about Richard's Pizza?
Richard's Pizza. One of their new fresh salads for you, a famous Italian steak sandwich for me, and a piping hot pizza for the kids.
Sounds like a plan.
Richard's Pizza has 4 convenient locations in Butler County: Trenton, Monroe, Fairfield, and Hamilton.
Richard's Pizza. Great taste since 1955. Richard's Pizza.
Back pass pressured in the backfield. He's brought down again. Another sack.
Local business owners, get in on the football excitement and let your message be heard. Join the growing number of businesses supporting high school sports on $14.50 The Ticket at very affordable rates. Simply contact the WMOH $14.50 The Ticket sales office at 513-863-1111. You are listening, and so are many of your future customers. Let area football fans know that you support high school sports on $14.50 The Ticket, and they'll support you. WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Lifts into right field, down the line. That's a base hit. Here comes Ragland around third. He's going to score.
This Saturday, Baden versus Coldwater for the 1991 Division III State Baseball Championship.
Ground ball right at Mouse at second. He steps on the bag and gets him. His relay to first. That's a double play. Yes, sir. Just what the doctor ordered.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window. Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies this afternoon with a high around 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night, low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
This is not a neocon thing, and by God, I'm one of, first off, the people who keep using that, I swear I'm going to shove a dictionary up your backside sideways, number one. I'm of the mindset that when you screw up, you get slapped hard enough to make you scared to screw up again. That's how peace is achieved. Ta-da! Thank heavens we're a country that has the best principles.
The Dana Show with Dana Lash.
Welcome back to the program. Your lovable curmudgeon with you. We're at the top of this third hour, ladies and gents. If you missed anything from the previous two, you can go to the podcast, download that. We also have the stack, chapter and verse, find stuff up at Substack. Lorraine's got a recap of the days of the preliminary hearings in the Charlie Kirk murder trial, trying the killer. And they just released all the really damning text messages involving the trans furry lover of the killer, where the killer confesses everything in text. It's pretty damning. And that's going to be recapped for you. And then, of course, we got a whole bunch of other stuff up there as well over at Substack. So the latest, because we're going to dive into some of the ballistic stuff coming up at the bottom of this hour, but I've been telling you we're going to talk about this story. This happened. This is a New York Post piece. Let me pull this up. So during Independence Day weekend, we've got so many issues with the Mandanis right now. They're in a lot of trouble because the situation with the, let's just put it, his wife, Mamdani's wife, and the issue with this wellness retreat that she's doing. I'm going to pull this story up because it just decided to go away. So his wife, on Independence Day weekend, went to Spain to co-host a very expensive spiritual wellness retreat. It's an all-female, and they were going to, quote, honor Jesus's mother Mary, who they described as a, quote, Palestinian woman giving birth under occupation. This is in Corsica. It's basically a female Muslim retreat. And they were going to pray at a 15th century monastery for their quote-unquote sisters in Palestine. and it was organized by a Muslim group. And they were going to honor the legacy Mary. She's a Palestinian woman. And the price, $3,100 to $5,200 for a private casita. And they have their daily prayers and all of that stuff. And oh my gosh. So that is, and they talk about Mary in the Quran. This is colonization of Jesus's mother by a death cult. It's colonization of the birth of Christ. This is occupying, this is colonizers trying to occupy biblical history. They don't have any of their own. It's all been retconned from pagan lore, etc., and created into a sex cult fanaticism where the people upon death, they're not drawn into a closer relationship with God. They're given a bunch of virgins so that they can screw for eternity. And it is absolute bunk. That's exactly what this is. This is evil colonization, because Palestine, first off, doesn't exist. It is a fictional place. I'm always going to talk about this every time I have the opportunity to. It is a fictional place that was created out of spite. Way, way, way back when. Way, way, way back when. Hadrian, the Roman emperor. You had the Bar Kokhba revolt. This was in 136 AD. I don't say CE because that's nonsense. We say Anno Domini. After Christ. And it was a major uprising. I think it was the second Judean uprising. And, it's the Jewish-Roman War, right? The second Jewish-Roman War. And Hadrian wanted to absolutely crush Jewish people then. He wanted to crush them, not just as a people, but as their spirit, and wanted to forever sever any ties that they had to where they lived. Any historical, any cultural, whatever ties. So after the uprising, he decided to, out of spite, as a way to separate Judea from this territory, call it Syria, Palestina. Now, where did that name come from? It actually was a revival of the name of the Philistines, that were a seafaring people. They were an Aegean seafaring people. And they were the biggest enemies of the ancient Israelites. And they had been gone for 2 centuries. They have not even been around in the area doing anything for 2 centuries. But out of spite, out of a way to just really stick it, Hadrian decided to rename that territory, Syria Philistina, as a thumb in the eye of the Israelites. And it was he ordered, and that's when he also ordered, he wanted to erase Jerusalem. He wanted to rebuild Jerusalem as a pagan Roman colony and wanted to ban Jewish people from even entering the city. That is the history of that term. You have a bunch of people from Jordan that wanted to be terrorists, that wanted to retcon and create out of the ether an ethnicity and a name and a people that has never existed in all of human history. It is not supported even by Islamic antiquity. It is not supported by Christian antiquity. It is not supported by pagan antiquity. No, nothing in history supports this. This is an attempt for Islamists like Rama Douaj to colonize the birth of Christ. It is an absolute blasphemous affront to Christianity. So that is the actual archaeological history of that term. So all of these people saying, Palestine, it's never existed. It has never existed. Ever. And it was a name, a vengeful, spiteful name that was revived from a people that had been gone for 2 centuries. That is where that name comes from. Any contrary, any objection to that factual, God's honest documented history is a lie. It is a sin. So that is the history of that term and those people. And so they're trying to rewrite it. Just like you turn the Hagia Sophia, take it from a church and turn it into a mosque, Dome of the Rock, everywhere else. This is the attempt to place the proverbial flag on the hill. It is an attempt to rewrite history. There wasn't an occupied territory. Jesus wasn't a refugee either. Joseph and Mary weren't refugees. This is, again, historical illiteracy. They went from one Roman province to a different Roman province. One Roman province with a mean governor to a different Roman province with a governor who was, That's why they returned for the census. They did everything legally. There was no illegal entry. There was no illegal immigration. They were all legal. That's a lie. One of the reasons I left my last church was because my pastor decided to spin a lie about that history. So that is the truth of it. We are not going to allow Islamists to rewrite a sex cult to rewrite the history of Christianity. Not happening. But that's just what the First Lady of New York City was trying to do. On Independence Day weekend, no less. Now, I understand people go on vacations, but she's co-hosting this thing. She's making money off of it. You're charging $3,000 to $5,000. This was purposefully scheduled for Independence Day. You are the First Lady of the largest city in the nation, and you leave at the 250th birthday of the Republic to go to Spain for a simping Islamist retconning of history. That's what that is. Not American. And this is right after her husband decided to erase from the map of immigrant enclaves Italians, Irish, Jews, and Puerto Ricans. Dominicans are, and then everybody else is Caribbean. And then, oh my gosh, you got all this stuff for all these different Islamist communities. Little Yemen, little this, little that, little Pakistan. This couple is I feel like the Mamdanis are an insult to America. Absolute insult to America. They're everything that is wrong with the lack of assimilation. This is what lack of assimilation is. This country does not shapeshift to fit whatever third world hellhole you immigrated from. You acclimate to this nation. That is e pluribus unum. That is the spirit of this republic. We don't change our ways for you. If you want to join us, you change your ways and you join the fabric of the greatest society in the world. If you can't do that, then you stay with your sex cult in your third world hellhole. Because that stuff is not welcome here. Like this whole thing that I keep saying, a video that's circulating. I saw it again reposted on social media, and it's this call to prayer that's in it's like, where is it? Was it in Brooklyn? Outside of Brooklyn, Bronx? Where was it? It was this call to prayer. And they were saying, well, no, it's not every day. That was just on Ramadan. I don't care if it's just on Ramadan. Well, we have to play the call to prayer so people know when to play, when to go out and pray. That's what the alarm on your phone is for. Welcome to 2026. We're not bringing this barbaric BS here. We're not doing it. You don't need the giant tower and have this guy singing, which, by the way, it's not a call to prayer. It is a proclamation where they're saying Allah is great and all this stuff. It is a declaration of occupation. That is what it is. It is a declaration of occupation, and it plays through the streets at an ungodly decibel level. So set an alarm on your phone. Church bells aren't even just used to call to prayer. Church bells actually are a way to signal. The community use it for a number of things, and they sound pleasant. And there's no words. It's just bells. It's not some guy shrieking about Allah. Oh, this is the United States of America. If you don't like it, get out. Set an alarm on your phone if you need a reminder of when to pray. I mean, I didn't suspect that particularly devout people needed regular reminders on when to pray, but, who knows? We have a lot more on the way. We got headlines coming up as we move. Our partners that help bring you the program. It's the folks over at Relief Factor. Relief Factor wants to bring you relief from everyday aches and pains. There's so many stories of people who've taken Relief Factor and they were tired of just living with the discomfort, and they found something that helped them feel like themselves again. My husband takes it for old sports injuries. I have a friend who's a professional bodybuilder who takes it. Everyday aches and inflammation can quietly chip away at your freedom, affecting how you move, how you work, how you live life. You don't have to go through life like that. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free, research-based formula designed to fight inflammation. That is the root cause of most pain. It's not a temporary fix. It works from the inside out to support your body's natural response to pain. You get back to walking comfortably, staying active, and living life. Right now, they have their special patriotic pricing, the 3-week quick start, for $17.76. So Relief Factor has this special price to commemorate the country's birthday. $17.76 to get started. Join millions of others who've celebrated freedom from pain. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to get that special 3-week quick start price of $17.76. ReliefFactor.com, 800-4RELIEF. Whether you're navigating restrictive gun laws or just want extra peace of mind, the Byrna is the perfect addition to your self-defense plan. You need diverse options when carrying isn't possible. And this is where Byrna becomes a personal security option that you should consider. They have a model called the Byrna CL, also known as their compact launcher, which offers maximum concealability as it's around the size of an iPhone. It's like having another tool in your kit, because there are times when you can't carry your firearm, but your security still matters. The Byrna CL is easy to use, and its chemical irritant projectiles can deter a threat from up to 60 feet away. Byrna is effective and requires no permits, no background checks, and there are no waiting periods. It also doesn't care about gun-free zones. The Byrna isn't a replacement, but it's an option you'll be glad to have when your options are limited. Diversify your self-defense options today. Visit Byrna.com/Dana to learn more. That's BYRNA.com/Dana.
Hugh Hewitt.
Hi, it's Hugh Hewitt on the next Hugh Hewitt Show. I won't be there. I'm winging my way to California, but Colonel Kurt Schlichter will be here, and he'll bring us up to speed on the latest developments in the combat between the United States and Iran. Is the Strait open? Is Iran asking for it again? And the latest decision by Graham Plattner. Is he in or out? All that and more on the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
He keeps his finger on the pulse in D.C. The Hugh Hewitt Show.
Today at 3 on WMOH 1450, The Ticket. Keep that dial to the right.
Hi, I'm Bill Weber.
And I'm Adam Weber of AE Door and Window.
We've grown a lot over the years, but we've always remained a hometown company.
We work hard every day to be the Tri-State's first choice in garage doors, entry doors, openers, windows, and awnings.
From Clopay garage doors to LiftMaster openers and more, we've got the best products at the best prices and the best team of technicians.
Learn more at aeDoorSales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
He's off to the races. No one's going to catch him. Touchdown.
Local business owners, get in on the football excitement and let your message be heard. Join the growing number of businesses supporting high school sports on 1450 The Ticket at very affordable rates. Simply contact the WMOH 1450 The Ticket sales office at 513-863-1111. You are listening, and so are many of your future customers. Let area football fans know that you support high school sports on 1450 The Ticket, and they'll support you.
This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Why? Why take a chance? Why risk a mistake? Why say something? We all have reasons why we choose to ignore the things that give us pause, that seem out of place, that don't feel right. The word why can either paralyze us or empower us to stand up and protect what we love. So if you see something, why do you say something?
I see safe for my family.
I see safe for my friends.
I see say for my students.
We see say for each other.
I see say because all of this matters.
We all have something worth protecting, a why that unifies this community we're all a part of. So protect your everyday. Report suspicious activity to local authorities. If you see something, say something.
A crying baby is impossible to ignore, but a quiet baby can be easy to forget. Every year, dozens of children lose their lives because otherwise attentive adults forgot they were in the back seat. It only takes a moment for a car to heat up to dangerous levels, even on cooler days. So get in the habit of always looking in the back seat and use reminders to ensure baby is always with you. Where's baby? Look before you lock. Paid for by NHTSA.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Lifts into right field down the line. That's a base hit. Here comes Ragland around third. He's going to score.
This Saturday, Baden versus Coldwater for the 1991 Division III State Baseball Championship.
Ground ball right at mouth at second. He steps on the bag and gets him his relay to first. That's a double play. Yes, sir. Just what the doctor ordered.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window. Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, this afternoon will bring us sunny skies with your high 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low near 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night with a low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy with a chance of evening storms Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with your high 86.
Now, back to Dana Lash on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
And now, all of the news you would probably miss. It's time for Dana's Quick Five.
So I wanted to get to the story because we didn't have enough time, but it was the Pasadena one where the guy in a wheelchair robbed a bank. I don't know how this happens, but he did. A man in a wheelchair handed a teller a note claiming that he had a gun, took a few $1,000s out of it's a bank. I was on South Lake Avenue. I don't know where it is. But it was like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, First Citizens Bank branch. And the teller handed over the currency, a few $1,000. The exact amount wasn't released, but he was wearing a black windbreaker. He's about between 30 and 40 years old, had dark pants on. Nobody was hurt. The investigation is ongoing. Apparently, he did get away. Kane.
So he can hide, but he can't run.
How does that happen? You're able to wheel out of a bank after you hold it up and wheel away? I mean, nobody sees you? No, they can't catch you? What in the world is this? That happened. Oh my gosh. West Virginia town fired their entire police force after the evidence room was allegedly broken into. Ooh, boy, that's a bad one. In West Virginia, every single officer was fired after the evidence room was busted into. The Barrackville Police Department. They said effective immediately, the entire Barrackville Police Department has been relieved of duty by the mayor and city council. Apparently, one officer told Channel 12 that he came into work Tuesday morning, discovered the evidence room had been broken into. He took the news right to the mayor and the town council and suggested a member of the council may have had something to do with it. And he said that he made the allegation after noting that the council allegedly mentioned they wanted to run an inventory of the department without officers present. And after claiming a council member refused or confessed to taking a set of police keys. So apparently he was immediately placed on inactive status. The police clerk has stepped down, and apparently the officer told the mayor and council he's going to seek whistleblower protection. And that comes less than a week after the police chief of that same town suddenly resigned out of nowhere. Wow, this sounds like East St. Louis. Remember when their city manager was killed? Because he accidentally fell over a giant highway overpass? Harvey Henderson? That was my first investigative story that I covered out of school. He just happened to fall 60 feet over a highway overpass because, as one does, they get out on an exit ramp and just enjoy the night air. But that is bad. Do you think the city council is sus in this? They sound pretty sus, man. Who got the keys? I'm saying. That's crazy. And lastly, a creepy cruise ship hairstylist is accused of serial groping of female passengers. This is another reason why cruises freak me out. 26-year-old Indian citizen working aboard Virgin Voyages. This ship called Brilliant Lady, it was an Alaskan cruise, lured unsuspecting passengers from the main salon into a secluded, dimly lit barbershop and carried out assaults, according to the federal complaint. No, there would be no. And he tried to say that he was going to do a massage using underarm pressure points. Who buys this? Who buys this? Right? Yeah, a Groupon. Yeah, exactly. I can't. He would say, do you want a massage also? If you're getting your hair done on a cruise ship and someone's like, would you also like a massage? That's gross. No, go away. We got a lot more coming up. We're going to break down more. For any length of time. You know that I've talked about Human and Super Beets for years now. And now they've released a new limited edition Watermelon Super Beets Heart Chew. I'm a little curious about this one. One of the reasons that I've stuck with Human is they aren't just another supplement company that's just chasing the latest trend. They were founded out of the University of Texas Health Science Center, and their products are built on real cardiovascular research. That's why Super Beets has been America's #1 beet brand for 10 straight years. Healthy blood flow matters. It supports your heart, healthy blood pressure, circulation, and the natural energy that you need to get through the day.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. A Colerain Township police officer was rushed to the hospital after his cruiser was hit by a vehicle on Ronald Reagan Highway. The road was shut down between Colerain and Blue Rock. Several local fire departments from Butler and Warren counties assisted at the scene of a shed fire at the Butler County Sheriff's gun range on Woodsdale Road in Madison Township. A brownfield site in Middletown will soon be home to a new manufacturing plant. Weedman Electrico Technology is planning a $155 million investment at the Charles Street location. 65 jobs would be created. Hamilton police have announced a $5,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons who killed 65-year-old Vincent Singletary at a home on South 12th Street June 5th. He was shot to death. And the Reds hit 5 homers in last night's 11-5 win over the Phillies. I'm Steve Vaughn.
This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Are you tired of the long wait times at your favorite place on a busy Friday night? WMOH 1450 The Ticket has your reservation covered.
He's off to the races. He's got a reservation for 6. He's gone. Touchdown.
Make your reservation with us. And we promise, no snooty maitre d's.
Snooty. Snooty?
High school game night, installed by AE Door and Window. Fridays this fall on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
I weep for the future.
Bienvenidos, amigos. That's how you are welcomed at the area's #1 Latin American foods supermercado y restaurante. And you don't have to speak or understand Spanish to enjoy all that El Gran Valle Verde has to offer. All of your favorite Latin American grocery needs are in stock, and delivery is available too. And if you're not in a cooking mood for groceries, El Gran Valle Verde has a full-service restaurante with all of your favorites. El Gran Valle Verde, nearby in the Hamilton Plaza Shopping Center on Dixie Highway in Hamilton. Nos vemos pronto.
Safety and access to benefits are top priorities as VA supports today's veterans. Online applications connect veterans with health care and other benefits. Telehealth provides safe, respectful care anywhere. Testing, vaccinations, and treatment help veterans during the pandemic. Housing assistance and mental health care support veterans as we all recover. Moving forward together. Choose VA today. Visit choose.va.gov.
Driving around railroad tracks and trains demands extra attention, especially with a recreational vehicle. Before you go, plan your route, know your length, your braking distance, and what to do in an emergency. If your vehicle gets stuck at a crossing, find the blue and white sign. Get everyone out and far away immediately. Always expect a train. They are quieter and faster than you think. See tracks? Think train. For more info, visit oli.org.
I love playing sports, especially for my school. And that's because school sports are special. It's where it's safe to fail. It's where we're taught resilience, where our fear becomes confidence. It's where we learn to get back up after every fall. School sports are where 7.8 million students go from I can't to I can.
This message presented by the OHSAA and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
And here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot fast and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Choosing to buy a gun was not a decision I took lightly. But with everything going on, I really wanted to feel like I could protect myself. I hadn't thought about the danger of an unlocked gun in my own home until...
Mia, where are your napkins? Ooh, not that drawer. Unless anyone needs a gun.
Now, I always lock my gun to keep everyone safe. Visit endfamilyfire.org to learn how to store your guns more securely. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies this afternoon with a high around 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night, low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
The Dana Show Podcast, your fast, funny, and informative news companion for those always on the move. Subscribe on YouTube, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to the program. You can listen terrestrially from coast to coast. Pick a market. We're in hundreds. You can also, excuse me, allergies, stream the radio program, Channel 347 Direct TV. You can also find us YouTube, X, all that good stuff. Over at the Stack, Chapter and Verse, over at Substack, Lorraine's got the ongoing series looking at the days of this preliminary hearing in the Kirk murder case and the legal fight that they're having over admissibility with some of the stuff in the prelim, like the amount of a video that's shown. Is the video going to be shown to the rest of the country, or is it just going to be for the people in the courtroom? And will the people at large around the country be able to hear audio? It's like stuff like that they're kind of going over. And of course, the evidentiary standard. You know, you have probable cause, and then you have beyond reasonable doubt. It's lower for a preliminary hearing. When you go to trial, that evidentiary standard increases. One of the big things that has been really, really debated, and I don't really consider it a debate. It's basically an argument between people who know about firearms and FUDs. I don't know how else to put it. Actual Elmer FUDs. People who have no idea about difference in caliber, about grain difference. They don't know what FMJ means. They don't know any of this stuff. And I am watching these people with more zeal than knowledge talk to people who are lifelong hunters, people who are veterans, people who actually have a working knowledge of firearms, and try to tell them there's no way a 30-06 could have done what it did, because that was one of the big things that was really put to bed in this preliminary hearing. Because it was, what were they saying? That I think one of the arguments that Gal Sharpton and some of these other woke Rikers were saying is that it wasn't, at first it wasn't a 30-06 that would have taken off Kirk's head, and then it was an exploding microphone. And I happened to see this huge debate, and it was very well done, that busted out between Matt Tardio, who is a podcast host, a veteran. You can find him at Speak the Truth, at Speak the Truth Actual, and he's also on X. And he was breaking down this stuff. And I still don't think that these people understand they just went right over their heads. Matt Tardio joins us now via video, and it's good to have you. Matt, first off, thank you so much for your service to our country and also educating these people, particularly the FUDs that are like, well, no, I saw a comment from someone saying that a 30-06 could actually take an elephant's head off. I'm not kidding you. They deleted the comment, but they said it could have taken an elephant's head off, and that's proof that it was not used to assassinate Charlie Kirk. I just got to get your initial thoughts on some of this stuff, because I think you had it, you were fed up, and you took it to task.
Yeah, I took it to task when number one, I turned away. You know, I debated Chris Martinson back in October, of last year after all of this happened, and I had to explain to him that ballistics gel and human flesh are not, in fact, the same thing. They don't work even remotely close. And this was after listening to 30 minutes worth of his explanation, on why he knows it couldn't have possibly been a 30-06. And he even broke it down to the angle, of attack or the flight path that the projectile would have been traveling on.
Right.
And then I asked him, I was like, do you know the angle that Charlie was actually sitting at? And further, did you account for the angles with his neck? Because all of those account for the angle of entry of the actual projectile that goes in there. You don't know the projectile that was actually used, i.e. what ball, if you will, was being shot out of that rifle. You don't know if it was designed to mushroom out, if it was FMJ, and if it was an FMJ, what type. You don't know the condition of the bore. You don't know the condition of the chamber. You don't even know the condition of the riflings. You don't know if that frickin' projectile was tumbling, 30 feet out the muzzle. So you can't sit here and then complain about this and say that absolutely in no way, shape, or form. And then when it goes down to the terminal ballistics of what actually happens and how it actually happens is one of the biggest, it's not even a conspiracy. It's silly at this point for people to be arguing it. And the example I gave Chris was I told Chris, I was like, look, a 124 grain 9mm Hydroshock round travels through approximately 12 inches of ballistics gel. On average, 12 to 15 inches, somewhere in there, rests inside of a block ballistics gel. I've seen that round go into a man's face and not exit the back of his head. Didn't bulge out his eyeball, didn't bulge out the back of his head, didn't do anything crazy. Just went right in through his cheekbone and got lodged in there somewhere and dropped him. So don't compare ballistics gel to how many inches of human flesh, because the terminal ballistics are actually what does that. Even when people take meat and they go in to hang meat, what do we know about fluid dynamics? What do we know specifically about fluid dynamics? What's missing out of all of these meat experiments that people are running is fluid. Do you know the scene from We Were Soldiers? Or I'm sorry, not We Were Soldiers, Saving Private Ryan for the D-Day invasion?
Yes.
Yeah, the soldiers are jumping out and they're going into the water and you've got the bullets ripping through the water.
Right.
Doesn't happen like that. That's not true. There's so much resistance and density behind that resistance that those bullets are lucky to make it just a few inches in that water if they're not skipping off of it altogether.
Right.
These are common misconceptions that are inside of people's minds. Plus, they think it's a laser beam that's going to continue to pass through. You've got different fluids, different densities, different tissues, all sorts of things that are actually within a human neck, human body. And by the way, those FUDs ought to know better because it's some of the most dense and tough muscle tissue on any of the animals that they kill. That's why we have neck roasts at the end of a freaking hunt, right? We'll take that sucker and we'll throw it in the freezer and wait until we're out of everything else and then have a neck roast. Why? Because it's so tough and disgusting that it's about the only way you can eat it. So pretending like a neck is like any other portion of the body is absolutely, completely absurd.
And I love the way that you broke that down. If you're tuning in, we're talking with Matt Tardio, veteran and host of Speak the Truth podcast. And that's been one of the key things that everybody's been trying to debate over is whether or not, was it a 30-06? There has to be a conspiracy theory, an exploding microphone, which when did the exploding microphone thing start? Because that's something that I just noticed like a month ago.
Okay, so that originally started all the way. I went back and I listened to that interview I did with Chris back in October.
Yeah.
And the exploding microphone theory had already came out by then. But it got revamped December, January, some time frame because of this random guy on X named Chris Bray, who determined that because of his audio analysis that he had done, that there was about 0.5 gram of PETN, which is a very common explosive. All right, we're going to refer to it as petin, but 0.5 gram of petin could have gone off at the same time because it has roughly the same audio signature. And so because of that, he then broke down and thought it was a shaped charge that could have possibly done this. This is something that invented a shaped charge. It has been around since the late 1890s. Okay, 1890s. Military uses them today. Most common example that most folks would know on this program is probably an RPG-7, right? The Russian rocket-propelled grenade, right? That's anti-armor. That nose cone that's in the front, that big point, that's the standoff distance, and then the shaped charge is actually in the back of it. Again, military, civilians, everybody has been trying to perfect this charge for over 100 years, and here's a guy that comes out and tries to claim that he can go against 100 years of science and that 100% of the energy is going to be projected forward. 0.5 gram. And I did the math, and I took his calculations. I took his original dimensions, and I said, hey, you got a problem. Your 0.5 gram that you're alleging in something that size due to the density of petin, you're not even coming close to filling it up there, bud. It's just, you even with 0.5 gram, you've got a big empty space, and it's got to be precise in order to make this thing go off. So then he comes back and he answers me back with he found a company over in Europe that produces petin. and then presses them into pellets. And he gave me the dimensions of a pellet and said, no, this is going to be the charge. So then I had to actually take it because there's a cone that's actually into the bottom of it. And this is different. Don't get it confused with an explosively formed projectile, which takes a massive chunk of copper with a even bigger explosive charge behind it and just throws this molten chunk of copper forward. That's not what happens. Anyways, you got to cut a little bit of it out. So he was still off. And even then, you only get 1.3 millimeters worth of penetration at it's still within the microphone by the time the jet dissipates, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, even half a gram of petin, explosives when they go off, okay, when they detonate, you've got a deflagration and you've got a detonation. Gunpowder inside of a rifle, that deflagrates. That is extremely rapid burning of the powder that's putting off a lot of gas and propelling that projectile forward. A detonation, on the other hand, is measured, and we base high-grade explosives off TNT. It's a near instantaneous change from a solid to a gas state. That's it. Petin, PETN, over 8,000 meters a second is what this detonates at. Over 8,000 meters a second at well over 4,000 degrees Celsius. And it'll explode into an area. The gas that comes off of that little tiny half gram explodes into an area of almost 400 cubic inches instantly. 8,000 meters a second, right here off of his chest. You would have a hole in his shirt. You would have fragmentation, plastic, glass, things like that in the side of Charlie's neck. And it's not like it would go through, but it would be embedded in there.
And it would be visible.
And then the biggest, oh yeah. And then they go, well, it's not impossible because the Israelis did it and the pagers over in Lebanon. Okay, well, let's study the Israeli pager attack for a second. Okay, let's take a look. You had 3,000 people get wounded and 12 people live. We'll start there with the over 99% survival rate that Hezbollah had in the Israeli pager. 99%. I'm not saying they didn't get wounded, but 99% survival rate for the Hezbollah pager attack. Then Hezbollah and the Lebanese authorities took the undetonated ones, the ones that failed to detonate or that they chose not to detonate, and they disassembled them. And there was between 3 and 6 grams of petin per charge, per pager, 3 to 6 grams. That is 6 to 12 times more petin inside of those pagers than what he's alleging was on Charlie's chest. Does that make sense now?
That makes,
so now we've got a 99% survival rate with up to 12 times the amount of petin. And you mean to tell me that some genius figured that it's just gonna do this? And he tries to explain it that all of the energy is gonna go forward. That's not how it works. You don't change physics. You don't get to invent a fourth dimension and pretend that all of this stuff is working right there in front of you on camera. Explosions go off omnidirectional. That's what ends up happening. Because of the shape of the charge at the bottom, that cone shape on the bottom, it's still blasting outwards, but the laws of physics tell us what? If we're going to have inward pressure, guess what else is going to happen? Yep. Outward pressure. Yep. So it's not even the entirety of that half gram that's going forward. And this is where people's minds are being lost. No, it didn't happen. Not to mention, we now have the still... we have the original 4K videos. Mm-hmm.
Well,
so we now have the original
in the studio. If you're watching, it's all right.
Well, I saw it happen. I got you. Don't worry about it. I can do this for a living. We've got the original 4K videos that a guy over on X that goes by Mid-Gray was able to attain, and he published them with the metadata. And these are coming as Charlie's sitting from about his 4 to 5 o'clock. All right, and he ends up doing a completely different analysis that he actually runs that would actually stand up forensically in court. And it is such good video quality. Again, it's the original 4K videos where you can go literal frame by frame. There's one that's 30 frames per second. There's one that's 60 frames per second. And they both capture two entirely different things. This is undeniable, and what is undeniable is that you have deformation of Charlie's neck and face due to the hydrostatic shock and the projectile moving through his body before his shirt even moves. And that microphone is still visible.
Wow.
What does that tell us? Because we also can see the back of his neck being pushed out. That gives us a direction of travel of that projectile.
Right.
You don't get to reinvent physics, right? You don't get to invent a fourth dimension where something can explode after the fact, which it didn't even explode, and then travel around and enter him from a different direction, right? It's just not what happens.
It's not how that works. And one of the other things too, and you've talked about this as well, is the first it was said that Charlie's killer was not even on the campus, which video shows that he was. And when we went out there, and I told people this in my radio audience, when we were going out there for Charlie's celebration of life, one of the people in our party was the guy who owned the facial recognition software that was used to identify this killer. And I remember he was working with law enforcement. He wouldn't say a lot, but he just said there's a lot that's not out there, and it's crystal clear. And that's all he would say. And of course, now we're seeing all of this come out in the trial. Let me ask you this as we wrap up. For those joining, we're talking with Matt Tardio, a veteran podcast host as well, and he's been breaking down all of these myths and debunking them at, an expert level. I feel as though with everything that you're saying, with all of the video that's coming out now, the question going into the preliminary hearing was, is there going to be the evidence to get the outcome that the prosecution wants? And from what I'm seeing, and again, I'm not in the courtroom to see everything, but just from, sitting here on the periphery, it seems pretty overwhelming, Matt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, before I even came on the show, I looked up and looked at all the inculpatory evidence that ended up coming out. And it is overwhelming, the amount that's actually there. Not just the DNA, not just the text messages, not just, all of this stuff. I mean, it is overwhelming. Even the video evidence of the guy going in and out.
Right.
Overwhelming within itself. And so then it breaks down to, I think the only thing they're really lacking, if you take and you look at this thing all together, the only thing that they could possibly have to make this thing any more watertight than it already is a literal video that this guy live streams saying, I'm about to shoot Charlie Kirk, and then somehow has the camera set up pointing down, and watching it happen. That's about the only thing that could make this a little bit more rock solid.
This is, I don't know why. We live in an era of information, and yet it seems like disinformation, and I'm not even, it's just propaganda. I feel like this is a psyop to try to get a hung jury. Honestly, if I'm being honest about this, I'll give the last word on it, because I don't know how you just, we were live on air when this happened. I just happened to look over. I have a 4.5-foot wide gaming screen in front of me that I run the show off of. And I happened to look over and I saw it happen on a live stream. And I looked at my staff and you could see it immediately. It was clear as day. And I don't know how, with all of the information that we have, all of the video out there, people could contest this to the level that they are. Matt, I'll give you the last word.
Disgusting. That would be my last word. It's absolutely disgusting, and those people should feel absolutely ashamed of themselves for everything that they're doing.
Yeah.
If they were actually looking for the truth, if they were really looking for the truth, they would have found it by now. They would have sought credible people, credible experts, and people that actually know what they're talking about, that are going to give actual science-backed explanations for everything that happened, and they failed to do so. Shame on them, and I hope they get their pantsuit off of them, and they wind up alone and freaking sad.
There you go. I want to put that on a T-shirt. They should be alone and sad. Matt Tardio, God love you. You've been doing just, unbelievable work debunking all of this and putting it out. I think at this point, if people don't want to, that's on them. If they don't want to be educated about what happened. Thank you so much for what you do. Folks, you can find Matt Tardio. We'll make sure we put all this out as well. His podcast, you can find him on X. I was looking up your X handle as well. You can find him Anger Tab on X, and you can find his Speak the Truth podcast too. Thank you so much again for your continued service. We appreciate it. We'll talk again soon. God bless.
Thank you.
Of course. We have more to come, folks, as we wrap up this third hour of the program, and we can't do it without the people who make the show possible. Who do we have here? We've got our friends over at Patriot Mobile, the only Christian conservative cell phone service in the country. Now, why is that important? Because every other cell phone company, they have these political action committees that donate tons of cash to gun control, to DEI, to the whole thing, not Patriot Mobile. First off, Patriot Mobile is a Texas-born and bred company. Everything is based right here in Texas. Their customer service based right here in the U.S. of A. Superior coverage, superior products, superior customer service. They got a contract buyout program, device buyout program. They have plans to fit businesses and families of every size. Call 972-PATRIOT, use promo code Dana, or visit patriotmobile.com/Dana. Use code Dana for a free month of service.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war among the major term life companies. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past 2 years. For example, a man age 45 non-tobacco user, $1 million of coverage is only $75 per month, level for the next 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-tobacco user can buy $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of only $110, guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. That's right, level rates for 20 years. And if you're a smoker smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At the Term Lifeline, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. So if you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call right now for a free quote.
Rates and availability may vary by state. Sample rate quotes are based on preferred non-tobacco underwriting exam required to qualify. 800-803-1961. 800-803-1961. 800-803-1961. That's 800-803-1961.
250 years ago, Americans declared that we were meant to live free, to work, move, and live on our own terms. But if pain is holding you back, are you really living free? I've seen this firsthand with my husband. Years of sports left him dealing with old injuries, and Relief Factor made a real difference. Within weeks, he felt better mobility and could stay active without next-day regret. Everyday aches and inflammation can take your freedom away. With Relief Factor, you can get it back. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free and designed to fight inflammation, the root cause of most pain. It works from the inside out to help you move, work, and live without constant discomfort. This year marks 250 years of American independence. Take your own stand for freedom from pain. Check out Relief Factor today. To commemorate America's 250th anniversary, Relief Factor is offering a special patriotic price on their 3-week quick start, now just $17.76. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. That's ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to get your 3-week quick start for just $17.76. This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
All right, what's the over-under on when someone accuses Donald Trump of planting Graham Plattner, quote, a Republican operative, close quote, in the main race to torpedo the chances that Democrats will take over the Senate? Oh, great Eldersky, don't give AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Joy Reid, Sonny Hostin any ideas.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
My friend Ed Larkin and the good folks at Rose Automotive have a big announcement to make. They are now the proud owners of Larkin Cobb Chevrolet Buick GMC in Eaton, Ohio. Larkin Cobb can handle all your Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC needs. Go see my friends at 500 East Main Street in downtown Eaton, a short drive from Dayton, Cincinnati, and Richmond, Indiana. My friends from Rose Automotive are thrilled to be serving the Eaton market and can't wait to help you into your next Chevrolet, Buick, or GMC. Larkin Cobb, drive the extra 20 to save plenty.
Childhood cancer is devastating, but childhood cancer is beatable with St. Jude. I knew that St. Jude was a children's hospital, that no one ever received a bill from St. Jude, but I in no way understood how completely they take care of their patients and their families. To any of the donors, I would say bless you and thank you, because without the donors, St. Jude wouldn't be here.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
This is your ticket to high school football.
Game cross to the end zone. Touchdown. Number 4 of the night. He's over 200 yards rushing.
Basketball.
Shot from the wing. Yes! Tyson Daly knocks down the 3. And we will have overtime.
And baseball.
Swing and a miss. Dreesen gets him in order. He's fired up. Look at him. Caleb the Animal Dreesen strikes out the side.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, this afternoon we'll bring us sunny skies with your high 89. Showers and thunderstorms tonight with a low near 70. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 85. Showers and thunderstorms Friday night with a low 68. Cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms Saturday, high 85. Partly cloudy with a chance of evening storms Saturday night with a low 65. And mostly sunny on Sunday with your high 86.
Now, back to
Subscribe
Dana
to the
Lash
Dana
on
Show
WMOH
podcast, because who says you
1450 The
can't make
Ticket.
fun of people while staying informed on your own personal time? Subscribe on YouTube, Apple, or wherever you get your podcast.
So tomorrow we're going to have this conversation about why POTUS had a, basically it was a distraction and misdirection, the Air Force One swap. How did that happen? Like, why did that happen? Why was there a swap out of the plane. We're going to talk about that tomorrow because we're a little short on time today. Today in stupidity, we don't have to, I know we're running
there's
out.
so much of it, we don't even have time to
If
play
you
it,
missed our Tardio interview, we'll have it up in podcast.
Yeah, that was really good too. But it was going to be James Tallarica, Low T Tallarica, Tofu Tallarica.
Yep.
So apparently he believes Christianity and Islam are equal pathways to the truth.
Oh, except there's only one way through the Father, and that's through me. There you go. All right, folks, that does it for us today. Have a great rest of your evening. Find the podcast, find the Substack, Chapter and Verse, Facebook, YouTube, like, and subscribe. Back with you tomorrow.
$14.50 The Ticket.
On the next Alex Marlowe Show, we'll give you any updates on if the Iran war has escalated, plus what came of that NATO summit where Trump tried to regulate on our allies, past and present. Also, a congresswoman saying that more Plattner stories are coming. Has he dropped out yet? We'll give you all the latest there as well. Plus, we'll roast some celebrities who are increasingly out of touch. All that on the next Alex Marlowe Show.
Alex Marlowe, tonight at 9 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Have you recently opened a brand new business and want to get the word out that you're open? Have an existing business and looking to increase profitability? Or are you looking to staff your new or existing business with employees? This is where WMOH Radio can be of help to you. Advertise your business to reach WMOH Radio's local and loyal listeners with your message that your business is open and ready to serve or looking for workers. Give us a call, 513-863-1111, and let us put the power of locally owned and operated 1450 WMOH Radio go to work for you.
This is your ticket to Miami University Sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
News this hour at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. A former Olympic canoe racer pleading not guilty today to deliberately damaging the recently renovated Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. Norm Eisen is representing the suspect, David Hearn, and he says he pleaded not guilty because he is not guilty.
This is a case that should never have been brought. Davy Hearn is innocent, and we are going to fight this case and entrust the justice system to do the right thing.
The 67-year-old David Hearn formerly competed in 3 Summer Olympics as part of the canoeing team. He is now in Bethesda, Maryland, indicted last week on a single felony count and could face time behind bars if convicted. A federal climate research office now being revived with new leadership in place. Here's correspondent Willie Nelson.
The Trump administration has reconstituted the U.S. Global Change Research Program, the office responsible for producing the National Climate Assessment. The White House says the effort is aimed at ensuring the program focuses on sound science and fulfills its legal mandate. The office will now be led by geochemist Matthew Ilecki. Willie Nelson, the White House.
Crews have draped large tarps over the White House's north-facing columns as restoration work continues on the historic facade, part of a broader renovation project there, championed by President Trump.
We've taken about 150 years of paint off of the Usually, I will tell you in construction, if you don't strip the paint off, it gets worse and worse and worse, and it was looking bad.
The semi-transparent coverings are printed with images of the columns they're covering, masking scaffolding erected in recent days as the workers strip away layers of old paint. On Wall Street, the Dow right now at 120 points, the NASDAQ up by close to 300. More from townhall.com.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. The Butler County Sheriff's Office is tallying up the damage after a shad caught fire at their shooting and bomb disposal range on Woodsdale Road in Madison Township. A couple of buildings were damaged by the blaze. Ronald Reagan Highway in Hamilton County was shut down late this morning after a crash involving a police cruiser between Blue Rock Road and Coleraine Avenue. An officer taken to the hospital. A global electrical insulation company is bringing new investment and jobs to Middletown. Wmoh Electrical Technology plans to build a new $155 million facility at a brownfield site on Charles Street. The company plans 65 new jobs at the Middletown site and 40 more at their sister facility in Urbana. Hamilton police are offering a $5,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in the shooting death of 65-year-old Vincent Singletary at a home on South 12th Street. I'm Steve Vaughn.
This is your ticket to high school football.
There he goes into Mason territory. He could go to the house. He's at the 30, the 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, A.J. Brown.
Basketball.
I could see them just trying to dribble as long as they can. Never mind, because they're going to go right down, and they're going to score. Yes, and of course, it's Nolan Edwards.
And baseball.
Swing and a miss. Wow. That is 4 strikeouts in a row for Ryder Nichols.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Richard's Pizza.
Honey, what are we going to eat after the game tonight?
How about Richard's Pizza?
Richard's Pizza. One of their new fresh salads for you, a famous Italian steak sandwich for me, and a piping hot pizza for the kids.
Sounds like a plan.
Richard's Pizza has 4 convenient locations in Butler County: Trenton, Monroe, Fairfield, and Hamilton.
Richard's Pizza. Great taste since 1955. Richard's Pizza.
Southbound 75 after Tylersville Road. Right 2 lanes are blocked off due to an accident. Police emergency crews over there on scene. About a 50-minute delay from State Route 63 in Monroe. Northbound 71 accident at State Route 48. I'm Eddie Zellick with traffic.
Sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Mostly cloudy skies tonight with a chance of showers and thunderstorms, mainly after midnight. Overnight low near 70. Tomorrow, showers and thunderstorms likely, high near 85. Tomorrow night, showers likely, possibly a thunderstorm, low 68. Saturday, mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms, high 85. Sunday, mostly sunny skies, high near 86. This is WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Welcome to the Hugh Hewitt Show. I'm guest host Kurt Schlichter. Let me tell you a little about myself as I sit here once again standing in for the great Hugh Hewitt, who's off doing Hugh Hewitt things in Hugh Hewitt land. Who am I? Well, I'm a senior columnist at townhall.com. You can read my columns every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I've got a great one about Graham Plattner today and how he shows that the progressives, well, they're not the giant bugaboo that everybody thinks they are. I think they've got a glass jaw. We're going to be talking a lot about Graham Plattner. What else am I? Well, I was a trial lawyer for 30 years here in Los Angeles. I'm a retired United States Army colonel of infantry. I wasn't a JAG. I know my parents. And I'm also an author. I'm an author of the Kelly Turnbull series of conservative action novels.